Thank you for joining us in the opening hour of CARE24.Global. We will spend the next 24 hours listening to over 80 multi-generational speakers from around the world who will share their ideas, stories, and experiences so we can all meet the future with more optimism. Before we begin, I must show my gratitude to the many volunteers and organizations that have made this event possible. Hong Kong Baptist University, especially the team in the Knowledge Transfer Office, the Sutarja Center at UC Berkeley, MIT Hacking Medicine, and the University of Oxford. They were the first believers in this idea and the guiding lights for this conference. Thank you. We could never pull this off without the amazing technical support from TFI Hermes live in Hong Kong. They are providing a stable live streaming and broadcasting solution so that everyone around the world can watch this event. Thank you. Our good friends at CumKnow and SME Lab in Hong Kong are providing the live studio and professional technical support for connecting all of the speakers to share their stories with you. Thank you. One more very important technical partner today is Hong Kong Broadband Network, who is providing exceptionally stable and lightning fast broadband service to ensure our network stability throughout the 24-hour online conference. Thank you. We also could not have done this without the tremendous dedication and caring support we received from our digital marketing agency in Los Angeles, Camino 5. Thank you. Alongside me and those organizations I just mentioned, there have been an additional 100 plus volunteers from around the world helping to make this event possible. There are no words to describe how your contributions were instrumental in making today a reality. Thank you. Lastly, before I introduce our first speaker, I want to give one last shout out to my favorite two-time Emmy Award-winning Hollywood executive producer, Conrad Ricketts from Ricketts TV. If it weren't for Conrad's whispering in my ear over the past few months, we would not be here today. Thank you, Conrad, for your unwavering support and being a big part of my inspiration and reason for bringing CARE24 Global to the world. Speaking of Conrad, he wrote me a note this morning and I want to share it with all of you. He said, for the next 24 hours, the speakers will offer inspiring talks and realizing that many people, such as you, might be standing at the edge of their cliff, scared and unsure of their future. Throughout the day, it may be a paragraph, a sentence, or a single word you hear that will make all the difference to you and perhaps the people around you. We hope our speakers' words will not only inspire you, but just might give you the courage to step back from that cliff. We will not meet you or even know who you are. We just hope we not only change some lives, but also save lives. Then, and only then, can we continue to pay it forward. Thank you, Conrad. Okay, thank you. With that, let me introduce you to our first speaker. Cal Fussman is an author, writer, and journalist. He has interviewed hundreds of icons who have shaped the last 70 years of world history. Cal has personally sat down with people such as Sir Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Clint Eastwood, George Clooney, Tom Hanks, Pele, Yao Ming, and Muhammad Ali. Cal has published interviews in 2 books, The Meaning of Life and The Austrian Chronicle. And he also won a James Beard Foundation Award for Best Person Essay in 2011. Cal, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Nathan. I gotta say, I've been on this planet for a while, but I have never seen a year as crazy as this one. I have no idea where it's going. I don't think anyone does. But I can tell you one thing. If you ask the right questions, you have the potential to take yourself to an amazing place. So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about questions. When you think of questions, I want you to see them in a completely new way tonight. When I'm done, I would like one of you, some of you, maybe all of you, to understand that changing your questions can change your life, just like they did for me the week after I turned 7 years old. So I want to take you back to a day in November 1963. I want you to imagine me as the smallest guy in his second grade classroom. Looking up at the teacher, Miss Jaffe, and she leaves the room. When she comes back a minute later, she's like a different person. She's wearing the same clothes, but her face is blanched white, and she starts talking in a voice so clear and cautious that it's almost scary. And she tells us that President Kennedy, our president, has just been shot. Well, this is a huge shock for everybody. President Kennedy was a young, vibrant leader, and he was beloved. And we all raced home to turn on our televisions to see what had happened. Well, it turned out that the president had been shot as he was on a convertible going through Dallas, Texas. And after the assassination, the vice president, Lyndon B. Johnson, took the oath of office and became the new president. Well, that night, my parents realized that I had never really dealt with death before. And it was a terribly tragic time for all of America. And they were worried that I wasn't going to be able to sleep well. So they called me over to the kitchen table and they said, Cal, we just want you to know that as terrible as this day is, this has happened before in our country's history, and the country has a plan to deal with it. That's why the vice president, Lyndon B. Johnson, is now the president. And when you wake up tomorrow morning, you're going to have breakfast just like you did last Saturday. You're going to go out and play just like you did last Saturday. And things are slowly going to return to normal. Well, they went off to speak to my brother, and I sat down at the kitchen table. And to show you how young and naive I was, I thought that if you had a middle initial in your name, that meant you got to be president. Because the only people I ever heard of who were presidents had middle initials: John F. Kennedy, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Harry S. Truman, and now Lyndon B. Johnson. So I'm thinking to myself, I wonder how Lyndon B. Johnson feels right now. Is he happy? Because he probably always knew he was going to be the president with that middle initial. Or is he sad because he's only the president because of the assassination? Then I wondered, maybe he's scared that they're going to try and kill him too. Well, I couldn't figure out what was going on in his mind. And so I picked up a pen and a piece of paper, and I just started writing. Dear President Johnson, how does it feel Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you scared? I threw out a few other options. Then I wished him well, and I folded up this piece of paper. We had just learned to address an envelope in school. And so I wrote on this envelope, President Lyndon B. Johnson, the White House, and I tucked my letter inside. I knew where the stamps were, put one in the right-hand corner. We used to lick them, and put my address in the left-hand corner, stuffed the letter in my pocket, and the next day I went outside, didn't tell anybody about the letter, and dropped it in a mailbox. Well, as my parents told me, things slowly started to return to normal, and I forgot all about the letter till about 6 months later. At that time, my mom came running up the steps to our apartment with a letter in her right hand. It was from the White House, addressed to me, from the president. Well, this was a shock. And the amazing thing about this letter was it wasn't written to a 7-year-old. It was written with great respect and reverence. And I knew that when we hit the second sentence that started something like this. In answer to your query, and I had no idea what a query was. But I did know that the apartment was filling up with people who all wanted to touch this letter from the president. I did know that the principal at school was calling. He wanted me to bring the letter in. And what I realized in that time was that a single question could get you to the most powerful person on earth. And it shaped my life. I went on, as Nathan described, to interview the icons who've shaped the last 75 years of world history. And it was that question that set me off on a whole career path. But something very interesting happened to me when I was about the same age of Lyndon Johnson when he got my question. I asked a question to somebody who was about 19 years old, and that question changed my life. I'm going to get to that toward the end of my talk, but before then, I would like to just show you how you can change your questions and affect these changes in your own life. And you're very prepared because you've already been an expert at asking questions. Studies show that when you were 4 years old, you were asking your parents about 300 questions a day. Why? Driving your parents crazy. And that's every kid, because we all have childhood curiosity, and it makes us amazing question askers. But something happens to us the next year. We become 5, we go to school, and there we're told, raise your hand if you want to ask a question. You can't just blurt it out. That would be chaos. And so what happens is the teacher starts to ask us questions, and we don't get to blurt out our questions anymore. And as time passes, you find that you start asking less and less questions. Your childhood curiosity is still there, but it's almost as if we start to shovel dirt over it. By the time you reach 12 or 13 years old and you go to school, it's not too cool to ask questions. And you think twice before you ask a question that's going to embarrass you. As you get older and older, the questions get lesser and lesser. And then you get to a point where you get your first job and you don't understand what's going on. And it makes sense to ask a question. But you start to think, if I ask that question, people might think I don't know what I'm doing. And so you shovel dirt over that question, you don't ask it, and you try and figure things out by yourself. And what I'm getting at is over and over and over again, our childhood curiosity gets diminished with time. And the amazing thing for your generation is it was hit in a way that no generation in the history of mankind and womankind ever was. Because when you came along, you had something that the world had never seen before. You had all the answers. It was on the internet. All you had to do was go to Google and just type in a few words and you could get any answer you want. So you want to know the population of Sri Lanka, you just type in population Sri Lanka and boom, 26 million comes up. You know what the answer is. Now, this is great to have all these answers, but what's happened is we are starting to lose the way we ask questions. And when you are typing a couple of words into your phone or into the computer, you find your question asking very different from the way it used to be. And you can see this also even in television interviews, where the interviewers will start saying, tell me about, share with us. Those are not questions. Those are requests. And what's happening is because we are evolving in our language and the way we communicate, we are losing the way we have been accustomed to asking questions. And this can be a little startling. I was watching a Zoom conference of people between the ages of 19 and 24. There was a moderator, there were guests, and the moderator told the audience, you can ask questions at the end, just raise your hand in the chat. And I found that when people came to ask the questions, a lot of them didn't know how. They would start telling a story and about themselves and then stop with the idea that either the moderator or the guest was supposed to figure out what their question was. I had to actually jump in and say, okay, everybody, write out your question on a piece of paper, single sentence with a question mark on it. And then when you raise your hand, ask that question. And you'd be amazed how after time, the questions started to get sharper and sharper and hone in on what you really need to know. Now, what makes a great question? Well, the best questions make the person who's asked just as curious about the answers as you are. Maybe they want to know the answers even more than you do. So let's take, for example, the question, why is your friend, your best friend, your friend? Why is your best friend your best friend? When you hear that question, why is my best friend my best friend? Your eyes may go off into the air on the right side because you're searching for what is the answer. You're curious. And that is the kind of question that can tell you about the person you're asking as well as their friend. And these are the kind of questions that will make people curious to reveal themselves. If you cannot ask a question like that, it's going to be harder to actually understand what they're like. And the same applies for you personally. If you can't ask yourself a question that's right down the center and hits a bullseye, then it's going to be very hard for you to come up with an answer that can take you where you need to go. I'll give you an example of 3 questions that a very wise old woman once told me. Who am I? Where am I going? Why? You listen to those 3 questions and think about them and look deep into yourself, and you will be able to find your North Star. If you can take simple questions like these and use them, you'll find yourself going to very deep places. If you can ask questions that people aren't expecting, you're going to get very different results. I mentioned before that when I was in my mid-50s, about the age of Lyndon B. Johnson, when he got the letter that I sent as a 7-year-old, when I was that age, I asked a question to a 19-year-old. And that question changed my life again. Let me give you the background. I was sitting at a breakfast table with a very famous interviewer. His name is Larry King. He was on the CNN network for many, many years. The entire world watched him interviewing all the major players in the world. And I'm sitting at breakfast with Larry. We had breakfast every day for about 10 years straight, when this young guy comes in. And he is in college and about to leave college because he was confused. He was the child of immigrants, and his mother and father, like many immigrant parents, wanted him to be a doctor. And all his life, he was told, you're going to be a doctor. You're going to be a doctor. When he was 6 years old, on an American holiday called Halloween, where you get dressed up in different costumes, he was sent out into the street looking like a surgeon because his parents wanted him to know, when you grow up, you are going to be a doctor. Well, when he got to college, he had a big stack of biology books in front of him, and he realized that he didn't want to read those books. He didn't want to be a doctor. And he got very confused because he didn't know where he was going in life. And so he started to think about the meaning of success. And he started to think about the most successful people in the world and wonder, well, Bill Gates is one of the most successful people. I wonder what he was doing when he was my age. Lady Gaga is one of the most successful people. What was she doing? And he decided to find out. So he went to the library, but he couldn't get the answers to his questions. He couldn't find it in the books. So he decided to write the book himself. And the idea of the book was to go out and interview the most successful people he could find, and then pass on the information about what made them a success to all the people in his generation. And there was only one problem, was that he didn't know how to ask questions. So what he did was he found out where Larry King had breakfast, and he came in one morning to ask Larry to teach him how to ask questions. Well, Larry asked him, why do you want to know? And he said, well, I'm writing this book. And Larry said, well, you know what? Cal helped me write my book. Why don't you talk to Cal for a few minutes? So we sat down, and I just started out with a question. And my question was, are heroes dead? And he looked at me like I was a little crazy, and he said, no. And I said, well, that's kind of surprising to me, because the people that I thought of as heroes, like Nelson Mandela or Muhammad Ali, they're either getting very old or they're dying, and I don't see heroes coming up after them. And he said, oh, there are a lot of heroes. And I said, well, who? And he said, Tim Ferriss. And I said, who? He said, Tim Ferriss. I said, I'd never heard of him. How could he be a hero if I've never heard of him? You got to know about a hero. And he said, oh no, Tim Ferriss is a young guy, and he has a podcast that millions of people listen to. And I really had never even heard of podcasting. And I started to become very curious about Tim Ferriss and his podcast, and about all these young people that this young guy named Alex was describing to me. And we started to become friends, and I decided to help him learn to ask questions and to help him write his book. And I did. Over 5 years, we met like 3 times a week. And ultimately, he got his book together. It got published. It became a bestseller, not only in America, but around the world. #1, as far off as Japan. It's called The Third Door. Now, you could say, well, Cal, you mentored him. You changed his life. But something bigger happened. He changed my life. He told me all about how podcasting and the internet worked. He introduced me to this guy, Tim Ferriss. Tim Ferriss had me on his podcast, and now millions of people heard me. Of those people, many people started to call and ask if I would speak at their conferences and for their companies. And that completely changed my life. And so you see, a young person today has the capacity to change the life of an older person. Alex was 19, I was in my mid-50s, and the change keeps going on to this day, because somebody may be listening to the messaging I'm putting out now and reach out to me and set me off on another journey. And so I want to leave you with a message that allows you to head out into the world and know that by asking the right questions to the right people, you are going to be able to go to places you can't even imagine now. And we need that, because it may seem to you like the people who are older than you are in charge and understand where things are going. But I got to say, I'm looking around and things look mighty confusing to me. It's going to be on your generation to figure things out and move things forward for all of us. And I hope that you can use a little of what I've passed on today to ask the right questions, to take yourself forward on your own journey, and then you find yourself in places that you could have never imagined before. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cal. That was outstanding. You're a master. What a super great way to start off 24 hours of inspiring talks. Thank you. Now, don't go anywhere, Cal, because
Nope.
you're going to do your job as a journalist by interviewing one of the most famous authors in my life, Catherine Ryan Hyde. She is the author of 40 published books, including Pay It Forward, which has been translated into 20 languages. It has also inspired the movie that was out in 2000 and has changed people's lives all around the world, including mine. Now, my understanding is that Catherine came up with this idea for her book when her car caught fire in what she described as the bad neighborhood in which she lived. And two total strangers came to her assistance, then left before she could even thank them. One more thing. When I contacted Catherine to speak, she wrote back and said that she normally never accepts these kinds of invitations because she's usually writing several books at one time. But she is here with us today. Catherine, thank you so much for saying yes. Okay, let's put Cal and Catherine together and listen in on their conversation. Cal and Catherine, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, I looked at what you were doing. You sent me something, let me look at what you had planned here. And I remember I wrote you back and said, darn it, I'm just going to have to make an exception, aren't I? And here I am.
Catherine, how do you write all those books with a broken arm?
Oh, it's just one little bone in my hand. Let's not make it out to be worse. You know, it's funny because people keep saying, oh, can you type? Can you type?
Can you show
And
everyone?
I have to make a very embarrassing confession, which is that I am not a proper touch typist. I am the world's fastest one-finger typist. It's a terrible thing to have to admit. And I put out 2 books a year that way. Well, yeah, I use one hand for the shift key. No, that's one more hand than that's one more finger than I'm using. I know. It what can I tell you? It is what it is. I type very fast for a person who's not doing proper touch typing. And I'm still managing to do 2 books a year somehow.
So your second finger just over and again around the keyboard.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much, I'm making it work. What can I tell you? I've been making it work for, I don't know, 20 some years now. Or more.
If we were looking at you in a movie when you were 19 years old, what would we see?
Oh, you wouldn't have liked what you saw when I was 19 years old. I was pretty lost. I was, you know, the nice thing about being a writer is everything you go through in your life becomes fodder. But when I was 19, well, when I was about 14, when I was in high school, I had a teacher who inspired me to believe that I could write. But I didn't go right off and start doing it, probably because it's a very courageous thing to do. It's a little bit like jumping off a cliff without a parachute. They don't issue paychecks really to writers. So to say that you're going to, I mean, eventually they might, 10 years down the road, you might get a paycheck. But so I didn't really have the courage to set out that way. And I was a little bit on the at-risk side as a youth. And so when I was 19, I was pretty drowning in drugs and alcohol and spinning around and going absolutely nowhere. I am pleased to say that that it's been 31 years since I've had a sip of alcohol or anything stronger than an ibuprofen. And about 2 years after I got that problem cleaned up, I started getting serious about writing a book and finishing it. So there's no doubt about the fact that I had to get my head on straight first. But that's what you would have seen when I was 19. You would have seen somebody who was very lost and drowning and struggling. But then when all was said and done, that's something that I now get to use in my work.
Wow. And you know
Just
what?
knowing how it feels to be down there and have to pull yourself up.
This brings up the central question that I wanted to ask you about. And that is, do we need difficulty to find the best in ourselves?
It seems that we do. I don't want to wish difficulty on people. I know that as an author, people ask me sometimes about writing a sequel. People will like a book and they'll say, why don't you write a sequel to that book? And I'll give them an answer that I think they find kind of surprising. the answer is I don't want to have to torture those poor characters again. You know, to get a kind of a story where a character grows and blossoms and has this epiphany and changes, and it's a pivotal moment in their life, you have to put them through some very difficult times. And I think that the same is true for us. You know, I'm not advocating for hard times, but it does seem to me, you know, when people talk to me about why I chose the ending that I did for Pay It Forward, what I say is that where I come from in my observations, the whole world doesn't change. We don't make giant, sweeping, earth-shattering changes when the status quo is just clicking along just fine. To me, we make changes like that when the roof falls in.
Well, let's trace this back, because I would love to see the moment. I know about the story, but I would like you to describe the story of how Pay It Forward came to be, and then sort of trace that process of creativity to show how this difficult moment bloomed right in front of all of us.
To me, that's actually the more interesting part of the story. You know, Nathan set it up kind of briefly that I was in some very serious trouble. I was in a bad neighborhood. I was alone. It was late at night. The engine of my car was on fire. This was before cell phones. I had to get out of the car because it was filling up with smoke. I didn't really want to get out of the car in a bad neighborhood late at night. And then, to make a long story short, I didn't get to thank these gentlemen because in the process.
Let's not make a long story short. Let's make a long story.
All right, let's make a long story long. Fine. Okay, so they pulled their car over and jumped out, and I'm thinking I'm going to die because these men are running in my direction. Obviously, I'm out there by myself, and they're like coming at me. And one of them had a blanket that I guess they had taken out of their back seat or out of their trunk, which also did not comfort me. And
so you're about to be kidnapped.
Yes, actually, I was thinking, people think this is a joke, but the first thought in my head was I never made a will. And then the second thought was I have nothing to give to anybody anyway, except the car, which is currently on fire. That's what I was thinking. It was actually worse than kidnapping. What happened was one of them went around me, went into my car. The door was hanging open, popped the hood from the inside. The guy with the blanket leaned his upper body into my flaming engine compartment and smothered the flames by hand with this blanket. And sometime around the time they got it put out, the fire department showed up, which is also kind of interesting because it means somebody else was trying to help me too. Because like I say, we didn't have cell phones back then. So apparently somebody had gone behind us on the freeway and seen the trouble I was in and stopped and called it in for me. So I actually had two Good Samaritans that night. But the Good Samaritan who really fascinates me is the one who took his bare hands and put out my fire. It's a lot to do for a stranger. And so, okay, so the fire department showed up and they kind of showed us, you know, how it started, which is not a particularly interesting story. And then they told me what would happen if it hadn't been put out, which is a little more interesting because, as I said, disasters are always very interesting.
So the car
at that point, I was basically driving a Molotov cocktail. That's the short version, because the fire was burning along the throttle line. And so if I'd been standing beside the car when it made its way back to the gas tank, well, you know where I'm going with that. I don't know if I'd still be here or not, but that's a big deal. So I turned around to thank these men when I realized how huge this was, what they had done. They weren't back there. I looked for their car. Their car had driven away. In the process of my talking to the fire department, they packed up and left without particularly expecting any gratitude from me. This is LA. LA is a big town. And I immediately knew that I was never going to see them again. So to me, this is where the story gets more interesting. So because they were there as fast as they were, I was able to get the car put back together. It cost a little for some burned parts, but it was not destroyed, which is good because I couldn't have afforded a new car to save my life at that moment. And I went back to driving it. But here's what was different. Now I'm driving down the freeway and I got one eye on the shoulder of the road and I'm looking for somebody in trouble. Because when I see them,
Whoa.
because when I see them, now I want to be the person who stops for them. I never did that before. Not out of any meanness. I didn't, I didn't think it would. I mean, I would drive by somebody and I would think, oh, buddy, hope your day gets better, But it wasn't my thing. All of a sudden it was my thing. I am the person who will stop and do that for them. And this is when the sort of train of thought started moving. Had another weird little experience that I don't recount nearly as much, where I was talking to an acquaintance. This was a couple of years after this had happened, who kind of surprised and dismayed me by describing a story in which he had stolen something from someone. He'd taken something off their car. And it's very hard to know what to say to a thing like that. So what I said was, not wanting to be like super judgmental and get nothing but defensiveness back. So what I said was, did you think about the person who you stole from? Did you kind of like imagine in your head they get back and how that feels to them to find out that this was gone? Well, he did get very defensive, but what he said was very interesting. He said, well, I've been stolen from. That's what's happened to me. I think that was the moment when it came together in my head that the golden rule, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. All of a sudden it struck me that we are all going around doing unto others as we have been done to. It's not the beginning of the game. By the time we get old enough to do unto anybody, we have been done to plenty. And that is normally not the good news. Now, what I wanted to know is, could that be the good news? Because I had this experience of somebody just coming into my life with this astonishing kindness that I never expected. Can that be the good news? Can somebody be used to being lied to and cheated and be putting the same thing out into the world and have an experience like this turn their thinking around? And then, of course, I had to start thinking, well, what would be a fictional scenario in which that potentially could happen and enough people could hear about it? What I like about a conference about like this is the whole concept is how could you get enough people to hear about it? And this was basically back before the internet, is essentially. I mean, I wrote the book in like the mid 90s, so the internet didn't come hugely into play.
So the idea that if you just paid it forward, if you set in motion a series of good deeds, you would just be reaping more good deeds.
Yes.
And what was the response to the book and the movie when people saw that?
I didn't quite catch that.
Oh.
Could you?
Well, it depends. I mean, Time Magazine. I mean, some people were cynical. If a person was cynical opening the book, they were cynical still closing the book. I can't literally turn somebody into an optimist. Time Magazine called it an idealistic Ponzi scheme, which is interesting because when I read that, I thought, yes, that's exactly what I'm going for. It's an idealistic Ponzi scheme. It's like a multi-level marketing scheme, but turned upside down so that the person who starts it gets nothing and the benefit is sent out to the multitudes. That's exactly what I was going for. Well, okay, but an answer to your question, what were individual people's reactions? I was thinking of this during your talk because it was very similar to what you were saying about how we learn not to ask questions. I initially wrote this book about a 12-year-old. I chose a 12-year-old boy to change the world through kindness because I thought it was something that a 12-year-old kid could do that grown-ups couldn't. Because I thought that by the time we got to this age, we were just so used to the way the world was, and just so, like, I could picture a grown-up sitting down and making a list of all the reasons it would never work and just talking themselves out of even starting. Whereas I pictured the kid with like that optimism, like, no, it can be better. I'll show you it can be better. What I discovered in the aftermath of the book is I found out that all these adults had that same little optimistic 12-year-old in there, just looking for an opportunity to wake up again. I was wrong in thinking that our optimism had been somehow stomped out of us or trained out of us. It was exactly what you said. It was like, for a while we would say these wildly optimistic things, and then we reach a certain age where we're very aware of peer pressure, and we look around and, like, the people around us aren't saying these wildly optimistic things. And we don't want to appear stupid. And so after a while, we just kind of put a lid on that. We just kind of go, well, that doesn't seem to be the kind of things people are saying. So I kind of thought, well, you know what? If somebody is going to jump up and risk appearing stupid, I volunteer. Like, I'll be the person that Time Magazine picks on for writing too optimistic a book. I totally volunteer to do that. But I noticed that, like, there was a woman, the very first book signing I ever did, this woman came up to me and she brought me this little gift. It was this little silver box, heart-shaped box. And she said, I will, which is, this didn't make it into the movie, but that's like a line of commitment from the final scene of the book. And I thought, holy cow, it works. People are, like, actually saying, yes, I will commit to doing this, which I had not anticipated. So that was when I realized that I had severely underestimated adults.
How can all of the people, the young people watching you right now, keep their optimism as they move forward?
I am a strong supporter of just putting out into the world what you wish the world would be. That is not an original thought. I am not the one who came up with the phrase, be the change that you want to see in the world. But, you know, people get into all these discussions about, can kindness change the world? And I'm guessing that's what probably some young people are thinking. Yes, but will that really change the world? Yes, I absolutely guarantee you that if you go out and perform an act of kindness, you have just changed the world by one act of kindness. If we can just let go of this idea that we have to change the world utterly, leaving nothing unchanged, we become so daunted through that. If a person just decides to wake up tomorrow morning and just be a little kinder than they were the day before, to go a little farther, you know, in service of someone else than they normally would, I guarantee you their optimism will rise. As a matter of fact, not only have they done studies in the fact that when people give an act of kindness, it improves their brain chemistry, it makes them happier, it makes them more optimistic and more likely to be kind in the future. Not only when a person receives it, but even a person who witnesses it goes through an actual change in brain chemistry where they feel more positive. Just witnessing an act of kindness. So if you want to witness an act of kindness, I strongly suggest you go out and create one, because that just guarantees that you'll be there. that guarantee, if you perform an act of kindness, you'll be there to get the benefit of that act of kindness. And people are often very surprised how much it can change their whole outlook.
You know, I didn't even realize it when I came into this conversation, but it is a direct overlap. I was able to keep my childhood curiosity because, in a sense, I kept paying it forward. I never stopped asking the question, even if it might have seemed dumb or something that was going to upset somebody, because they were authentic questions and I didn't mean to hurt anybody. And so they were kind of treated kindly. And because I never held back, I kept doing more. And so maybe that's the same path for optimism.
I refuse to give up my childhood optimism, probably because my father was a pessimist. And my mom and I would come up with these wonderful ideas of all these things that we were going to do. And he would go through and tell us all the things we hadn't thought of that could go wrong. And so for me to insist on retaining my optimism was sort of, that was like my childhood rebellion. It was like, I'm sorry, I am going to be optimistic. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm also a very realistic person. I mean, I think people read the book and they think that I'm just like this is this wildly, almost unrealistically optimistic person. Not at all. Not at all. I see everything that's around me. I see the good that's around me. I see the bad that's around me. I still believe that people are basically good, or at least want to be, intend to be. There are a lot of factors involved on how they may be acting out. If nothing else, I believe that we come into this world meaning well. So I just, I see the world as being very much a two-sided coin. There's a lot that's very bad. There's a lot that's very good. So now my question is, where am I going to put the bulk of my attention today? What am I going to, which one of those am I going to fill my head with so that that becomes what my world looks like?
Do you think that the coronavirus has shifted the way we're thinking, that it's made us step back from doing good things because we can be endangering ourselves?
No, I don't think so. I think it definitely has made us step back. I also think that it has made us appreciate being around each other, which was something we took for granted. I think that it's caused us to no longer take for granted social interactions, which is awfully easy to do. I think that it has brought up a certain amount of spirit of wanting to solve this as a group. I mean, I think people really want to, they want to survive. They want other people to survive. They want to be there for other people. I think maybe we don't see it as much because we're kind of in our little separate areas. I think it's a very challenging thing that's going on. I'm sorry, I still believe people are basically good.
Do you think great things are going to come out of this the
I
same
hope
way
so.
when the smoke was filling up your car?
I very much hope so. I am of the belief that things come up to be healed, both in our individual lives and in our collective lives. That when something comes up and presents itself as being a huge problem or disaster, it's something that has been there and now needs to come out into the light and find a solution. I hope that means that something good will come out of all this. I know there have been a lot of times in our history when we have walked very close to the edge of a cliff. Generally speaking, I find that when people force themselves to the edge of a cliff, they look down and think, no, I don't really think I want to go down there. And so at that point, a course correction is obviously in order. So again, I don't want to sound like a wild cockeyed optimist, but I think we will learn a lot about ourselves through this. And I think that anytime, one of the things that I find really affecting from my own experience, and we're having this a lot because, California's on fire. We're having a lot of natural disasters in addition to, that's why my eyes are a little burny because I have smoke where we are. So, in addition to the illness and whatever that we're seeing, and I was absolutely going somewhere with that. And I distracted myself with the thing about the eyes. I'm sorry,
Well,
ask me a question and I swear it will come right back to me.
and actually, this kind of wraps up the entire issue. Uh, and it really is when your eyes are like that, and when you're waking up and seeing the sky, not blue, but orange, can you see something positive in that because you're just pushed to want to make it blue?
I remember what it was I was going to say. I've had a very affecting experience with just watching people on the news in major disasters. Like you see a hurricane and there's a guy standing in front of what used to be his house and now it's just a chimney. And it seems to me in almost every case, you hold a microphone out to that man and he says something along the lines of, "I'm so lucky because my family is all okay." And what that says to me is when things are kind of rolling along and it's pretty status quo, we tend to worry about very small things. You know, I really deserve that promotion and my dog is misbehaving and just, you know. And when the roof falls in, all of a sudden we come back to what really matters. And I think that's the kind of thing that we're headed for, is a lesson in what really matters.
That's a great way to wrap this up, although I wish we can be talking for another 2 hours.
It's amazing that was the whole time segment. It absolutely flew. Absolutely flew.
Thank you so much. I'm more optimistic as we leave, and I hope that everybody else is too.
And we're just getting started. I mean, the conference is just getting started.
I hope this isn't the last time that we're going to talk. Thank you so much.
That would be nice. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Ryan Hyde and Cal Fussman. That was so incredibly inspiring. I so appreciate you both joining us today. So, those are two of the inspiring speakers we have for you today, and that was only hour one. Let's get rolling into hour two.
Take 611, action. Hi.
Hi guys, welcome to Brighton.
I'm currently in beautiful and colorful Colorado, but I'm from Qatar.
I'm coming at you from Nottingham, which is in the heart of England.
Hello. Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm from Sydney, Australia. My name's Carl. I'm also from Sydney, Australia. We're both music producers. Together we make the band Me Again.
Hello, my name is Renette and I'm from Ghana.
Well, hello there. I'm Simon. Thanks for inviting me to join the conversation. I'm from England and I'm going to be 53 years old tomorrow.
Something's off and I'm counting on a sound that's...
My name's Ahmed. I'm in Mombasa, Kenya, on the Kenyan coast. It's very nice to meet you. What has changed in my neighborhood over the past couple of months? I think it's our sense of connectedness. We've started checking in on each other. We've started truly investing in relationships with each other. Prior to that, we didn't really talk that much. It was sort of a hi in the hallway. But yeah, now because of the pandemic, I think we're a lot more connected and care about each other and know a lot more about each other.
I think that something positive that has happened for me in the last few months is also something I've noticed for our local community. Every minute of my life before a few months ago has been scheduled, even free time. I run around from my full-time day job, then to working at my studio that I own, and then when I get home I have to do all the administrative functions that I can't do when I'm physically teaching, and then I also need to cook or spend time with my mom or spend time with my dog, and then last place was usually taking care of myself. And so I think that I was just running on empty for a very long time and not really fully realizing that. And so the last few months has really given me an opportunity to slow down, and I can fully acknowledge the fact that I only slowed down because the entire world stopped.
A lot of people were reliant on commercial services for their daily entertainment and livelihood, be it, the gym, as an example. So when everything shut down and quarantines were more in effect, you saw more and more people going back to the basics, getting back into nature, walking, biking, being with each other. So it was nice to see all of the noise kind of get shut down and people really coming together. And so, yes, I think quarantine was difficult for many, if not most, but with all challenges in life, if it doesn't kill you, it'll definitely make you stronger.
Yo, what's up guys? I'm Mateo. I'm half German, half Colombian, and I live in London, as you can see. Canary Wharf, lovely. I came to London to study philosophy, politics, and economics, and I've recently graduated, and I'm a musician. I play the guitar, and I love it. So I'm excited to be a part of this. Actually looks like I'm on the water, but I'm not.
In terms of positive changes, well, unfortunately my eldest daughter lost her job as the crisis unfolded. So she came home, and my youngest daughter lives with me. She's at Nottingham Trent University studying music. So we had the family back together, which we hadn't had for some time, to be fair. All of a sudden we've been thrown together, and it has been a really positive experience. Yes, we've had our ups and downs, we've had our fights, we've had our arguments, but we also laugh a lot, and we all really enjoy each other's company.
During the whole quarantine season, I've had a lot of time just for myself and just thinking, not even doing anything. And I've realized the importance of balance. So it's like sometimes we have highs in life, we have lows, life goes sideways, left and right, but we gotta stay balanced, because without that balance, we don't have clarity of vision. Very often my own emotions got in the way of my vision, and I feel like when you're balanced is when you see things just for what they are, and that's when you make good decisions and create a positive future.
One positive change is the increased sense of community that we've had due to COVID. Everybody has been coming together.
People actually talk to each other, and there's a real sort of overt communication going on between neighbours and people you see on the street, and people will stop and chat, and you realise that a lot of people have the same sort of ambitions, short-term goals, long-term aspirations, and it's been really nice to get to know people and to talk to people who I think probably I would not have spoken to in such great depth over the last few months as I have.
So to have that created again, I've been able to get to know my neighbours who were right next to me, but I probably would have just passed them by on the street. So that's been a wonderful creation, a sense of community, both online as well as face-to-face.
Hello world!
Hi,
Welcome to the
here.
second hour of CARE24.Global. My name is Laura Christensen, and right here we're based in Hong Kong. 歡迎咁多位咧嚟到香港，再次歡迎大家參與我哋今日嘅第2小時。Well, if you must know, Hong Kong is having a bright and beautiful sunny day. When we ride in this morning into our studio right here, we have been seeing a lot of sunshines as well as beautiful weather, lovely clouds, and we hope to share this optimism as well as happiness with you all. Once again, my name is Laura Christensen, and I'll be hosting the second and the third hour of CARE24 Global. And today we're going to be hearing a lot of personal stories, and every speaker who comes on our show have only one goal and one goal in mind. That is to help spread care, happiness, optimism, as well as the stories that would inspire and persevere. here. So in the next 2 hours, we'll be hearing speakers from Hong Kong, from Australia, as well as from the US. So if you are on the show with me and if you're ready to travel the world together with us, let's go. Our first speaker for the second hour, is Miss Viola Lam. Viola is an entrepreneur and a mother of 2. She's the CEO and founder of Find Solution AI Limited, a company that she founded in 2016 to enhance the learning condition and performance of learners with the use of technology. I know that many parents, as well as learners like myself, struggle to juggle working from home and supervising their children's home-based learning during COVID. Let's hear from Viola on how she manages to handle her work and family during this difficult time. This chit-chat session will be moderated by Dr. Alfred Tan, Head of Knowledge Transfer Office of Hong Kong Baptist University. And the title for the hour is Start Something Up, Growth Mindset and Perseverance. So let's tune in to Viola and Dr. Tan.
Hello world!
Hello world!
Yes, good morning from Hong Kong, and I'm Alfred. This is Viola.
Nice to meet you all.
Yes, thank you so much, and I hope everybody have a great day today. There's sunny blue skies everywhere around the world. Now, Viola, thank you for sharing with us. Now, we all know about you, Viola, in Hong Kong. You're so successful as a serial entrepreneur. But why don't you spend some time introducing to our friends around the world about yourself, please?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Viola. So I'm a mother of 2, and I'm also a serial entrepreneur. I'm founder of several companies in Hong Kong, and one of them now, the famous one, is Find Solution AI. We're working on AI, artificial intelligence, especially on education. I successfully raised almost 5.8 million for Series A. Literally, I raised the money within 3 minutes for 1.5 million US dollars.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I luckily achieved. So we have quite a lot of supporters and goodies, I would say, in that way.
Excellent.
Very lucky person.
Excellent. Viola, we know that you're going to share with us today a lot of experience from your life about growth mindset and how start something with growth mindset and perseverance.
Yeah.
Now, Viola, I know you for some time now. You didn't start as an entrepreneur. Can you share with us when you just started your career, to our young guests around the world, what are the challenges that you face and how growth mindset help you?
Sure. So to be honest, when I started my business, so I used to be a project executive, especially running some trade shows in Hong Kong. So as you all know, Hong Kong is famous for very good weather, which means that when bring typhoon and also a lot of crazy sunny days like today, very hot outside. But the point is, we run a trade show. We run it as an outdoor in a Victoria Park, which is a very big park, but no shelters at all. So we run a trade show for 3 days in a row. So to let all the book fairs and things like that, so everybody can enjoy, buy something, also experience something new. So what happened is, my very first important trade show in my life that I was organizing almost 88 companies. That which means in a very big football court, a lot of shops right there. First day, heavy rain. So you know what? Because they're selling books. Heavy rain is a killer for them, obviously. So everybody come to complain. So on that day, only me and my classmate. I find my very handsome classmate in order to help out because I believe that I don't want to do all the heavy lifting work. A bit lazy though. But the point is, the very first growth mindset that I have experienced is, the first day, rainy day. So a lot of them, they got goods damaged, or a lot of products, they got damaged. So they literally come here and complain for a long time. And you know what? My handsome classmate, I thought that the guy will help me out a little bit because he looks handsome, he can help. I thought. He ran off.
Wow.
He swayed. He directly is like, I feel like you deal with it. And then you know what? I was like, I'm just an undergrad, never have any experience in order to deal with customers and things like that. My boss also Hyde. I hope he didn't see it today, okay? And the point is, every time when you face something which is really difficult, the first thing is you need to understand the situation and you need to help out. So for me, for growth mindset is, if there's something like that, you need to find opportunity in order to solve it and also to find ability in order to bring them other things. So let's say after that, literally, we cancel the trade show. A lot of companies, they get lost because of that. And that is the reason why you never see that happen again in Hong Kong. I'm sorry for that. But the point is, how you deal with it, you're not hiding, you're not swaying away from it, but you need to face it, you need to deal with it. So that is the first thing. You have faith, you deal with it. Eventually the books show it happens again, but in another direction for good.
So thank you. It sounds like, you are encouraging all of us in times of adversity to take charge and respond.
Yeah.
Respond well and make the best of it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very good perspective. I think a lot of people out there are facing a lot of difficulty now in these challenging times.
Obviously.
Okay. Well, why don't we go to your successful career as a serial entrepreneur?
Yeah.
I know that you started a lot of companies, most of them very successful, but of course, behind all those success, I'm sure you have a lot of setback. And being an entrepreneur, you are not just responsible for yourself, but you're responsible for your employee.
Yeah,
okay.
That's
so
true.
A lot of people out there are facing business challenges. You want to share some examples how you overcome yours?
Okay, sure. So after I do my trade show stuff, it works well because I help my boss run multi-million Hong Kong dollars for just a couple of weeks. And then later on, some agencies that work in media, they say, hey, Fiona, you have a lot of crazy idea. Why don't you work with us? So I literally just a fresh grad, joined those media company. And then later on, I realized that some of the crazy ideas really can find money from it. So it's like you start from scratch, you start from zero, and then you're earning money because of your creativity and things. So I start my own company as working for media with my partner. So the first thing is, my very first business, we nailed a very famous brand in Hong Kong. One of the safest company in the world, I would say. Birth control things. Okay. But the point is, every time when you work with a media company, they have a big contract, but every time when they have to give you the money, it takes at least, they say 19 days. When you arrive the money, I guess it's at least 6 months.
Wow.
It's a very long time. But the point is, if you have your company, you have your staff. So normally you have a team of 10 or team of 6, something like that. But the point is, those families, you need to feed them, right? Otherwise, you cannot deliver. So at that moment, I was like, God, you know what? You got the big contract and then you got everything, but how are you going to pay for it? How are you going to deliver before that you really wrote it out, right? So at that moment, I was like, you hit the biggest challenge because you get the deal, but how? Cash flow wise. Banks, they never will give you money or loan or whatever it is based on this kind of thing. Especially working on media, they find it risky. So it is really difficult. At that moment, what I think is, all of a sudden, I think an opportunity. I was like, I'm so good in talking, you know. I do talking for my living. Biggest sales in the company always is not the sales department, but it's always the entrepreneur itself. So I was thinking, why I don't use the weekday or weekend time? Maybe I can do some coaching, but on mathematics, because I used to be a math teacher. So that is the reason why I was like, why I don't just run two parallel lanes so I can do my math teaching and meanwhile I can do my media part because the math teaching part, tutorial business, very stable cash cow business. So they can pay for the living, so they can pay for all the salary for the media part. So literally I start 2 companies all at the same time. I work 7 days, 24 hours, every day. It's like crazy. I always got phone call in the midnight. The parents calling me, hey, my son don't know how to do this homework, that kind of thing.
Okay.
At that time, my boyfriend was really angry because the parents' name, I write it as Jason.
Oh.
But it's a mom calling me, you know, in the middle of the night. I was like...
So Jason is a student.
Yeah, Jason is a student. And then the calling part and the talking is the mom side. So the point is, every time when you hit a hiccup, everybody does that. But the point is, a lot of limited mindset people, what would they do? Is like, oh, God. So it's like, I just let it go, let it slide, let it fall. But the point is, if you have growth mindset, search for opportunities, search for systems, search for anything that you can shine, even with limited resources. So at that time, I would say in a bad way, I was like, I'm selling my time in order to earn money. But you know what, my AI business is because of the education business. That is the first thing in order to roll out in this way.
I see. So from what I hear from your experience is that when challenges come, rather than looking at the challenges itself and see what the opportunity the challenge brings.
Yeah.
And always, I think as we all say, think outside the box.
Yeah. But at that moment that you're really stuck in the box.
Yes. How do you overcome that? How do you get yourself out of the box? Because I'm sure a lot of people right now are really troubled, shall we say? Because of the pandemic, the lockdown, economic downturn, especially those who are responsible for others.
Yeah.
Whether you're running a small business and so on. So how do you pull yourself away from that and try to look at things in a different perspective?
So for me, I do two things. First of all, I try to set a system in order to run it. And then, if you don't mind, I share another example.
Please.
So in Hong Kong, sorry to say that, I'm a Hong Konger. I'm proud of it as well. But the point is, Hong Kong people, they really conservative on trying something new, especially for educators, teachers. They avoid making mistakes. They avoid taking responsibility. Sorry to say that. I used to be a teacher, okay? Don't get mad. The point is, the reason why they don't want to try something new is they don't want to take the risk.
Yes.
Limited mindset as well. So when I'm running my AI business in Hong Kong, literally when people are not talking about AI, I do my own R&D 6-7 years ago. Before that already. So people say I'm really crazy. I literally spent 10 million Hong Kong dollars. So it's like around 1.5 million US dollars on my own budget. Suppose I can buy a house, buy a car, have a garden, whatever it is, have a dog, right? I didn't. So literally, I just set up my company, do R&D in order to help people, especially, let's say, when they're learning, you can see the emotion of the person, the behavior of the person to guide them through.
Yes.
So that is the reason why it's a bit crazy. When you have growth mindset, the faith, perseverance, you get through it for good. But there's two things that I wish everybody may learn a little bit from it. Have guts. If you believe in something, time will tell.
Yes.
So literally AI, at first, we wrote it in Hong Kong 2 years ago. Everybody say I'm crazy. And they say, 黐線 in Cantonese, okay? They say they don't believe it's going to work. And because of the pandemic, every school, they started to adopt it now.
Okay.
So it's really lucky.
You touched on something on education. I think I think we are running out of time, but very quickly.
Yeah.
You're super busy, super woman, super wife, super mother. Okay.
Wife, that part I don't know. Don't marry a Dutch, okay?
When all these things come leading your time, how do you handle this?
So for me, a lot of things that it's like you're checking a lot of crystal balls. If you fall one of them, it crack.
Yes.
Family, work-wise, everything is the same. But for me, I believe in two things. First of all, you need to embrace the growth mindset, especially you empower people, they can deliver. So you give them chance to deliver, no matter to your family, no matter to your employee, no matter to your partner as well. So that is the first thing. So you can dedicate something, and also you can give them chance to grow. That's the first thing. Second thing is, whenever time that you feel stuck, let's say COVID, you get stuck, something like that, find whatever you love. You need to make sure that you do something based on you love it, not because you're finding money because of it. That is the reason why we do AI, especially in education, spending a lot of money. But now, because of COVID, we can help a lot of people for good.
Yes. Yes.
So I think that is the good part, that it can come along, especially you embrace it. Also can trust people, because if you don't trust people, it won't work.
Very good. I'm sure your children are very lucky to have this super mom, and they learn a lot from you.
They just always ask me, Mommy, go to work so I can watch TV, you know? So anyway, but I try my best. At least I want them to know there's no limit in the world, and then they can do whatever they believe it works, as long as it is not illegal, okay?
Of course, of course.
For good faith, to help people out, that is the most important stuff.
Okay.
So for the ones who get stuck at the moment, think, find opportunity. You never know. There's always a door open for you when another door is closed.
Yes, yes. But I think sometimes in life, I think the challenge is not finding the new doors, but not able to letting go.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Okay.
So enjoy and embrace growth mindset. You will learn something from it, no matter you're a boss, you're a teacher, whoever you are. I hope you get something from it.
Or even parents at home now trying to do education from home for the children. I think a lot of people are doing that around the world.
Yeah, that's not easy as well. So that's why anyone want to try my software, let me know. No worries. Today is not
do a quick
commercial
plug.
stuff.
Yes. But it's true. It's very challenging, and I know a lot of parents now are actually trying to balance basically educating their children, from home remotely, and also trying to hold down a career.
It's difficult. It's difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed it.
All right. Take care, Will.
Take care.
All right, thank you very much, Viola and Dr. Tan. Well, if you're just logging in, my name is Laura Kosensen, and you're watching us CARE24 Global, our second hour of the 24-hour marathon. We've just heard from Viola, who was talking to us about the value of perseverance or growth mindset. Indeed, if you embrace a growth mindset, in fact, opportunities could be everywhere. And why should anyone stop learning and growing after we are a kid, right? So I'm going to up next show you a photo which I find very inspiring. So let's take a look at this. Well, what is the first thing that pops to your mind? You think that we would need to go to the restroom, don't you? Well, we have all seen this lady in a triangular A-line dress marking the women's bathroom. But our upcoming speaker will be telling us that why this is actually much more than a bathroom sign. Our next speaker, Ms. Tanya Cadden from United, is actually mesmerizing. So we'll be hearing from Tanya, creative expert. I've seen quite a few of her videos. Her theatrical appearance is actually mesmerizing. So we'll be hearing from Tanya on how we can all have an out-of-the-box thinking, especially in times like these. Tanya, let's join us at CARE24 Global.
Hello, thank you for having me. So a question, what if instead of me speaking, we make a collective gesture? What if instead of starting at the beginning, we begin at the end? What if what we thought was impossible is actually possible? Let's check it out. Okay, ready? Stand up. We're gonna start at the end. Go ahead, stand up. I can see you. Not in a creepy way, I'm not in your house. Okay, on the count of 3, I want you to give yourselves, each other, and the entire world the best standing ovation you've got. 1, 2, 3. You! Stop it. Okay, you can sit down physically, but stay standing emotionally for the entire talk. Thank you very much. So I've spent my entire career bringing more creativity into less possible places, spaces, and ideas. And I learned 3 really astounding things that compelled me to write an entire book called Creative Trespassing. And the 3 things that I learned are, number 1, we don't have to work in a field or a job that is uniquely creative in order to be uniquely creative within our work or within the world. Number 2, whenever we are confronted by problems, obstacles, and challenges, and we use our creativity or our imagination to confront them, we will experience unlimited solutions, ideas, and innovations every single time. I promise you this. And number 3, when we dare to challenge the status quo that says, you know what, that is not possible. Ooh, we're gonna get pushback. We might even get pushed down. And that is how you know you are on the right path. So I want to share with you a short story from my journey as a creative trespasser, a moment on my path when I had a challenge in front of me, actually several challenges, and I used creativity to imagine what was possible, probable, and profitable, and then turn it on its head and come up with something impossible. So it all started in technology. Anybody work in technology? I can't see you, but in the chat, you can write, you work in technology. So my background is not technology. As you can tell by my wild gesticulations, I come from theater and scene. So I get a call from a software company who said, Tanya, we'd like to talk to you about technology. And I'm like, I know nothing about technology. I'll meet with you. And I went in and they wanted to hire me for this position called evangelist. And I thought, evangelist, that sounds exciting and mildly religious. Evangelist, you know, that would freak my Jewish mom out. Yes, I would love to evangelize with you. So I started working at a tech company, knowing nothing about technology. I mean, nothing. I thought that software was like, you know, a cashmere sweater, right? Wrong. And I start my first day on the job and I'm like, what's this really exciting software I'm going to be evangelizing about? And they're like, oh, it's a B2B SaaS software. It's like a project management software for software developers. And I was like, I don't know what you're saying. It's like your lips are moving, but nothing's coming out. I mean, B2B, I understood. That's when you convert a room in your home into a charming hotel. No, I didn't know anything. So I'm starting my job and I'm like, I know nothing. And I'm learning about technology and B2B and all this stuff. And then my boss comes to my colleague and myself and says, I want you to come up with a big idea to address the women in technology problem or lack thereof. And I'm 2 months into my job. And those of you who have either started a new job or based on what's going on in the world might need to be starting a new job, you know that 2 months in, you don't know anything. I didn't know anything. And I was way out of my depth. And so I thought, oh, okay, let's just address the women in technology problem. No big whoop. This is 2015, and women were not being invited or seen or heard in the pipeline of tech. So I started thinking about women in technology and how oftentimes they aren't seen or heard or celebrated for the superheroes they are. And I thought about symbols that represented women, symbols that were easily recognizable across cultures and genders. And that's when I saw in my mind's eye the bathroom lady. Let me just bring her on the screen. She's been waiting patiently for you. Hold the line. Let me share my screen. Okay, there she is in all of her glory. So you know her, you've seen her, you visit her, you know, when you gotta go. And I thought of this symbol and I'm like, okay, there's something there. And I brought the symbol back to my colleague, Sarah, and I said, I have something. And my colleague, Sarah, who's much younger than me, said, okay, old lady. No, she didn't say old lady, but I in parentheses, I felt like she did. And I couldn't shake the fact that her dress, that sort of A-line shape is a dress for sure, but what else could that shape represent? And then it popped into my mind's eye. I'm like, oh, I think she's wearing a cape. I'm not sure, but I think she is. And so I printed out this bathroom lady, and with a prayer and a pen, I drew 3 lines to reveal this. She was there this whole time. It was just that we were looking at her back, and in front, she was wearing a cape. And so we launched this campaign called It Was Never a Dress. And launch sounds exciting and big and like lots of money. Let me tell you the reality of this launch as we're talking about entrepreneurship and creativity and innovation. We made stickers, as you can see on the screen, and we had a card table at a conference called Girls in Tech. I gave a talk about gender equity, and then we passed out the stickers. That was the launch. And within a few hours of the conference, people were getting the stickers and they started talking about them and sharing them. And somebody took a photograph of it and they posted it online and they wrote, cannot unsee. And within 24 hours, that image was picked up by every major media outlet in the entire world. CNN, India Times, Huffington Post, New York Times, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what was so cool about this is that people saw that this symbol that was of the mundane, just going to the bathroom, something we do every day, that they could see something that was so sort of average, we could miss it just by walking past it in a completely different way because we turned it around. And that was a moment where I thought it was impossible to address this issue that felt huge. Women in technology, inviting them in. And this didn't solve the problem, but what it did do is it offered a visual representation of what women are and can be in the world. What an awesome opportunity. And had I given up and said, well, I don't have enough skills or that's impossible, and I stopped myself from contributing to this, we never would have made it. And it's been embraced around the world by many millions of human beings. So I'm really proud of it. And so what I'd like to do, I don't know if we can do this, we'll see, where anything's possible in a global summit. I would like to engage with you. Is that possible, Laura? Who knows? I'm gonna try it. I have a question to ask you. So I want you right now, and I know that Facebook is having chats, and I feel like Laura can share some of the chats with me, so this can be maybe interactive. If not, I can hold the space. But I want you to think about one thing right now that you think is impossible. So it can be in your work life, in your career, it can be in your personal life, it can do with your health, with your wealth, with your well-being. One thing that you think is impossible. Think about it. And I want you to ask yourself, and you could take this beyond this moment, what if the opposite were true? What if the opposite were true? And when you leave here, and maybe if we can share live in the chat, I would love to see if people want to write down some possibilities. So if the thing I thought was impossible was like, I can't contribute to inviting women into the tech space, I don't even know what technology is. Then what if the opposite were true? I have plenty of skills to share stories, engage an audience, and invite women into the tech space. So I want you to really think about this beyond this moment, because again, we are here at this unique and horrifying and lovely and compelling time on the earth. And our job as creatives, our job as educators, as students, as continuous learners is to do the impossible. So that's what I would love for you to do. And Laura, can we get some interaction? I don't know if we can or not. I'm gonna stop sharing and see if that's possible. What do we?
Can you hear me all right? I'm following the cape. I'm actually
You sound like you're in my backyard. Absolutely. So I'm wondering if we can see anybody in the Facebook comments that might be sharing some of the impossibilities and how they're turning them around.
Well, I actually have a question for you while we're looping questions from the audience. Okay. I've seen, it has touched me, the symbol that you unveiled, or the symbol that, you know, with your creative mind, you have made it, added another value. So what do you think is the role of creativity in times of 2020? We're in a pandemic. A lot of us are being struggling. Some would say that it's a sad year. Some would say that it's possibly a year of wonder. So what do you think? What is the role of creativity to you during this time?
Creativity and art is vital in times of war, in times of pandemics, in times of great grace and hope, because the role of a creative mind, and by creativity, just so you know, I'm not talking about being, you know, yes, you can be a painter and a dancer and a playwright, but I'm also talking about using your imagination to solve everyday problems. That's the little c of creativity. And so there's no better time to put your creativity to work than when we're in a moment where we're experiencing a lot of problems, a lot of challenges, a lot of obstacles. So one thing that I do, that I did with this campaign, and that I actually do in everyday life, and here's sort of a tip for everybody who's watching, is to take something that they see that they haven't mined for meaning, and they literally turn it around or turn it upside down and see if they can find new meaning. And also another thing that creative and artists do is they take two things that don't belong together and put them together to create new meaning. They sort of juxtapose them. So I would encourage people to mine the everyday for unlimited possibilities that are actually all around us right now. So it's more about training your mind and practicing seeing things that you pass every day.
Well, that's wonderful. I mean, I was watching some of your earlier videos, and I thought, hey, with all the Zooms and all the Google Meets, you know, we actually use a lot of more theatrical gestures, and that could be put to good use. Imagine if we learned something like that.
Absolutely. And you know, actually, one thing that I've been doing with virtual talks, because I've transitioned pretty completely into virtual talks, is playing with the frame. You know, if you think about thinking inside the box or thinking outside of the box, I think the box is fantastic. As I said, I'd like to mine everyday symbols and opportunities for something extraordinary. So I make people leave the frame and then enter it in a new way. And automatically something that we think of as static and rigid and perfunctory becomes extraordinary.
That is beautiful. Well, on behalf of everyone watching, I would like to give you a virtual applause. Yay! Thank you so much, Tanya. I would hate to let you go, but we have another speaker lined up, but love to you. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so
much.
much.
All right, take care, Laura. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, we have an excellent second speaker for the hour, and now it's my turn to ask you a question. Have you ever felt so frustrated that you wanted to change your life, like you wanted to do something entirely different? Maybe you want to learn a new language, you want to pick up a new skill, but you never really get around doing it, but you just keep talking about it. Our upcoming speaker had always wanted to become a black belt in martial arts ever since he was a little boy. He has wanted to become one, but then he had been leaving that as an unfulfilled dream until one day, at the age of 36, that he decided to pick up the phone and arrange his first Taekwondo lesson. It was easy to do, to make an appointment, but for 36 years, it had also been easy not to do. Peter Turin, our next speaker from Melbourne, Australia, is going to talk about easy to do, easy not to do, your choice. Good day, Peter. The floor is all yours.
Laura, thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. What a privilege it is to be a part of CARE24.Global. I'm still like a kid in a toy shop. Can't believe that I got the invitation to be a part of this. And I think that the word that really attracted me, apart from the whole notion around optimism, was the word care. For me, it's always been a really important word in my life. You know, CARE is an acronym for choices are really everything. And we're going to explore that over the next little piece of time that we have together. Well, I'm a husband, father, grandfather. So I believe I've probably got two advantages over everybody who's involved with this event. Advantage number one, I've been on the planet just a little bit longer. So possibly advantage number two, I've just got an extra couple of stories to tell. But remember, it's not about my stories. It's not about anybody's stories. It's how you take the meaning from those stories and have the courage to implement into your own life. That's the key. It's always about choice and doing. See, my philosophy on life is that everything is a choice between easy to do and easy not to do. Choosing easy to do means focusing on what you can do rather than on what you can't do. It's the first step to achieving anything in your life, but it's also the second step, and the third step, and the fourth step, and I think you get the picture. It is and always will be about the doing. Yeah, we know the world has been turned upside down. People are worried, people are anxious, people are feeling a little bit lost. The game has changed, but there is a way forward, and it is time to get going. I was given a gift. It was a lesson from my youngest child, my boy Matthew, or Matt, as everybody calls him. When Matt was about 9 or 10 years of age, he was playing a game of junior Australian rules football. I happened to be the coach of that football team. Near the end of one of the games that he was playing, Matt fell to the ground. When he fell to the ground, all the other little kids fell on top of him. When they got up, Matt was clearly the last one up, and he got up holding his arm. I thought, well, this doesn't look right. And thankfully, the game then finished. I completed my coaching responsibilities and decided I better take my little boy to the doctor. The arm was x-rayed, and sure enough, it was broken. He was put into plaster from just below his shoulder all the way through to his wrist. And as you can imagine, the ride home was rather quiet. When from nowhere the silence was broken as my little boy turned to face me and he said, "Dad!" And I said, "Yes, mate." He said, Dad. I said, yes, I can hear you. He said, Dad, I am such a lucky boy. I thought, whoa, where's he going with this? I said, tell me more, please tell me more. He said, Dad, the doctor just said I can't play football for 6 weeks. And I said, yes, I know. He said, well, Dad, that means I can play the last game of the season. I thought, whoa, kid's 9 years of age, completely focused on what he can do rather than on what he can't do. Yeah, you and I know that we don't always get to choose what happens to us in our lives, but we do get to choose how we respond. The focus is on what you can do, not on what you can't do. There's a gentleman by the name of Randy Pausch who famously delivered what was called the last lecture. And he spoke about brick walls. He said quite clearly, he said that the brick walls are there for a reason. The brick walls aren't there to keep us out. The brick walls are there to give us a chance to show how badly we want something. But the key is to know what that something is. I know it's very cliche, but if everything's important, then nothing's important. So you have to have clarity as to what matters most to you. So often I get people that come to me and say, Pete, I want to do this and I want to do that. I want to get fit and healthy and they do nothing about it. Just completely blows me away. I'll say again, the key is to focus on what matters most to you. So if you say that you want to learn a musical instrument, you might want to play the guitar, well, then that's the focus. If you want to learn another language, I don't care what language it is, Greek, German, Italian, Hebrew, Russian, Japanese, whatever it is. If you want to be a painter or write a book, be an author, or if you want to become financially literate or build better relationships with people who you say you love and or who you care about, or build an app, whatever it is, break it down. It's always about those small steps. Those small steps that we take consistently over time that leads to massive achievement. But very often people who like get into their face, they say, well, Pete, I don't have an hour a day to spend on that stuff. Well, who said anything about an hour a day? What about 30 minutes? What, you mean a block of 30 minutes? Where am I going to find a block of 30 minutes in a day? And it's always these excuses. We have a lot of what we call in Australia, they're called gunner people. You know, people who are going to do all sorts of things. They're going to do this and they're going to do that, but they never do. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but don't. Again, it's small steps. Have the courage to get into the game. I talk all around the world about getting into the game, rising to the challenge to ultimately be remarkable. But you can't be remarkable unless you have the courage to take that first step, to get into the game. Yes, there will be challenges along the way. We're going through one of those times right now. But don't think for a moment in your life that this is the only time of adversity or where somebody's going to put roadblocks or barriers in front of you. And think about those brick walls. The beautiful thing about those brick walls, they are there for a reason. They're there to give us a chance to show how badly we want something. It's always about the doing. So if you think about 30 minutes, I haven't got 30 minutes, well, break it down. What about 3 lots of 10 minutes? Or 4 lots of 7.5 minutes, or 5 lots of 6 minutes, or 6 lots of 5 minutes, or 10 lots of 3 minutes. I think you get where I'm coming from. You know, the beautiful thing is 3 lots of 10 minutes, 30 minutes a day, 7 days a week is 210 minutes. 52 weeks a year, that's 10,920 minutes. That's 182 hours of practicing the guitar. You want to go live on stage at Carnegie Hall, you got to get into the game. You got to book your first lesson. And I understand something about this compounding effect of taking small steps over time consistently that leads to massive achievement. Small steps, that's what brings this to life. It is and always will be about the doing. You're never going to get on stage unless you have the courage to get into the game. But understand something as well. It works both with good habits. 2 sit-ups and 2 push-ups turns into 3 sit-ups and 3 push-ups turns into 5. If you want to be fit and healthy, start small and go big. But it also works with bad habits. You see, if you stick a jam donut into your face and you keep doing it and doing it and doing it, a jam donut into your face consistently over time leads to a less than healthy version of yourself. I think you get the picture. But you get to choose. Remember, the brick walls are there to give us a chance to show how badly we want something. You determine what that something is. The key and the power is in the questions that we ask and that we ask of ourselves. What is the one thing? What is the first thing that you're going to do as a result of listening to Pete speak today, off the back of listening to any of our presenters around the globe today? It is about choices that you make. And doing nothing is a choice too, by the way, always about the doing. You see, I had a dream as an 8-year-old little boy to achieve a black belt in martial arts and did nothing about it until I turned 36. It was impossible for me to achieve a black belt between the age of 8 and 36, quite simply because I didn't have the courage to get into the game. Now, I'm not so naive as to tell you or to think that to get a black belt is easy to do, but to make a simple single phone call to book my first lesson, it's easy to do, it's easy not to do. And it changed my life. As the great Bruce Lee once said, nobody ever earned a black belt reading about martial arts. It's always about the doing. And as I said, it changed my life. By the time I became a black belt, I then took my presentation, it was called Black Belt in Excellence, all around the world. I get paid to talk. Most of my friends would pay me to shut up, and here I am on stage all around the world. Speaking, it had everything to do with business, but nothing to do with business, but it did have everything to do with life. And one of the things that we used to do is we would challenge people to come on stage to break wooden boards. I'm sure you've seen it before. And you know, the interesting thing about these wooden boards is that, yeah, of course they're breakable. But the question I was most often asked by people was, Pete, what if I fail? What if I don't break the board? Well, the response is always, what if you do break the board? What if you succeed beyond your wildest dreams? But you cannot be remarkable unless you have the courage to take that first step. Unless you stand up, you will never be on stage at Carnegie Hall playing that guitar. You'll never have that book written if you don't take the first step. Book your first lesson. Arrange with somebody that you know has been there before you and ask. The questions are so important. The questions that you ask of yourself. Get into the game, rise to the challenge. For me, martial arts, there were lots of challenges. Bruises, sprains and strains, broken bones, but they're just what we call, they're the trophies. They're the rewards for something that was tough, but it mattered and meant something to you. Again, clarity around what matters most to you. This is about you. This is not about anybody else. And if you have a look around you, it is so doable, but you've got to make that decision. Get into the game. It's all about, and it's always been about the boards. Please don't think for a moment that I've got this all worked out. And I know that when we listen to lots of presenters, I have sort of traveled and bringing easy to do, easy not to do, the philosophy to life all around the world. The number of times I've been asked, hey, Pete, where's the book? Please, where's the easy to do book? Well, up until COVID, I had chosen and was in breach of my own philosophy because I had chosen easy not to do. It just was something that I spoke about, talk about a gunner person, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but never, ever did. And now I'm given this gift of time. But even with this gift of time, it was moving way too slowly for my likings. So what I did was I just started to ask better questions. Pete, what do I need to do more? What do I need to do better? What do I need to do differently? What new skills will I need to write a book? What new knowledge? But the biggest question of all for me has been, who else do I need on my team? If you don't ask, you don't get. I think it was Nora Roberts who beautifully said, if you don't go after what you want, you'll never have it. If you don't ask, the answer is always no. If you don't step forward, you are always in the same place. So I asked for help, and guess what? I'm so proud and feel a bit naughty because I had to ask for help. But hey, my generation, never very good at asking for help. So if I can really get in your face on something, is the worst thing someone's going to do. Again, if you don't ask, the answer is always no. So through collaboration, I am so proud to tell you that the A to Z of Easy to Do is now available as an ebook on Amazon. And if you ask more people, well, why did you write the A to Z of Easy to Do? Well, quite simply, it was easy to do. Much more simple for me to do it in that form. That's how my brain works. Again, break it down. It's those small steps. It's going from A to B to C, and the book came to life. Small steps taken consistently over time that led to massive achievement. And for me, that achievement was the bringing to life of that book. And when I reflect on the big things I've done in my life, a black belt in martial arts, sometimes it's so out there that we use awkward and uncomfortable as an excuse, as a reason why not to get into the game. Again, it's that simple phone call. That was the epiphany. And it changed my personal life and it changed my professional life. Every little kid wanted to be like Bruce Lee. But as Bruce Lee said, and I said to you before about no one ever heard about reading about martial arts, he also said to, when you look around, he said to absorb what is useful. Okay, you listen to all these presentations over the next 24 hours. Absorb what is useful, discard what is not, and then add what is uniquely your own. That whole concept, we're a work in progress. We're learning and growing together by sharing ideas, by sharing stories. I'll say it again, it's not about Pete's stories or anybody's stories. It's now about you having the courage to get into the game, rise to whatever challenges present. There's nothing precious about any of us. If we can help in any way, just connect on LinkedIn. It's so easy to do. There's inspirational stuff going out all of the time. But understand, it's not about the inspiration. It's about moving from inspiration to application. It is always about the doing, getting into the game, rising to the challenge, and ultimately being remarkable. Yes, my philosophy in life is that everything is a choice between easy to do and easy not to do. Choosing easy to do is focusing on what you can do rather than on what you can't do. It is the first step, the second step, the third step. It is the doing consistently over time that will give you your greatest joy. We're in this together. As we meet the future with optimism, for me, optimism is about that strong belief that the future will be better, but that we together need to take responsibility to make it so. Get into the game. Take that first step. Easy to do, it's easy not to do. I'm Peter Turin, and it is your choice.
Hey, Peter, greetings from Hong Kong. That was a fabulous, fabulous inspirational talk. Thank you so much. Well, I just have one question that I would like to push slightly further. What do you think happens after we get in the game? What is the difference between people that you see who is on the borderline, I'm trying to get in or not get in, versus those people who feel that, I really want to jump in, and with your easy to do mindset and to be able to, take up the challenge. What is the key difference?
Can I tell you, look, it's having the courage. I had allowed awkward and uncomfortable, Laura, stop me from getting into the game. Sometimes that show of courage, and it's okay to what we call fail forward. We don't get everything right, and that's okay. But don't spend too much time on your own. When you look at a time like this, we focus on the negative stuff and it pulls us down. I always say to people that everybody needs somebody to laugh with. Then things don't seem so serious. And maybe people who are going to push you and bring out the best version of you. It's up to each of us now to have a vested interest in each other's success. As I said about optimism is about having a belief that I can do it, that things will be better, but that nothing falls out of a tree. We need to take responsibility to bring it to life. And for me, it was about those small steps. A simple phone call changed my life. How extraordinary is that? But between 8 and 36 couldn't happen because I hadn't got into the game. And I'll say it again, it's okay to fail forward. There was a beautiful quote from Archbishop Desmond Tutu. I know I'm not quite answering the question, but he once said to do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. And I sort of extrapolate that. Each of us doing our little bit of good, working together, me encouraging you, you encouraging me. And even if I, here's the board, even if I don't break it, many people didn't break the board first time round. Okay, but remember they ask, what if I fail? Well, what if you succeed? Think about that first step into the game. Sometimes they'd find a way not to break the board. If they hit my fingers, the board won't break. My fingers might. If they hit the top corner of the wood, the board won't break. We find ways that don't work. And it's very easy to walk away and say, I failed. The only failure is not coming back and trying again a bit smarter. And that's why surrounding yourself with people who have a vested interest in you and you in them, then there is no end to what we can achieve together. And that's what this optimism is all about. It's about meeting the future together.
Easy to do, and you pick it up. And eventually, gradually, you are making progress.
Laura, I love that. I get messages from all around the world. It transcends. It doesn't matter what you've done in your life. Easy to do, easy not to do. I get people that send me messages almost every single day that they hear me, that little birdie on their shoulder, when they didn't want to get out of bed in the morning to go for a walk because it was snowing or it was too hot, and finding reasons why not to do things. Then they think about me saying to them, well, it's easy to do, it's easy not to do, it's your choice. And it drives them crazy, but a really good crazy. It's always about the doing, Laura. You and I know that.
Excellent. Well, I'm just going to ask one more thing about, the notion of giving up and letting go. So from what I understand, if we can frame our mind and think of ideas easy to execute, we get in the game and we start the ball rolling. So how about for things that we feel, well, it might not be for me, and some people would have that, guilt that feels that, I'm giving up. Am I throwing in the towel? How do you address that notion when people talk to you about, Peter, I'm thinking of giving up, not because I can't do it anymore, but because, my passion is not there anymore? What do you say about that?
Laura, that can be very okay. As I said, the key is to focus on what matters most to you. And again, very cliche, but if everything's important, nothing's important. If you said to me, Pete, can you manufacture light globes? Well, the answer was possibly yes, I can. But there's no passion there for me to do that. I clearly need to play in the space where it involves people. I love people, and to try and bring the best out in people. It's okay to work out what's not for us, but lazy is not an excuse. Okay, laziness is not an excuse. As I said, nothing falls out of a tree. It is about the doing. But Laura, have as much fun with this as we possibly can. When I started martial arts, my Taekwondo, I was the oldest, the ugliest, and the worst. But people are extraordinary. When people see you really, really having a go at something and bringing your heart and soul, I had no end of people that wanted to encourage and support me and work with me to achieve my goals. And at first I felt very selfish because I was taking from people all the time. But it ebbs and flows, and then I had the chance to give back and be a form of encouragement, enthusiasm, and inspiration to people around me. And that's the beautiful thing about this whole notion about going shoulder to shoulder to really bring optimism to life.
I think that is a very wise message that you're sending us. So if there's one thing that I would say for you today, Peter, what is easy to do, what would that be? One thing.
It's that all of us have something in our minds and our lives that we would love to bring to life. As I said, I don't care if it's speaking another language or playing guitar on stage, but you can't play guitar on stage unless you have your first lesson, a chord a day. If you want to speak fluent Italian because you want to go to Rome, 3 words a day. I'm not saying to speak fluent Italian, it's easy, but 3 words a day. 3 words a day, 5 days a week, that's 15 words a week, that's 750 words by the end of the year. It's easy to do, it's easy not to do. And I'll say it again, Laura, it is your choice. Just get into the game. First step, break it down into easy to do.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's easy to do. It's easy not to do. It's our choice. Wonderful. You have a great day, Peter. Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, I think you would agree with me that we had an absolutely fantastic hour 2 of CARE24.Global. If you're just watching us, now right this hour and the next hour will be right here from here, the Hong Kong studio. We'll still have 22 more hours to go. That's right. This is a marathon program that is live from around the globe. And the sole purpose is to spread optimism when we meet the future. So coming up next, we have quite a few excellent speakers lined up for the next hour. So I would encourage you to stay tuned. For those of you watching on Facebook or watching on YouTube, thank you for tuning in from different channels. Again, keep the likes, keep the love, keep the comments coming. And we'll be wrapping up our hour 2 right now. And let's take a look at another clip and see you in hour 3.
Hi everyone, Christine Rappa here. It's time to get out of our minds and into our bodies, if only for a moment. So get up and let's try some yoga. Come to a standing position. Could be on any surface. We're going to try tree pose. So stand up nice and tall and shift your weight into your left leg, lifting your right foot, placing it anywhere on the inside of your standing leg, above or below the knee. Bring your hands to heart center and set your eyes on something right out in front of you that's steady. For a challenge, you can can lift your arms up. You can even lift your gaze up. If you fall out, try it again. Let's try the other side. Standing on the right leg, left leg anywhere on the inside. Keep that focus and it'll help you with your balance. Lift your arms, you try, you dare, go for it. Look up. And again, this is a practice, so keep working at it. Thank you so much for practicing with me today. For more, follow me at Strong Mindful Resilient on Instagram. Namaste.
Namaste. Well, welcome back to hour 3 of CARE24.Global. My name is Laura Kosensen, your MC for the hour. If you're just joining us, a very warm welcome from Hong Kong. And if you have been with us since the start, we are very thrilled to have everyone on the show. Again, this program is about spreading optimism as we meet the future. We're venturing into our hour 3 with what I would call a heavyweight speaker, because we have with us the group CEO from Hong Kong Broadband Network Limited, which will be sharing with us his journey at Hong Kong Broadband Network and how he leads his team of talents through the crisis. We have with us the honorable speaker, Mr. Nick Lai, who will be sharing with us on the topic of defining our post-COVID legacy today. Let's give Nick a warm virtual welcome. Nick, over to you.
Thank you, Laura. So first of all, good day. Good day means good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. So good day to everyone. Thank you for your time. I look forward to spending the next 20 minutes with you. My title is called Chase for Failure in order to find your limits, in order to find success. I think failure is an essential ingredient towards heading to success. In school, we are limited. We are always boxed in. 10 out of 10 equals perfection. In life, 15 out of 20 is far better than perfection. And life is so much more fun when you take away the denominator, when you make the denominator infinite. So this is what I would encourage us to do, to look at life as infinite. It's about maximizing the score, not getting the most answers right. And this is how we run HKBN. We break down the barriers. Maybe I share a little bit about my background before we go into Hong Kong broadband. I was an immigrant to Australia. I was a pure C-grade student throughout my academic career. I wanted to be a professional tennis player, but I couldn't play tennis, so I became an accountant. I was almost bankrupt twice, in 97 and again in 2008. So a lot of bumps along the road. But looking back in hindsight, it's because of these bumps that we have the lessons that we benefit from today. Because we've made, or because I've made these mistakes in the past, we hope to avoid them going forward in the future. Hong Kong Broadband, what do? We are here to make our home, our Hong Kong, a better place to live. This is the whole ethos of what we do. If you look back at our almost 30-year history, the first decade, we made international long-distance calling affordable for the masses. If you go back to the 90s, calling international was prohibitively expensive. So families that lived apart overseas could not afford to talk to each other. Small companies could not afford to pay for long-distance calling to talk internationally. What we did was we collapsed the price of international calling in Hong Kong and made it affordable to everyone. I'm so proud today that even today, there are couples that come up to me in a social environment and say, thank you for making it affordable for us to date. Let me bring you to the present. So what Hong Kong Broadband does is we make broadband affordable for the masses. In the 2000s, when broadband first introduced, the incumbent will price the broadband about 500 Hong Kong dollars a month. This is too expensive for the masses. So what we did was we priced it at $99 and made it affordable. What we did was we took the income pyramid rich people on top, poor people on the bottom. And we actually turned it upside down and started the less affluent, started in the public housing estates first. And now we're working our way to rich people. We joke about it, but in the early days, we say we don't do rich people. So if you live at the peak, you can stick with the old legacy service of the incumbent. Everything we do, we have to have LUCA, or we don't do it. LUCA stands for Legal Unfair Competitive Advantage. So everything we do, we have to have LUCA. David versus Goliath. This is actually history that was mistaught. It was taught wrongly. If we go back and look at the rules of the game, David versus Goliath, and we tell you up front, this is going to be a fight to the death. This is going to be a fight from a distance, and it's going to be about speed and agility and accuracy from a distance. Then there's an absolute no-brainer. David was the outright favorite going into this fight because he was fighting against a slow-moving brute. So this is actually mispriced arbitrage in terms of odds placing. David is the favorite. This is how we run our company. Every fight we pick, and we only pick fights that we know we can win, we intend to win because we have a defined legal unfair competitive advantage, or LUCA. This is what we do. You may ask, what does HK Broadband actually do? Well, we kick ass big time. KABT. We kick ass big time. If you look at this slide chart, we're on top. We are the David. All the underperforming peers are the Goliaths of the industry. The way we run our business is similar to how Romans built those phenomenal aqueducts, many of which are still standing today. Hong Kong Broadband is built and run by 990 co-owners. In the old days, the Romans would build a bridge. After it's built, they'll put the bridge builder underneath and then move away the supporting structure. If you want to live, you better have a safe bridge. Now think about this in modern day. When we do build a massive infrastructure bridge, there are lots of conflicts. The designer wants to win design awards. The construction company wants to use the cheapest materials. The safety team wants to just meet regulatory requirements rather than the actual safety. So there's natural conflicts. By the time you accumulate all this up, you have an unsafe bridge. At our company, what we do is we make the bridge builders and our families live underneath the bridge. And then you can be assured of a very safe bridge. If you look at our company, it's actually run by co-owners. We have 990 co-owners. This slide's a little out of date. But the composition is that the top executives have all elected by choice to put money into the company. Now, I emphasize the difference. Many companies have stock options. They're given to you for free. But in our company, we're given an invitation. And every co-owner is here by choice. I am incredibly proud of my title. My title says co-owner and XXX, group CEO. But I share my title, the co-owner, with 990 co-owners. If you call our hotline, chances are the person picking up the phone is no more than 1, maybe 2 levels removed from a co-owner. So very, very deep ownership in our company. Ownership comes with pain. Ownership, I mentioned, requires us to put our family life savings into the company. It's not given to us. And pain is an essential part of life. Think about this. When we were kids, when we started playing with fire, you learn not to play with fire because we got burnt. I still remember as a child getting burnt, and I had to put my finger in an ice bucket overnight because it was so painful. And since then, I have not played with fire. That's what executives need. We need to have the feeling of pain because most companies that only give the pleasure of gain will always get into trouble. Think about this. In life, if we have no pain, we will always be burning and cutting ourselves. So it's an essential part of the balance. in our company, and I have many of them in the background today in this room, we have no staff in our company. We only have talents. Think about this. Would you like to be called a staff or a talent? As such, at HKBN, we do not have a single staff. We only have 6,000 talents. We are an elite sports team. We are not a family. Elite sports team means that we are very selective and we only offer conditional love based on performance. If you want unconditional love, please go home to your family. We exit the bottom 5% of our salary base every year. So it's a forced ranking, and the bottom 5% are asked to leave. This is because every company, no matter which company you are, has limited resources. So leadership is about making a choice on how to deploy the resources. We choose to focus on the top 95% of the company rather than the bottom 5%. We prefer to make a B player into an A+ player than turn around an F player to a D player. That's the way we run our company. Today I hear about a lot of people talking about, what's the other term that they use? Well, I think it's work-life balance or something like that. We throw that out the door. In our company, there is no such thing as work-life balance. We focus on life-work priority. This is not a balance. It's life in capital letters, work in small letters, and it's a priority. You know, it's a preset, predefined priority. This is why we work shorter hours. Maybe I'll share a little bit of my history. I was an investment banker for a decade before I joined this company. And in that decade, you can count on one hand how many dinners I was able to make home by 6:30 at night. A normal weekday dinner. In a decade, less than one handful. That is simply wrong. So in our company, we want to make having dinner at home the norm rather than the exception. This is why, on a cumulative basis, we work 35 days less a year than your typical 220 working days for a normal Hong Kong working company. COVID. When COVID happened, we have to make decisions. And our ethos is perfect is the enemy of good. So you have to make decisions based on incomplete information, and this comes down to having a strong core purpose. I'll go back to our core purpose. Make our home a better place to live. So it's very, very clear when we make decisions. So going back to the very beginning of COVID, back in February, we decided that economically times are tough. So we will offer 1 month free service to our entire customer base. This is 1/12 of our revenue. Then we followed up. Even with offering 1 month free, we felt that some families, the underprivileged, could simply not afford broadband. Now, imagine trying to work from home, study from home, entertain from home, interact from home with no broadband. I can't imagine that. At Hong Kong Broadband, we offer a lifeline service. So we decided to give 10,000 free lines to the less privileged families. This is about 1% of our total paid lines. We also felt graduates were incredibly difficult to find jobs in this current environment. So we hired 100 graduates, which is 10 times more than we need. The substantial government subsidy that we just partly received last week, we passed within 24 hours of receiving the last payment, 100% to our colleagues. We did not keep anything for ourselves. All in all, this whole Tough Times Together campaign cost us around 300 million Hong Kong dollars, or around 25% of our annual free cash flow. We did this simply because it's the right thing to do. We have an obligation to our stakeholders, not just our shareholders. So our stakeholders include many components, such as our customers, our colleagues, our partners, etc. Our culture, let me sum it up. We are humbly arrogant. We want you to either love it or hate it. If you love it, come join us. If you don't, don't. So it's a distinct culture. It's not indifference. In short, let me just conclude. I believe you have to chase failure. You have to chase failure to break your comfort limitations. Failure is a prerequisite for success. Thank you very much.
Why don't we have a bit of an interaction? I was so interested about your company culture, you know, how you divide, responsibility, how you divide work, how you integrate everything, and how you have shareholders that are skin in the game so that we all work for the same goal, etc., etc. So my question really is, during COVID, we see that there is a lot of change in paradigm. Do you see a change in paradigm in the culture within your company?
Indeed. Our paradigm is actually constant. Our paradigm is change or die, and we want to live.
Okay.
So change becomes the norm rather than an exception.
Yes.
We believe COVID is a game-changing, permanent change. Right? It's not a temporary change. And COVID is the next ice age. We're going to evolve to embrace it.
What is, if I may ask, what is one or two of the more frequently discussed notions in the past few months in your company? What is constantly being brought up during COVID?
Well, there's always the balance. Do we invest in this community, or do we invest or make money for our shareholders?
Right.
In our case, we look at the big picture and go back to our core purpose, make our home a better place to live. That's why we gave away 1 month free broadband. Now, 1 month free broadband is not going to change your household income that much, but we hope it will inspire other companies. Now, imagine if the utility company joined. If your landlord joined. Imagine if the supermarket chains joined and everybody chipped in. I think we'll help create a movement. Right. That's what we aim.
So there is this notion about what role do we play in the society and what role do we play commercially. How about within staff members? I'm sure a lot of them are going through a lot of different challenges in their lives and, us being affected by COVID. So what is that notion within staff members, or what would you call talent? What is the top topic that's being discussed?
It's the same. I mean, you're right. We don't have any staff, so I wasn't quite relating to your question. But the key point, it goes back down to the core purpose. When there's a conflict, it's very clear. Yeah, and there are always conflicts when you're running a company. There's always a trade-off. But in our case, the trade-off is very, very clear. Our core purpose comes first.
So with that in mind, if there is one thing, I know that there might be a lot of entrepreneurs or even business owners or students, business students watching, maybe some from Baptist University as well. So what is that one advice you would give people, having been through, wanting to be a tennis player, overcoming bankruptcy, and running a very mesmerizing culture company? What is one piece of advice that you would give our audience?
I would say, if you go to a Chinese restaurant, don't ask for Italian. So find the right company. Find your passion. Don't seek your passion. So that's why our culture is so distinct. We are a Chinese restaurant. No spaghetti allowed.
唔該，揚州炒飯啊。 Indeed. Thank you so much. Well, I think you would agree with me that, this is a mind-blowing presentation. Thank you. And all the best to things at Hong Kong Broadband.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up this segment, but stay tuned because we're about to have another exciting segment. Thank you.
My name's Ambila. It's wonderful to have you join me in the south of England. I'm a spiritual dating and relationship life coach. Today is an absolutely glorious day out here, and it's just such a pleasure to have you join me.
108 degrees Fahrenheit, sunny, feels like 114. Welcome to Palm Desert, California. So you want to know who I am, which in itself should be a book. But my name is Sven, born in Germany from a family that has its roots both in the Black Forest as farmers and in Prussia, and our ancestors in Prussia and Berlin in particular had the first motorized taxi in Berlin.
And I thought August would be a great opportunity to escape and enjoy the mountains and quarantine myself in nature.
The thing that's giving me hope is just positivity, knowing how we've got through this as individuals, as a community, as virtually, how we've all reassessed, reconnected, and really looked at ways of doing things differently so that we can take the positivity out of the world and everything that we are doing.
People are starting community projects such as a garden where they are growing food and herbs to share with the community, and also several organizations to provide food and basic necessities for others who cannot provide for themselves during the pandemic. And that is precisely what gives me hope, that we as humankind are always able to adapt to crisis and to be resilient, and that it doesn't matter how small a good action we think or how small we think a good action is, it's always going to be able to change somebody's life. And that is what keeps me moving, and that is what gives me hope in life.
I find a lot of hope in the new generation that's so fueled, that's so hungry for a better future, that they're really fighting. And they're not just fighting for themselves, they're fighting for us because we live in this world too.
Is that through tragedy and vile cases of racism and police brutality in America, everyone seems to have paused and taken stock and asked themselves, is what I am doing part of the problem?
I hope that those that are finding difficulties do come out of this stronger and do not suffer.
What gives me hope? My faith and my people. That's the two key ingredients. But I don't even look at hope so much because I feel like hope creates expectations. So I feel like the most fundamental insight is that every day is a new possibility. And if you just accept that, and if you accept your surroundings, you don't even need that much hope because life is exciting anyway.
Seeing everybody within our artistic community, like musicians and artists, friends of ours, people doing short films, releasing music, just seeing the community and just how inspiring and inspired everyone is. It's not like anyone's given up on what they're doing with their craft, and if anything, they're just becoming, in a sense, more creative, and just everyone's kind of pushing each other to, work on what it is that we're doing behind the scenes, because for the big picture really. And it's just, I guess it's given me hope, just seeing that how it's, even though there's no more gigs and there's no more live music, no one's out, it definitely hasn't stopped.
So for me, the main thing that gives me hope is the fact that I know that things get better. No matter how bad they may seem, they always get better.
And I also, quite frankly, I have faith in myself, my family, my loved ones. And I kind of feel that good always prevails. And so I have a lot of faith in good.
And what gives me hope is human's hard capacity for love.
And just generally the resilience of humanity, the optimism of humanity. And I really see it best expressed through my children. Joshua is 25 and he did his undergraduate degree in London, a master's in economics in Barcelona, and then, one day we're on the phone, he said, "Daddy, I don't want to be an investment banker," which was the path he was maybe heading towards. And he said, "You always give these speeches saying, have a passion for what you do, only do what you believe in, and I don't want to be a banker." And I said, "That's fine, I love you, darling. What do you want to do though? What is your passion?" He said, "Marijuana, cannabis." And I can't tell you how proud I am of this young man who walked away from a potentially very lucrative early career in investment banking and went to America, worked in a dispensary for minimum wage, and is now working for a private equity group, mostly out of Jamaica, in the medical marijuana field, and doing something that he passionately believes in, that he sees the purpose in, and that he's very proud to be part of that industry.
Well, that's right. Without further ado, on to our next speaker. So I'm going to ask you a question. Did you know that biological weapons making technology or making techniques could be made to good use for a social cause? We have our next speaker, Mr. Jimmy Tao, Managing Director and CEO of Vitagen International Holdings Limited, here with us at the studio, telling us exactly how biological weapon making technique can be used to do well in our society. And this session will be moderated once again by our very own Dr. Alfred Tan, Head of Knowledge Transfer Office of Hong Kong Baptist University. And the topic is Bioweapon to Social Good. Let's hand the time to the two gentlemen.
Hello, thank you, Laura. Well, welcome back. Thank you. This is Hong Kong, and I hope everybody is well. And I'm Alfred. This is Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy.
Hi, everyone.
Sharing your time with us. Well, Jimmy, we all know you very well in Hong Kong. You're one of our superstars, our local great, Superman. But Jimmy, can you share briefly with our audience about, your background, what you're doing, and why bioweapon is for social good?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be one of the speakers here today. This is Jimmy Tao, one of the serial tech entrepreneur. I'm very lucky. One of the unicorns in Hong Kong, helping a lot of companies to make safer products and consumers have more safer choices through biotechnologies.
Well, I know that, Jimmy, you're bred and born in Hong Kong. You have a very special, different life growing up. I'm sure you didn't grow up, wanting to be a bioweapon entrepreneur, okay? So can you share with us, maybe, as you grew up in Hong Kong, and especially now with all these changes around the world, changes in Hong Kong as well. Can you share with us your life at the early age, growing up? What are the challenges and what bring you to where you are today?
Okay. First of all, maybe start with my name, Jimmy. All right.
Okay.
It's a very common name.
Yes.
I didn't pick it, sadly. I was named actually because when I was small, when you look at the screen, you see that's me. Okay.
All right.
A fat boy. I recall I was actually one of the second fattest boy in the high school.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's a transformation that I have, and that, and also as I mentioned, the name Jimmy,
yes,
actually it refers to a cartoon character called Fat Pig Jimmy. When I was fat, when I was small. So that's why I call Jimmy. That's how I got my name. And speaking of the challenges time in my school time. Maybe I give you a little bit of background. I have three. I have younger brother, I have older brother and older sisters than myself. And you know what? My brother and sisters were the teacher's pet. And everyone every day telling me that Jimmy, you should be like your brother and sister. And my brother is even more annoying because he was so good. He was known in the region, all right? Everyone just asked me, okay, be more like my brother. That's how I grew up in the school. And actually, my transformation didn't actually happen in the school, but actually it was because I joined a lot of extracurricular activities. It's out of school activities. And if I really gonna give myself a piece of advice to the younger self, I would say, don't waste time to entertaining those people who actually didn't believe in me. Because I shine in those times, not in the school, with my strength, with my leadership. But when I was in the school, I was nobody. But even though I knew that I didn't really perform well in the school, when compared to my sister and my brother. But I did know that I have my values. So I would say that, everyone has his strengths and weaknesses. And just look at and focus on those strengths when you were in the school and just shine it. It doesn't matter. You may be not doing well in the school, academic, but you must have something that you're good at. In my case, it's entrepreneurship.
Yes.
I started doing business when I was really, really young.
Thank you, Jimmy. I'm quite interested in your sharing there because at this moment in time, I'm sure out there on the internet, around the world, there are young kids, just like fat little Jimmy. Okay, I want you to look at the camera, look at them, and try to imagine what will you say, not as an adult, but as a child. A few words you want to say to the Jimmy out there, that at the primary school, they are at home. They're just like your previous experience. They always come last. They're always at the end of a joke. Okay, what word you will say to them so that they know, hey, they can be like you?
Yeah. You know, when you look at me and when you look at how I, you know, my physical body, like as a fat boy, I didn't do well in sports, you know. I wanted to join the basketball team, and then basketball coach told me, saying, Jimmy, if you could lose weight, you know, saying 30 kilograms, I could join the basketball team.
Okay.
And then I set it as my goal because I really want to get it. So I lost weight like over the summertime, and I didn't do well in school, and I didn't do well in the public exam, but it didn't really demean me as the way that I didn't worth something or I'm not good at, you know, something. As I mentioned, I knew that I was good at business, okay, and I spent also a lot of time, you know, doing a lot of online trading. I named myself as the first generation of the e-commerce. Okay,
Yes.
I buy and sell a lot of stuff all over the world when I was in the age of 14. There was actually some media cover me with my story telling people I had 1 million. I was a millionaire before I was 15.
Wow.
Yeah, that was really something. But I didn't want to focus on the money side. I just want to say that because that was my strength, that was my interest, and that's where my passion was. So that's why I put a lot of effort on it. And you know, and when I was doing those kind of things, actually none of my teachers appreciate that. You know, what they want me to do is just, you know, study well, you know, be a goody boy in the school. I didn't follow, all right. But I did struggle. Because I felt that the world that I'm enjoying so much with my strength, not being appreciated in the school. So I guess maybe a lot of people, they are different. They may not be performing well in what the school set up, or maybe the public exam set up, but it didn't mean that you couldn't do well in certain areas and, you know, be somebody else.
I think I thank you so much, Jimmy. I think I get the message from you. I think to the young boys, young girls out there, you are special. You know, you are somebody. You are born to this world because you are unique. And focus on your strength. What makes you happy? What drives your strength? Because success builds on success. And we have that good example here. Well, Jimmy, I also know that you know, you studied in Hong Kong, and then you went overseas to study. I know there's a story behind that. But I want to bring this story from you to the audience from a different perspective. The perspective is that right now, I'm sure there's a lot of young students alone, whether because of pandemic, because of the lockdown, you are studying from your hostel, from your rented home, you're away from your family, you're homesick because of travel restriction, you can't come back. Tell us about your story, how you overcome, you know, the challenges of what you faced when you were studying away from home.
Okay, that happened. You know, everyone have their low and high time. I remember I really felt homesick, which I didn't really think I would encounter. That was the first winter. By the way, I went to UK for studies.
You have a slide, yeah.
Yeah, and you know how good the weather in the UK, especially during the winter time. You know, cold, wet, you know, miserable. And I remember I was quite down, especially after encounter some very unfair treatment. You know, I got my exam grade, and I realized that my grade is lower than all of my other team players for the same project. And I thought that I didn't treat it like fairly, and then I complained to the faculty, and then, you know, I just hit the wall stone, and then I felt like, oh no, that's bad. Why, you know, why such unfairness happened to me? And then I felt I was really alone. But I felt that, you know, how are you going to deal with it? You know, it relates to how I see luck, all right? Some people may think, okay, this is so unlucky.
Yeah.
Okay, you have something bad happen to you. Okay. But for me, I think the more good habits you have, the more luck you have. Okay. When I encounter things like that, unhappiness or the low time, and what I would do, I would just do something to motivate me to, like, be part of my daily habits. For example, if I felt low, you know, I would talk to my friends. Okay, you know, guys don't talk much. We have problem of feeling. You know, when the people ask you how do you feel, you just kind of like, oh, how do I feel? Oh, I don't know. What feeling? Oh, kill me, please. You know, like. Guys are not really good at that, you know. But I realized, and then most of the time, we are so used to say, when people ask you, how are you? You must say, fine, thanks, or whatever things, you know. So 99.99% of the time, we didn't actually practice to tell people we are not, how are you not feeling well, all right? And I think for me, I was quite lucky because I realized it when I was young. And so that's why when I really not feeling well, I would like do a heart searching, and then I would really speak to my friends for whatever happened to me. And this is one thing. And second thing is, no matter what, I would love like doing sports. All right. This is something that even I hated. You see, when I was a fat boy, I didn't like sports. Yeah. But I would still do it every day to really boost up my energy level and then also help me with the mood swing.
So even you're locked down, remember, keep busy, okay? Keep moving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jimmy, I remember, I know you, you have many peaks in your career, but in one of your peaks in your career, you are now I believe the chairman, the CEO of Reinvention, one of the Bright Star unicorn in Hong Kong. I also know from your story that you have shared with us many times in Hong Kong that you are a serial entrepreneur. You have founded companies, again, of course, some successful, some are not. Now, we know being an entrepreneur is not easy. Not just the challenge of running the company, finding funding, getting customer, but more so in times like this. Times like this, because I know that, as you say, you are also a person of very generous heart. You care for many people, you care for others. So in times like this, when you're running a startup, even though you're so successful, you are burdened with many decisions. Decisions not just because of you. Oh, by the way, just for our audience, Jimmy is a young father with a beautiful family. But the decision I want to know, we have 1 minute, okay? I want to know, how do you care, not just for your family, but the families of your employees, your colleagues in startup, especially in trying time like this?
Okay, I would like to pick one scenario, especially during this tough time. A lot of people have to make the decision to let people go. Yes. All right. I guess a lot of CEOs actually struggling with that. In my opinion, I managed twice. At the very beginning of the company of Reinvention, and also very recently, actually about 9 months ago, I also made another decision to let people go. I think this kind of like difficult time, when you're gonna do a decision to let those people who actually trust in you, when you let them go, you're not affecting them. Not only affecting my company, also affecting their family. All right. Yes. How are you going to make those decisions? I find a way to find a logic to help me to make these kind of decisions. Is first of all, I have to talk to them, each one of them, individually, to make sure, okay, to let them know the difficulties and the situation of the company. This is the first thing. And secondly, I have to get to know them and to let them know if the company is really the best suitable place for them to keep their career. All right. And looking back at those decisions I made, especially for the very beginning of the company, I let 90% of my R&D staff go. Everybody hates me, even my CTO. But looking back, those decisions were all very correct. I realized that if my company at that time didn't have the right soil for them to grow, actually, I'm not letting them go. It's very irresponsible as a boss. I should let them to find a place where they have the best soil to grow their potential. So this is one of the ways I really help myself to do it. And the second point, and also the last point is, even you let them go, don't make it very ugly. That's not a relationship like breakage. Okay, this is just it happened at that certain time. We have to make this decision to move on. Yes. So in the future, we know that their talents are everyone's sought after things. So when the right time come again, we definitely could partner together and do something together. So don't make it very nasty breakup.
Thank you, Jimmy. We have to wrap up because of time, but again, this is not the end. Okay, this is just a hiatus. So we'll pass the floor back to Laura. Thank you
so much once again, Jimmy and Dr. Tan. I think you would agree with me. As entrepreneurs, we do make tough calls, and it is admirable for Jimmy to share with us his story, and I hope you get some learning from it. Well, we're going to now tune the camera to the United States because our next speaker, Ms. Gigi Wang, is from Berkeley. And yay, girl power, that's right. Gigi is an industry fellow and faculty at UC Berkeley, Sutaja Center for Entrepreneurship, where she teaches a global Startup Bootcamp and Executive Innovator Program. And she's here today to tell us why we should always be creating value. Gigi, the floor is yours.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Gigi Wong. I currently teach entrepreneurship at UC Berkeley. So you can see our beautiful campus here, actually a virtual background, which is a very cool innovation done by Zoom. Today, I'm going to talk to you about always be creating value. When I was a little girl, I was the oldest of 5 kids in an immigrant family. And my parents were always telling me, Gigi, look for things that need to be done. If you see something that needs to be done, just do it. Don't wait to be told. And so basically they were telling me you should always look for ways to create value. And so when I was about 12 or 13, as many of the young kids do in the US, I did some babysitting for neighbors' kids. And when I was there, I often had to put the kids to bed before their parents got home. And after I did that, instead of sitting and watching TV, I would look around for ways to create value. I would wash the dishes or clean the living room. And then when the parents came home, they were so happy because all this stuff was done. And they were so happy that often they gave me a really nice tip. So that was a start of me looking to create value in life. I went to Stanford in mechanical engineering. And when I first got there as a freshman, it was really hard. Taking calculus, physics with some of the smartest kids in the world, and also taking the first engineering classes. So it was a struggle, and I made it through. And in my 3rd year at Stanford, I was elected to the Tau Beta Pi Engineering Honor Society. And in my senior year, I was elected the president of the Engineering Honor Society. I thought about those freshman students who had struggled just like me as they first get to university and encounter all these difficult classes. And so I got all the members of Tau Beta Pi. I proposed that we start a mentoring center for the undergrads, the new freshmen that were coming in. And it was great because all of us we understood how hard it was and we wanted to give back. So we created a mentoring center. It was so rewarding to see these students when we helped them with a concept that was really difficult or we helped them with their homework. And that sense of reward made us feel good about ourselves. So it's one of the things is that when you give value, you get a big sense of reward. And sometimes the rewards are even bigger. When I graduated from university, during commencement, they had an announcement. We would like to highlight and reward a student who has really made a lot of contributions to the engineering school. And I received the Dean of Engineering Service Award, which was an amazing honor. So in terms of more about creating value, it's something I've been thinking, I've always thought about and worked on as I, went on with my life after college. And one really important point I want to keep emphasizing is that when you create value, it's actually very rewarding. And one of the things is that it gives you joy. And by creating value and getting your joy by something you choose to do, you're in control of your happiness. You get to do something for somebody, create value, and you get joy. Sort of like the joy you feel when you're boarding a plane and there's this little old lady who can't speak English looking distraught. And then you realize that, oh, she can't reach the luggage rack. She can't put her luggage in that luggage rack. So one of the things, I'm probably just as short as her, so I can't help But what I can do is ask the tall guy next to me, please, can you put it up? And then both me and that tall guy feel joy from helping that little old lady. And this is something that I try and have been tried to teach my sons. I have a 23-year-old and a 27-year-old, is to teach them to also try to give value, to always look for ways of providing value and realize that they'll get joy from it. So I'm actually hopefully putting them in control of their own happiness. One of the times where I saw this happen, which made my heart very warm, is when my kids were young, some guests came over for dinner and they brought their son who had cerebral palsy and was in a wheelchair. You know, my sons, instead of thinking, oh, we can't play with him because he can't move around, my sons ran upstairs, got all the pillows in the house and brought it down to the living room. So it was a really comfortable zone. And the mother put her son amongst all the pillows and my boys played with them. And the fact that they could make this little boy happy made my sons happy. So those, you know, giving value can provide a lot of joy. But one thing, though, there's a nuance, is that giving value to someone, to other people, has to be a two-way street. If you're the one that's always giving value, like in a relationship, and you're not getting any value back, that sense of joy starts diminishing. So as you look to give value and create value, you want to, if you have a long-term relationship with someone, you want to make sure they're also giving you value. And that way, it's a relationship that can be nurtured and keep growing. A really interesting thing happened to me is back in early 2000s, when I first started my consulting business, I did a consulting business to help startups do their marketing, to create their investor presentations, to create their marketing brochures. And so I worked with a whole number of companies. I also worked with a bunch of people, startups and entrepreneurs who were new. And one of my friends was a venture capitalist. And one day she was talking to me and she said, so, Gigi, I've been asking around about you, see what people thought. And I'm looking at her going, okay, what did you hear? And she goes, well, several of the people said, you're not very smart. And I'm like, what? Like, then why did they ask for my help? And she said, she laughed and she goes, haha, no, actually, they said that you are really good at marketing, but you are not very smart because you don't ask for enough money. So the fact that I gave a lot of value, but I didn't expect enough value in return made people think that I wasn't that smart. So it's okay to expect value back. So one of the things that, as I mentioned, I teach entrepreneurship. And if you look at all the successful entrepreneurs, that's what they do. They create value. They look for problems in the market, and they look for customer segments that have a pain, that have a need, and they develop a solution that has value to address those needs. If you look at Steve Jobs, he's come up with so many amazing products at Apple, as the founder. And one thing to note is when he was doing that, he was always identifying needs and pain points of customers and then developing a solution that had a lot of value. An example is the iPad. The iPad was actually developed for older people. Steve used to go to the Apple store by his house, and he would watch people and what they did and what they struggled. And he noticed that older people struggled with laptops, PCs. They were like scared of it. And the world was changing. And what happened is, as you know, we have to do almost everything on the internet. We buy plane tickets on the internet. We make appointments with the doctors on the internet. In fact, now we sit there and have conferencing on the internet because it's COVID. And so older people needed something that is user-friendly. And Steve identified that, and then voila, they launched the iPad to huge success. And when the iPads came out, my uncles and aunts and my father and mother, they all loved the iPad. In fact, one of my aunts has 2 iPads and she sleeps with them. So that was an example of a successful entrepreneur who created something of value to address a need. Another example is the company Spanx. And if any people of you don't know, Spanx is a very successful underwear company. Like, why would underwear be special? It's just a commodity everyone wears. But Sarah Blakely recognized that as women got older and they had babies, they kind of put on some weight and they didn't feel as good about themselves. So Sarah Blakely thought, how about creating some underwear that holds you in and makes you look nice and trim and beautiful in your party dress? So she developed this thing to help women feel better. It launched in the market, and now Spanx is sold all around the world and makes about $500 million of revenue a year. So by creating value, you make people happy, you solve a need, and it also helps you to be successful in business. Right now, we're in COVID, and for many people, the isolation, not being able to travel. For me, I'm really sad that I can't come to Hong Kong because I usually come to Hong Kong 3 times a year and have wonderful friends there, especially at HKBU. And so, but you can't give up. You got to keep looking for ways to create value. One of the cases I saw that really inspired me is that when Italy was having the worst cases of COVID and people were dying and there weren't enough hospital beds and there weren't enough ventilators, a bunch of Italian researchers directed their attention to inventing a ventilator, and they invented one built out of scuba equipment. And by doing that, they were able to save lives. Another local example I saw of someone creating value despite the challenges of COVID is there is a Facebook group for our community, for our city. And what happened was with COVID, all the small businesses were shut down, especially hairdressers, because the hairdresser had to come so close to your face and that was really dangerous. Well, a local hairdresser, since she couldn't cut people's hairs, she posted on Facebook, I have time. So I decided to make a whole bunch of masks, and I'd like to offer these masks for free, especially this was the early time of COVID when there was a lack of PPE and people couldn't find masks. So she gave masks out for free in the parking lot in front of her shop. And that was huge value to the community. And a lot of people posted on Facebook, wow, this is a wonderful thing you're doing. And we'd like to buy a gift certificate from your shop. And when COVID is over, we can come back and get our hair cut. So by creating value and offering these masks to people, she got value in return for people who wanted to buy gift certificates and support her business. One of the things is 2 weeks ago, I taught my class, which is usually in person. It's a 5-day startup boot camp where students come in and form a team and come up with an idea and build a startup. And then on the last day, they present to investors. Well, in doing so, it's often really good for the students to get mentors from the industry to give them feedback. And I sent out a request for mentors to come and mentor the student teams all online, since the whole class was done online. And I had more mentors sign up than ever. I had 22 mentors sign up, volunteering to help students work on their projects. And what this shows is that people, even though there's COVID, even though we're isolated at home, they still want to give value and they still find ways to give value. So for all of you who are feeling a lack of purpose or not being able to do anything, you still can. Find ways to help online. Be creative. Go read about how other people are creating value during this COVID period and find something. You'll find that it's really rewarding. You will often learn stuff. You'll build your skills and you'll get value coming back to you. So I wish you all good luck, and please always be creating value.
Thank you so much, Gigi. And I would like to say that you have created a lot of value for us in the previous 15 minutes by sharing your story and inspiring us. So thank you so much. Well, up next, I would like to introduce you to our next speaker for the session. And that's right, the speaker is me, Laura Christensen. Well, I am an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur, and I have been starting a company that does media, events, and in the past few years, I've been doing quite a bit of communications training. Today, I would like to tell you one of the incidents of my childhood that was about me venturing into an unknown space. I remember I was roughly around 6 years old, approaching summer holidays. And with many other kids in the world, that's what we do. Before the summer holidays, we'll pick what activity we would like to do. And that summer, my mother told me, she said, Laura, this summer, you're going to learn swimming. Well, to me, swimming is very new, and we were so excited going to the department stores to get myself a swimsuit. I still remember me getting a swimsuit that is gray in color with orange stripes, getting goggles, etc. So all ready for my first swimming lesson, we woke up before the sun has risen at around 5-6 a.m. and we took the tram to Victoria Park, which is a very big public park in Hong Kong that has a swimming pool. And as I entered the swimming pool, the smell of chlorine, I could still vividly remember it. And it was actually a large class of kids, 6 to 7 years old, roughly 30 of us. And the first thing the swimming instructor did that summer was to line us up according to our height. So if you must know, I'm half Dutch, half Chinese, and Dutch are the tallest nation in the world. So you would imagine in the lineup, I was actually the last in line. And I must tell you this, sometimes being tall is good, but when you're learning swimming, being tall is not good. Because the entire summer, the focus of the instructor was on the shorter kids, and they get all the coaching, they get a lot of learning opportunities, and day in, day out, when I go back to my swimming lesson, I feel very left out. Even though I had my number one supporter, which is my mom in the spectator stand, I wasn't being instructed. So I was frustrated. I didn't really learn to paddle. And the summer passed. And at the end of the summer, my last swimming lesson, everybody else learned how to swim, and I couldn't. I was very frustrated. I thought that the teacher wasn't giving me attention. I was blaming the fact that why am I not getting instructed? So I told my mother after that summer, I said, I quit. I'm not going to learn swimming. It's not for me. So as with any moms, you would imagine the answer is no. Come next summer, again, I was registered in a swimming lesson. And before the swimming lesson, I told myself, I have to be not afraid. I cannot be afraid. I should not fear. And I ventured into the swimming pool, the first swimming lesson of year 2, and entered the swimming pool, walking down the steps. And guess what? I missed a step. And remember, I was still unable to swim. So when I missed a step, I actually fell into the pool and I drowned myself. Water in my nose, in my mouth, etc. And I was feeling really, really bad. So that incident alone had affected me that summer because I was so afraid to swim. All I did for all the lessons was to hold on to the side railings, thinking, I cannot swim, I cannot swim. And there goes that summer. At the end of it, I told my mother, that's it. I've done it twice. I've tried it. I'm not going to be able to swim. I'm giving up. Come third summer, I thought my mother would have changed her mind and maybe register me for a ballet lesson or something. But then she didn't. So I threw a temper tantrum and I said, I'm quitting. I would not learn swimming. I'm not going to class. And Mom said, you are not quitting until you're able to swim across the pool. So she gave me this objective of that summer, and I thought, all right, if I can touch the other side of the pool, does it mean that I don't have to go to a swimming lesson? And she said, yes. All right then. Third year, again, going into a large class, learning swimming, and I remember it was roughly the first or the second lesson that I was able to, both sinking and floating, I was able to reach the other side of the pool. And that day when I went home, my mom said, so now you've achieved it. Do you want to give up and not go to class? And I said, what are you talking about? I love swimming. Well, swimming is the sport that I go to nowadays. It relaxes me. It gives me a lot of time on the water to enjoy myself. It's a bit of an exercise. And what I've learned in my process of learning swimming is that if I blame someone for the misfortune, I would never be able to come back out of it. Or if I tell myself to not be afraid, do not be afraid. If I had learned NLP a little earlier, I would know that it didn't work. And it was only until that I was willing to give myself the objective of swimming across and to let go of the railing that I was holding on in year 2 that I was able to venture into something that is meaningful for me. So I hope this would be something that you could take home, and you could also be facing a very similar situation by venturing into the unknown. And I hope that by not letting go and by keeping optimism in the future, we will come through and we will get through it together. So once again, thank you for watching Hour 3, and stay tuned and come back in Hour 4 for more CARE24.Global.
Hello, welcome back. This is Hour 4 of our Global CARE24 Global. Thank you. My name is Alfred Tan. I'll be MC for this Hour 4. Okay, without much ado, I want to introduce you to our next speaker, Mr. Cesar John Harada, French-Japanese inventor, innovator, entrepreneur. He is also an established tech speaker and the director of Maker Bay in Hong Kong. Okay, he's also the inventor of Prote, which is a ship-sailing sailboat, and he's the founder of a scout boat. He's an esteemed panelist for entrepreneurship, for innovation, and for all things in design thinking. Now, without much ado, I'd like to pass the floor to Cesar. Cesar, are you ready?
Hi.
It's all yours. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for having me. It's a great privilege to be here with you. Yes, so my home country, as this says, is France, and I'm right now in Hong Kong. So I'd like to tell you some stories that hopefully would give you some courage. I'm going to share my screen now, and here we are. So, with all the turmoil that is happening in the world right now, it actually brings me back to this one very memorable day when I was 7 years old in France. I grew up part of my childhood in Brittany, in the northwest of France. And one day we went on the sea with a couple of other 7 years olds, and we got surprised by a really big storm. And the storm was very strong, and the waves were taller than the mast of our boat, which means that the waves were above our boat. Because we were far from the edge, from the coast, the waves were not breaking, but it was pretty scary. All the other kids were screaming and crying, and for some reason, I remember that the teacher told us that our boat cannot sink, and also that I have a life jacket, and so whatever happens, I should be fine. And so I just decided just to enjoy the strength of nature, and so everybody was screaming, but I was just like enjoying myself, just as if I was in an amusement park on a ride. And so this is when I sort of knew there was something kind of wrong with me. So the stories I'm about to tell you is a story of harnessing those kind of big waves and those big challenges and trying to see them as opportunities. Because I feel that my life has been a series of sort of catastrophe that I tried to turn into something, beneficial. I was born in the south of France, in Biarritz, which is a surf town. I grew up partially in Saint-Malo, which is another big sailing town, known for its pirates and defeating the British Navy for like hundreds of years. And I'm calling you now from Hong Kong, where I live now for the last 7 years. And I'd like to tell you how I came to Hong Kong. Flashback 10 years ago, if you're in the US, and especially if you're in the Gulf of Mexico, I'm sure you remember the BP oil spill. 10 years ago, the largest environmental catastrophe in the history of United States happened in the Gulf of Mexico. Millions and millions of barrels of oil leaked into the Gulf of Mexico and killed millions of birds and fishes, and people lost their jobs. Many industries went pretty much bankrupt in a blink of an eye. Thousands of men and women dedicated their life to clean up the BP oil spill, but it was an effort that wasn't really rewarded by more than about 3%. The skimmers collected only 3% of the oil on the surface. I was very lucky to be able to join a team at MIT to try to develop a technology to clean up the BP oil spill. But quickly I realized that the technology we developed in the university was going to be very expensive, it was going to be very slow, and it was going to be a closed source, which means that it would not be open source. It means that only a few people would be able to benefit from this technology. And I got frustrated thinking that the work that I would be doing would not benefit people who needed the most in an urgent situation. So I resigned from my dream job from MIT and I moved to New Orleans, and I started immediately volunteering for a nonprofit organization called the Public Lab and the Louisiana Bucket Brigade. Over there, I'll be working with the frontline residents, the communities that are most affected by the oil spill, and we'll be flying those balloons and drones, and we'll be taking thousands of pictures of the oil on the coast, reclaiming environmental justice from BP. At the same time as I was volunteering, working for nonprofits, I continued developing some concept of how we could clean up the BP oil spill. And I sort of kept going on thinking, like, how can you drag an oil boom? So the white thing that you see behind the boat is an oil sorbent. And I was thinking, how can I control it better using natural forces? Once the oil is on the loose, it's controlled by natural forces. Could we harness those natural forces and capture the oil? And so I started making those RC boats, radio controlled boat basically, and with a front rudder, and then later with 2 rudders, and then later with more and more rudders and more organs of control. But eventually I stumbled upon this idea of building a shape-shifting boat. So the idea is that instead of having a small piece of control at the back of the boat, the rudder, we could control the whole shape of the boat. And doing so, we could control much better what we drag with it. And I built many of these boats and started to publish it online. And it attracted the attention of other researchers and scientists. And through the generation, it was very much like an organic, like a natural selection kind of process. Build many prototypes. Most of them don't work very well, but little by little, we could find a better solution. And then we started scaling up until the moment where we had something like the size of a regular like dinghy. This one is 3.5 meters, and it's basically like a torpedo with a sail. and it can change shape. And this one was built in Rotterdam, thanks to the backing of many people on Kickstarter. We also realized that this technology could be scaled and could be made, actually could be made to be modular, not only one boat that is shape-shifting, but multiple modules. And we started thinking, could we make like a boat like a train? And so we did that. So we prototyped these boats on land, like a land yacht. And we realized that, yes, this technology could be made modular to the point that we made one of them that is 6.5 meters, longer than a car, but uses the same amount of energy as a mobile phone. So we could make very large vehicle, use very, very little energy. So we thought that was pretty promising. And instead of keeping it for ourselves, like what we're doing in university, we made it open source. We used the license of the Large Hadron Collider from CERN, and we just made this technology free for everyone to use and commercialize as well, build business on top of that. It attracted lots of people. We used free and open source tools to collaborate together, and we quickly built a network of engineers and sailors and artists and designers to work together. And because we're transparent, we were also able to fundraise in novel ways like crowdfunding on Kickstarter. So I was looking for a place to manufacture those boats, and I was looking for a business model. Okay, we have this great technology. How can we make it available on the market? And I embarked on a ship on which there was an incubator. So an incubator is basically like sort of like a school, if you will, but you have like business mentors that help you to develop your business model. And with this ship, we sail all around the world, and I was able to test the shape-shifting hull in many, many places around the world, and at the same time testing markets with the support of the mentors. And this is how I came to Hong Kong, where I live today. So I came to Hong Kong 7 years ago and discovered very quickly the electronics market in Shenzhen. All the things that I used to buy online in America, I could buy off the counter in China. And it was amazing to see that it would be 7 times cheaper and 4 times faster in comparison to where I used to be based in San Francisco. And so I had to move here. So that's what I did. I moved to the Pearl Delta 7 years ago. At the beginning, I realized that I couldn't find a community of creative like-minded people who are doing technology or science and also like in a very creative way, like artists or designers. And I really missed that. So I just built my own workshop just by myself at the beginning, sort of trying to replicate what I had at MIT, and started manufacturing those robots and distributing them. But I quickly ran out of space. And so I realized that Hong Kong actually is the world's most expensive place, a lot more expensive than New York or San Francisco or Tokyo. It's extremely expensive to rent. And many, many people who have those jobs where you need tools, need material, need to make noise and dust and smells, they can't afford a place to work. And so I found an old factory that was broken down, cleaned it up, and called a bunch of people that I never met before, just random cold calling people. And then we started repairing it, asking people what kind of design would they want. And eventually lots of volunteers came to help because we're building a community space. And then we built this amazing workshop where you could build pretty much anything. You could have woodwork, metalwork, electronics, chemistry, really you name it, like everything you could build, really anything that you could imagine. And the building from which I'm talking to you now, where I am, is number 4th iteration. So we've moved several times already. And this building is pretty massive. This is our rooftop where we can organize large scale events. And so, yeah, so now we have really like a good population. But that was before COVID-19, obviously. I'll be talking about that in a second. And so with this amazing tool, we'll be able to build anything. And in the last six years, we have built more than 200 projects. We built a Hong Kong first semi-autonomous driving car, wheelchair systems, lighter than air balloons, shelters for the homeless. We train refugees to get new skills. We work with handicapped children, handicapped animals. We built renewable energy devices, hydroponic system, and we have half a dozen or dozen of startups to be propelled out there and to raise millions of US dollars and expand. But then a big wave came. And the big wave came in the wave of COVID-19, but also in Hong Kong, you might be aware of the social unrest. And those had a tremendous impact on our business. I would say in the months of February and March, when COVID hit us the hardest, we lost about 90% of our business. And so we had to make a lot of difficult decisions, which one of is, how many people would you be laying off? But we really worked really hard to not lay off anybody. And instead, we use the same mentality as the protesters to be water, like Bruce Lee suggested, and we adapted. How did we adapt? The people could not come to our center. So what we did is that we went to the people. Because people couldn't gather in large numbers, we built mini makerspaces into schools, into youth centers, and quickly we transformed like a regular classroom into a mini makerspace. In one table, you could have most of the tools that you would need to actually build almost anything. And so what we offer is the hardware, the training, the online platform. And what we do is that we index every project that we do under the SDG. If you go on our website today, you can see that all our projects are under the SDGs. You can browse them by SDGs. And that has enabled us, instead of shrinking down, to actually expand. Instead of being locked into one location and being limited by our size, we could go where people are. And so we went from having one location to having regular activities into 8 locations. And we have trained hundreds of people, like teachers, social workers, and we start to expand also internationally. So 2 years ago, we had the first contract with Cambodia. In Cambodia, they're asking us to help with innovating in agriculture, which is a big industry there. And so we helped 7 companies to be started, and still today 3 of them are growing and operating. And so we are now working with the Cambodian government to build the largest innovation center in Phnom Penh that should be open in the winter. I want to talk specifically about one project that I think may be one of the most important projects that we run at Mekebe. So this is also another project that we started long before COVID and before the protests. You may not know, but the coral reef is the most important ecosystem on the planet. It's more biodiverse than, say, the jungle. And also, they cover a very small amount of the planet, but they contain, out of the ocean, but they contain 25% of the fish in the ocean. So it's a very small area, concentrate lots of fish, and it's a place where a lot of fish reproduce and then go to populate the rest of the ocean. But because of climate change, global warming, acidification, and pollution, it's expected by mid-century, 90% of the coral reef will be dead. And worse than that, it's expected that by the end of the century, 99% of the coral reef will be dead. And that's a huge problem because the ocean is the main controller for the climate. If the coral die, it will have a huge impact on our food chain first, and then also on the climate and the chemistry of the ocean. Today, the best methods that we have to measure corals is we use a quadrant. It's basically a square to understand the size of what you're looking at. It's basically like a ruler. And the other thing that we use is a color gauge. We like to see the color of the coral. And that allows us to see how the coral changes. When it dies, generally it turns white. It bleaches, we say. But these techniques require that you would swim down, use your device, swim back, take a picture, and so on and so on. So it's very slow. It's quite dangerous in terms of diving. You have to go up and down a lot. And it's quite expensive to have a diving support boat and fuel and tanks and so on. With my students, so the students are very young in this case, we started with teenagers. We asked them, how can we improve the state of the art? And some students came up with this genius idea of using a laser as a replacement for the mechanical device. And immediately we thought, where can we find the laser? We just look in the hardware store next to us and we found that they had these construction lasers and we immediately hacked it. And the student knew nothing about electronics and they learned on the spot. They knew nothing about optics and they learned on the spot because there was a purpose to it. And I must also underline, 30% of the students in this class were kids with special needs, ADHD or on the spectrum. And then we took this device in the sea and tested it, and it turned out that it worked out quite well. And we could see that we could measure coral reef remotely and effectively. Then the project started to grab more attention. We published on the website, again in open source, and 12 students from the University of Hong Kong decided to make this project for which they would apply for a grant. And this grant allowed 12 of us, there's also Eddie Young and Ken Chiu, who are here, who helped me to mentor those 12 students, to go to the Philippines and to develop a technology on the spot to map the coral. And we built in a place where there was no internet and intermittent electricity. And with the bamboo from the jungle and the trash from the beach, we built this prototype. That was the first really successful one. With this, you basically kind of fly over the coral reef and you take thousands of pictures. So this is what you will see from the drone. And we can assemble them and make those very, very high resolution maps of the coral reef. 2D maps, but also we can make 3D maps, which also allows us to monitor the growth of the coral. And what we have been doing this summer is that we trained a group of young people to use AI to map the coral reef, and to identify with AI, identify what type of coral it is and what's the health of the coral. And about halfway through the summer, because of, and halfway through the program, our founder, which was very hardly hit by COVID, basically could not fund us anymore. And so we either had to abandon the project, but our staff, who are very, very committed, decided that they will continue the project on a voluntary basis. And so since the last maybe like 5 months, we've been running this project on a volunteer basis. And we train people to label image and develop an AI to identify corals as we sail around. Our goal is to improve how we map coral reef by orders of magnitude. We know that there's a financial crisis, that there's an environmental crisis, and this project doesn't make us any money, but we can see the potential for it can really improve how we do science about coral reef today. So we really want to do it. So what I want to say is that all the turmoil that we have today seems really, really daunting, but this is just one of many waves that are coming for us. COVID-19 is the wave that we experience now, but the coming recession and then the climate change, which is going to be the defining challenge of our generation, which will be followed by the 6th great extinction because of biodiversity collapse, are going to be way greater challenges. And I know, some of us can barely keep ourselves together, support our families, run our businesses. Maybe some of us have lost their jobs or, have to lay off people. But the truth is that this is not the last time. And so, we can't just be destroyed by the wave. We have to, pick ourselves back up. There's going to be bigger waves and harder waves. And so we have to be prepared, we have to train, and we have to accept to fall and stumble and get back up again, because this is the only way we're going to be learning how to become stronger and how to ride the next wave. To ride the next wave, we won't be able just to wait for the wave to crash on us. We actually have to anticipate this wave to come, gain speed, get at the same speed or even to go faster than the wave. And that's going to be the only way we can actually surf that wave. That's the only way that we won't be the victim of the change, but we can capitalize and use the strength of the change to do something, turn this into something good. Not allow change to destroy our community and destroy our lives and our families, but use this to actually build our future. So my message is the following, is that change is inevitable. The only thing that we need to do is to anticipate and adapt, expect the best, prepare for the worst, and capitalize on what's to come. So I wish you courage, and I wish you love and kindness. Thank you very much.
Our next speakers are not speakers. They are an a cappella choir. Groundbreaker is from the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups. The song they did, especially for CARE24.Global, is Galactic Repairman. You are always under my protection, for our love is stronger than the shiniest armor. Founded by 6 experienced young singers in Hong Kong in 2017, Groundbreaker is an uprising vocal group with a repertoire of strong beat music like electronic dance music. They commit to unveiling the endless possibilities of the human voices. Groundbreaker won the champion title of Sing On Jam at A Cappella Online Competition. Let's listen to their voices now.
We are Groundbreaker from Hong Kong, and we're 6 passionate singers who make a cappella music. Before we begin, we would like to thank CARE24.Global for inviting us, and we're happy to be a part of this great event.
The song we picked today, Galactic Repairman by Dear Jane, is a cat pop song from our beloved city. Follow us on Instagram at GroundbreakerHK for more music. So now, sit back and enjoy.
除了會痛，一切都美好；除了挫折面前仍有路；除了厭世，總有某些修補可以做。殘破世界令人學成，悲觀中找鼓舞，來紓減身邊恐怖。能 知道不算早，盡量去彌補，難逃那煩惱，修修補補亂世中一起蒼老，沿途在修理着熄了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付八孔千瘡，誰能望穿我這種健壯非健壯，形勢壞透只好對抗，由我眼撐着使你心安。誰也破了等某位去補，而你有我保養和愛慕，縫了再破，穿了再補，這亂世未必可修理好，絕望裏落孤，亦是個情操，東歪西倒，但至少牽手偕老，沿途在修理着熄了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付八孔千瘡，誰能望穿我這種健壯非健壯，形勢壞透只好對抗，由我硬撐着使你心安。漂亮的天真魯莽，若被推倒可再裝，對象的手不怕骯髒，貼着膠紙都盡浪，盡是補釘都發光，結局再破爛同奔往，銀河上邊跌當邊看緊對方，跨宇宙又橫越紅方，不怕在盡頭無岸，遠近我都護航，還能互安慰，不必天氣多晴朗，狂與暴雪一起對抗，任歲月再壞不致心慌。
Our next speaker is Victor Huang, who will talk to you about 1,000 Davids. Victor is an economic growth expert. His ideas have shaped the economic lives of millions of people worldwide. His work has helped over 300 communities, cities, states, companies, and even entire countries in creating greater economic prosperity. Victor, the virtual stage is yours.
It's been a tough year, no doubt about that. There's been so much suffering. And all of us, including me, can feel helpless at times. The world seems huge, and events can feel out of control from forces bigger than us. You probably wonder, like I do, what can you or me, as a single individual, possibly do? I've spent my life examining this question, and I'm here to tell you some good news. You have more power than you know. In fact, your actions change the world. You know the story of David and Goliath? Goliath was the invincible giant. David was the young man carrying only a sling. No one expected David could slay Goliath, but he did. Here's the thing about the story, though, that no one likes to admit. David got a lucky shot. He wasn't supposed to win. The story is only interesting because usually Goliath wins. But instead, let's retell the story of David and Goliath, this time with a twist. Instead of one David, imagine an army of 1,000 Davids. 1,000 Davids, armed with just little slings, can defeat a Goliath any day. You don't need to be lucky with 1,000 Davids. One David alone requires a very lucky shot from a sling, but 1,000 Davids will always win. It's the math of large numbers. The idea of 1,000 Davids is more than just a fairy tale. It's actually what works in real life too. I know, because I've been studying this idea for almost 3 decades. I'll give you a specific example in my area of specialty, economic growth. What happens economically when a community is struggling with declining jobs, growing inequality, lost hope? It's like what we're seeing now in this difficult time. For years, many people assumed the answer was a savior from the outside, like a Goliath, a large corporation that would open a new manufacturing center or a warehouse or an auto plant. But the latest research is telling us something different. Small is more powerful than big. New, small, nimble businesses create more jobs as a whole than old, stagnant corporations. Small generates more impact, more productivity, more dynamism. Small is bigger than big. Communities grow best by building their own army of Davids. You don't need to wait for a Goliath to come save you. You can build your own army of 1,000 Davids. 1,000 emerging entrepreneurs will create more impact and more jobs than any one giant corporation. I've seen that happen so many times. And the idea of 1,000 Davids doesn't just apply to business. Every idea, every mission, every solution to a problem begging to get solved starts and succeeds in the same way. So how do you create an army of 1,000 Davids? Well, simple. Starting with the first David. All good things start small, with a single David that attracts another person. So one David becomes 2 Davids, and so on, until they eventually become 1,000 Davids. In this difficult year, here's a powerful truth to remember. We human beings are born to be starters, makers, doers, dreamers. That spirit has driven our progress as a human species. To improve the world around us, we create, invent, build, launch, construct, design, explore, and venture forth. Each of us has a fundamental right to start an idea, create something of value, and forge a unique path. It's the right for all of us to be entrepreneurial and take back control of our futures. That simplest of ideas, that all of us have the right to start, is basic to the human condition. When that right is widespread, prosperity ripples across millions of lives in the forms of jobs, productivity, dynamism, opportunity. All great things start small, as little Davids. Big rivers start as streams. Big trees start as saplings. Little guys and gals start little businesses that can grow into great ones. But no one can start and grow anything alone. We need to be surrounded by other people who support our journeys, because all new ideas start small and grow through webs of human relationships. So here's a simple formula to remember. 3 plus 997 equals 1,000. Each month, 3 out of 1,000 people decide to start a new business. But the new science shows that what the 997 do to help the 3 is critical to the success of the 3 and the well-being of the entire 1,000. So in that sense, everyone is a David. Everyone's actions affect the whole. And with 1,000 Davids, everyone participates. If you don't start or run a business yourself, you can help those people by being their customers, giving advice, making connections, or just being a friend to offer support. How can each of us support that right to start in our daily lives? At the simplest level, we can be an early customer for a new business, especially when times are tough. Try out that new store or restaurant in the neighborhood. Support that crowdfund project launched by a friend. Shop at that small online store instead of the giant one. We can also advocate for better policies, be a voice for the voiceless starters. That's why I started a nonprofit campaign called Right to Start. It's an effort to rebuild the American economy by making sure everyone has fair access to entrepreneurial opportunity. Right to Start is advocating for a society that lifts up all the Davids and the armies of 1,000 Davids everywhere. We're changing minds, policies, and communities. You can join the campaign at righttostart.org. So, what can you as an individual do? The answer is a lot. You matter. If there's a big problem to be solved, don't think of yourself as a small individual fighting the world. Instead, think of yourself as David number 1, the first of 1,000. Whichever future arrives is up to you. No savior, no Goliath is coming to the rescue. You are the leader you've been waiting for. It's time to get started. Thank you, and good luck.
Our next speaker is Anna Dewar-Gully, the co-CEO of Title Equality. She is here today to share one of her very, very important ideas with you, which is you have the power to create systemic change and build a more equal world for all. Let's not waste any more time here and get right to it. Anna, the virtual stage is yours.
Good day. My name is Anna Dewar-Gully, and I am co-CEO and co-founder of a company called Title Equality. And today I want to talk to you about the fact that I believe you have the power to create systemic change and to build a more equal world. Before I get into my presentation, I want to tell you just a couple of things about me. I'm the mother of 2 feisty young girls. I love diving into freezing cold lakes. I'm a Canadian. And I am completely obsessed with helping to build a more equal and a more just world. I'm also an organizational strategist and an equitable systems designer. And I'm co-creator of a program and a process called the Equity Sequence. And I'm speaking to you today from Toronto, Canada. So quickly about my company, Title Equality. We are an equality-obsessed company. We work at the intersection between social change and diversity and inclusion. And what we're striving towards as an organization is a world in which equality is the new status quo. And in order to try to bring that world to fruition with millions of other change makers around the world, we try every day to deploy our values, which are curiosity, courage, candor, empathy, and equality in every single thing that we do. So let's get into it. What do these images that I'm about to show you mean to you? What do they mean to you? For me, they mean that inequality is one of the most relevant and important problems of our time, if not the most important problem of our time. Inequality is not a new problem, unfortunately. As you all know, it's an age-old problem, but recent events have brought it to a new light. If you look around the world today, we can see racial justice protests happening against the backdrop of an economic crisis, the scale of the Great Depression, the result of a pandemic that itself has widened gaps in terms of inequity around the world. We see that domestic violence has radically spiked during this pandemic, and it is unfortunately disproportionately affecting women, people from other marginalized genders, and children. And globally, folks who are already in marginalized populations or groups are more likely to work and live in harm's way of the virus that is spreading around the world. So this is a time in which, inequality is radically expanding because of global circumstances. And it's an issue that all of us have a duty to pay attention to. So how is this rising inequality making you feel? How is it making you feel? If you're anything like the people that we speak to at Tidal Equality every single day, the words that we consistently hear from our audiences are angry, sad, futile, frustrated, numb. If you're feeling those things, looking around you at the state of the world and at the state of inequality, you are certainly not alone. There are millions and millions of change makers just like you around the world who feel the same way about the injustice that is all around us. And many of us change makers, and I just describe a change maker as someone who wants to see genuine change in the world, are striving to see systemic change for greater equality, wherever you are, wherever you're sitting right now. And that word systemic change is everywhere right now. Everyone is talking about systemic change, about the need to make systemic change, and about to do more than just window dressing when it comes to building a more equitable, a more just, a more equal society. So I'm going to define what I mean by systemic change for the purposes of this conversation we're having today. To me, it means change that pervades all parts of the system, meaning our whole society, all of our institutions, all of our organizations, our communities and the way they operate, all of it. That's the change that I want to see. And I'm sure that's the change that millions of you want to see as well. But few of us know how to be that change that we seek, that systemic, holistic change that permeates every layer of our systems. And oftentimes it feels like systemic change is simply out of our hands. You know, maybe when we think of that phrase, systemic change, many folks that we talk to regularly, we use that word and people describe the feeling of it being out of reach, out of our hands, beyond our capabilities. We maybe feel like it's in the hands of these folks, kind of international leaders and far above our pay grade and our purview. But I want to tell you what I really truly believe, and that's that it's not. Systemic change is not in any way out of our hands. And the feeling that it is actually an illusion, like this slide. It's an illusion that only truly serves the status quo. So that feeling that you and I cannot be part of systemic change, to me, that's an illusion. And I'm going to tell you why. I believe that the change, that systemic change, is truly in all of our hands. Because every single one of us makes decisions, large and small, every single day. Whether it's deciding what brand to buy, whether it's deciding how to organize an event in our workplace, whether it's writing a critical policy, a critical strategy, whatever it is, whatever your span of control, however large and however small, all of us make decisions, macro and micro decisions, in which there is true potential collectively for real systemic equitable change towards a more equal and a more just society. I'm just going to repeat it because this is all I really want you to take away from this message that I'm sharing with you today, that you and me, we have the power to make equitable decisions through our work and our everyday living, and to ultimately help to make systemic change towards a more equitable and just society. And I'm going to define what I mean by equity, because I think even in its definition, you can see your role in it. So the way I define equity, it's simple. It's giving everyone what they need to have an equal opportunity for success. I genuinely wish that we lived in a world in which all of us were born into equal opportunity. That all of us could wake up in the morning and think, look, today's a day in which I'm going to fulfill my full and my true potential as a human being. But the reality is that there are so many systemic injustices in our society, and there are so many folks who are experiencing barriers and a lack of privilege and rights that prevent them from fully executing on their full potential. And that is a travesty that all of us have a duty to fix. So equity is giving everyone that what they need to have an equal chance of success. And to me, equality is the goal. We often use these words, equity and equality, interchangeably. They're not the same. Equity is about giving people those measures that will help level the playing field, helping to figure out how to invite opportunity in where it currently does not exist. But equality is the outcome I think all of us should be striving for. And equality to me really means the state of being equal, especially in status and rights and opportunity. So that's what my company title Equality is striving towards, but I know that's also what millions of you are striving towards out there in your everyday. So how are we, us, people, wherever we're sitting, in whatever roles that we hold, however large, however small, how can we possibly make systemic change? So I'm going to tell you something weird, and I find this to be very unexpected. When we think about making a more equitable society, many of us immediately think there are some right answers. There are some exact right things to do. There are some exact right words to say in order to be the change. And I'm going to say to you that I don't agree with that specifically. I actually think that making systemic change, holistic change, is actually about asking questions, not about having the right answers at all. For me, making systemic change is about asking yourself and the folks around you questions like this. I want you to think about this question. I'm just going to leave it to sink in for a minute. The question that I'd love you to permeate through your whole self right now is the question of who benefits from this and who is disadvantaged. So if you're working today on a small project in your workplace, I want you to think who benefits from this project and who is disadvantaged. If you are buying a product, buying a service today, I want you to ask yourself who benefits from this product or service and who is disadvantaged, okay? This is a stand-in for anything in front of you, anything that you're working on, any decision that you're making, okay? And when you think about that word who, I really want you to think literally, and I want you to think more broadly, like who in terms of groups, who are historically disadvantaged. So where I live in Canada, for example, where Indigenous peoples have traditionally been treated with horrendous systemic discrimination and oppression, I want to think about, are the products and services that I'm buying, serving Indigenous people or disadvantaging them? Similarly, Black people in my country face horrendous oppressions. Are Black people benefiting from this product and service, from this advertising campaign, from this message, or are they disadvantaged? So I want you to use this question. I want you to think about this question. I'm going to say it one more time so it sinks in. Who benefits from this thing that you're thinking about, and who is disadvantaged? So at Title Equality, we invented something called the equity sequence. It's an evidence-based practice. It's rooted in 5 questions, and it's something that you or anyone can use to build equity and ultimately equality through your everyday work and decision-making. That question that I just shared with you is actually the 3rd question in the equity sequence. So who benefits from this and who is disadvantaged? And it's a study in power. When we use this question in the world in which we move and work and live and play, what we discover is that power is incredibly poorly distributed in our society, that there are some folks who continually benefit from the way our society operates and is organized, and there are others who are continually disadvantaged or left out. To make change that permeates every layer of a system, of our institutions, of our community, of our society, we actually need to look at every layer in the system. And I don't know why I find this an uplifting thought, but I do. We, all of us, we collectively are the layers. It's not those senior leaders, those global leaders that I showed you a picture of earlier in this presentation. It's us. we make up those layers. And every day we're making decisions, designs, ideas that contribute to this whole huge complex system in which we move and work every day. So I want you to ask yourself if you can commit to being a student of this question for a little while. Can you look around your world and ask yourself whether you're making a small decision or a big decision, whether you're working on a big project or a little project, whether you're in a frontline job or a top-line job. I want you to think about the things that you touch and feel every day. And I want you to ask yourself the question, who benefits from this and who is disadvantaged? I'm just asking you right now to start systemic change by just being a student of the system. And I think what you may discover, what I'm quite sure you'll discover if you're truly a student of that question, is that some are disadvantaged by some of the things and some of the things you do and touch and feel in your everyday work. And I want to ask you, when you discover those disadvantages, if you can do something to strive towards fixing those problems that you see within your span of control. I actually believe that those simple adjustments, those quiet adjustments that we make to decisions to make them more equitable, is how true systemic and equitable change really begins in systems of all shapes and sizes. Whether you're working in the world's largest corporation or whether you're working in a small sole proprietorship, all of us are working within a bigger system, and you have the power to make change within your span of control that will ultimately make ripples in the broader system itself. So I'm going to leave you with these 3 immediate actions that you can take to be part of systemic and equitable change in our society. You can be a student of the question that I shared with you from the equity sequence, and the question is, who benefits from this thing that you're working on or deciding on, and who is disadvantaged? You can begin to take corrective actions when you discover, through asking that question, that there are inequities baked into the work that you do every day. And when you're ready, I would love for you to join the community that we're building around the equity sequence practice and to learn the full practice, which is 5 simple questions that you can practice the way you might practice yoga, the way you might practice any other habit building, habit forming, good practice in your life, so that you can start to be an agent of systemic change and to join a global community of change makers also trying to make that change. You know, it's really important to understand when you're feeling futile, angry, sad, and numb about the state of the world that you are not powerless. None of us are powerless. All of us, every single one of us has the power to make systemic change. We have the power to look at the system around us in which we work, in which we live, in which we play, and think about how we might understand who is disadvantaged by its current design or operation, and we might take micro steps to start to make it more just and more fair. And if the millions and millions of people around the world who care about inequality and the injustices that folks face in our society started to make those small changes at every layer of our system, systemic change would permeate the whole system. So I hope this leaves you, feeling something more than futile, something more than numb. I hope it leaves you feeling inspired to begin to take action within your world. I wish you the best of luck in your day. Again, my name is Anna Dewar-Gully, co-founder and co-CEO of a company called Title Equality. I invite you to check out our website at titleequality.com. And I, more importantly than that, invite you to begin to make systemic change that benefits the world. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Our next speaker is Satish Shenoy, a global executive with leadership experiences across businesses of all sizes, from Fortune 500 companies to early-stage Silicon Valley startups. He has lived in 4 countries across 2 continents, traveled to over 50 countries, and doing business in at least 30 of them. Satish has advised startups to help them achieve product market fit and scaling them up from 0 to multi-million-dollar businesses. He is a member of the exclusive 7-Continent Club, having run at least one full marathon across every continent, including Antarctica. Having accomplished this goal, his mission is to help others navigate the challenges to change the impossible to I'm possible. And with that, his talk is all about possible. Satish, the virtual stage is yours.
Impossible. That's a word that keeps going through my mind. Because back in 2012, when I first shared my goal and dream of running a marathon across every single continent, many people laughed at me. They said, you know, a marathon is really challenging, and you want to run a marathon across every single continent, including Antarctica? Are you out of your mind? Have you had anybody say that your dream was impossible or your goal was impossible? Did you believe them even for just a minute? If so, you know what I was going through back in 2012. Now, fast forward to 2020, we are in the midst of a COVID crisis. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives, and hundreds of thousands more have lost livelihoods. While my challenge in 2012 may pale in comparison to the challenges and uncertainties of today, I still believe some of the lessons and insights I'm about to share with you will truly be helpful to you to overcome some of the challenges, or at least get you closer to the goals that you have in mind. Taking just one more step is one of those insights that I learned that helped me get to the goal that seemed impossible at first. And then leveraging the power of mentors and changing my mindset really helped me get closer and closer to that goal and accelerate my learning so that I achieve those goals. Now let's first talk about mindset. In her groundbreaking book, Mindset, by Dr. Carol Dweck, she describes that people with a growth mindset believe they can learn, they can grow, they can adapt, and they can succeed by having that growth mindset. While people that have a fixed mindset really are not open to learning or adapting and growing. Which one are you? Which mindset do you have? Back in 2012, when far from running marathons across the world, I couldn't even run a mile in my backyard. And really, at that point, I didn't have any hope. One day, my cousin comes up to me, he says, "Hey, you want to run a couple of miles with me?" And I said, "Me? No, not me, not yet." But then he said something that helped me change my mindset. He said, "If you don't want to run, just walk." And what I surmised from that statement was, if you cannot really think about your run, just take one more step and you'll get closer to that goal. And so that's exactly what I did. So 2 miles turned to 4 over the next week, 4 turned to 8. And before I know it, over the next year, I had hundreds of miles under my belt. And over the last 7 years, I have, between the marathons, the half marathons, and countless 10Ks, I probably have closer to 6,000 miles under my belt. And that's the equivalent of running from coast to coast in the US, going from the West Coast to the East Coast and right back to where you started. Is there something in your life you can change by that change in mindset, that subtle change? Is there something that you told yourself that you cannot do, only to change that when you took just one more step? Now let's talk about the power of mentors. When it comes to mentors, broadly speaking, I believe there are two kinds of mentors. First is the silent mentors, those that inspire you to get you going. And when I think about these silent mentors in the world of running, I think of Charles Smith. Charles Smith ran 7 marathons in 7 days across 7 continents, and she is 70 years old. I learned about Charles through books, through podcasts, through videos, through news articles. And this is the power of silent mentors. They're out there and really inspire you. Now, with Charles Smith, when I heard about her, I thought, if she can do that at 70 years old, what's my excuse? So the question to you is, are there silent mentors in your life that you're not accessing, that you're not tapping into? What's your excuse? Now let's talk about the other kind of mentors, which is active mentors. When I started running my first marathons, what happened was I ran San Francisco, which is one of the hardest marathons in the world. Now, San Francisco has a lot of ups and downs. And so as I got through the first part of the race, I did great. But as I was getting to mile 23, I started feeling serious cramps in both my legs. Here I am hunched on the side of the road when this lady comes up to me and she says, "Hey, how you doing? Are you okay?" I said, "No, I'm in a lot of pain. I don't think I can make it. There are 3 miles left, but I don't think I can make it. It's just too painful." She said, "Relax." And over the next few minutes, she started talking to me. And she ultimately said the magic words. She said, "Take just one more step and we will get there. I'll hold your hands. Let's go across that finish line." When I still resisted, she told me something that I remember to this day. She said, "Run if you can, walk if you must, crawl if you have to. Never, never, never give up." Now, over the next few years, after successfully completing San Francisco, I did go on to a number of other marathons across the rest of the continent, but I still remember that lady who helped me turn the corner and really get me on that journey of my marathons. I call her my sponsor because she was there to lift me up when I needed that help. Now, with all the rest of the marathons, I really had to apply myself in terms of the lessons I learned, whether it was planning, execution, and perseverance. So I was able to successfully cross that finish line when it mattered. Now, the final pièce de résistance of my marathon was Antarctica. And so Antarctica does take a different mindset from both, mental, but also physically. It's a very challenging marathon. But the bigger challenge with Antarctica was getting there, because the roughest seas and waters in anywhere in the world is between Argentina and Antarctica. The dreaded Drake Passage. 15 to 20 foot waves, very choppy seas, takes you about 2 days to get there, very risky. Lots of ships have gone down in that body of water. And so here I was trying to break this news to my wife that this is going to be a risky journey. But she floors me when she says, "Hey, I know it's your dream. I know you want to go there for a long time. And so you make that decision. I know you will use the right judgment and make the right call from a safety standpoint for yourself, but also the prosperity of our family. You make that decision and I'm there with you." Now, that kind of mentor is who I call a cheerleader or a supporter, because she's there unconditionally supporting me no matter what. Do you have those cheerleaders you should reach out to if you're not already, because they could really help you in those times of need when you want to go up against some odds that seem insurmountable. As you navigate a once-in-a-lifetime crisis, I hope these lessons that I've shared with you are going to be helpful to you. The notion of changing your mindset, the need to engage mentors, both silent mentors and active mentors. Perhaps you've been looking for a job for a number of months, and maybe you even quit looking for a job because you are tired. Maybe you want to start writing a new book, or maybe start a new business. Is there just one more step you can take to reach out to that contact on LinkedIn that may be able to get you to that next job, or write a paragraph or a title for your book, or even reach out to that someone you looked up to before that can probably guide you on your business? No matter what you decide and what your challenge is, take just one more step, and trust me, you'll change the impossible to I am possible. Take that one more step, won't you?
Our next speaker, Leander Ganser, is 19 years old and somewhat known for inventing a prosthetic hand using 3D printing for people in areas of the world most of us haven't even heard of. He's been at this since age 14, so I think he knows a thing or two about inspiration. He's also very active in working on ways to activate youth with empowerment and actual steps they can take to find their own voices. Leander tells me his view is it's time to work together now through an intergenerational exchange. Let's see how he is doing his part at 25-100 to make our world a better place. Leander, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Leander, I'm 20 years old. Many greetings from Athens in Greece. I wanted to thank all of the people behind CARE24 for making such an amazing event happen. For me, it is an honor to be able to share a little bit about my story, and I hope to inspire you. With 14, I built my first 3D printed robotic bionic hand for amputees. With 16, I had my first maker lab in Costa Rica. With 19, I co-founded 25-100, aiming to become the largest youth empowerment platform in this world. And this is not because I'm a genius. It was because I was lucky and privileged enough to live and grow up in an environment where I was supported and empowered in what I wanted to do. I am German, partly Greek, grew up in Zurich in Switzerland until I was 13. When I was 13, I convinced my parents and my whole family to move from one side of the world to the other. We moved from Zurich to Bali, Indonesia, where I visited the Green School, one of the most amazing schools providing an environment where young people feel empowered and learn by doing. In Bali, it was an amazing experience. I was in like a bubble. Everyone around me was inspiring, was motivated to do something and to change the world in one way or the other. Then after 3 years of living in this bubble, I and my family decided to move back to Europe. Now we are in Athens in Greece, and this is where I had the feeling I need to take some of that bubble with me and inspire and share that with the people around me here too. Today, I'm the CEO of 25-100. As I've mentioned before, we're aiming to become the largest youth empowerment platform. 25-100 is also a social impact company. At the moment, we're developing 4 different platforms in order to be able to support youth in the best way possible. First being actually a studio. What that means is we're trying to cover all sorts of areas of creative arts where young people can express themselves, because we do live in a world of media, art, and creativity. The second platform being Mazimas, our physical campus. Mazimas in Greek means togetherness. This is why, because we want to bring people together to learn educate themselves, but also innovate and create and change the world in one way or the other. Now, we do live in a digital world these days, and that's why we want to also offer something on that level. There are many people who cannot travel, unfortunately, to various reasons, and that's why we want to provide an online tool to many people, and especially to the youth, to be able to access various tools that we can provide to them to create, learn, and then also put their dreams into actions. Last but not least, we're building the next gen consultancy. We have identified a huge gap in the market where there is a demand for knowledge of how young people think, how young people work. Now, we're working with very experienced people, and we're working with the target audience itself, with the youth, to really create sustainable solutions, work in the future of innovation and technologies. And that is pretty much the spectrum that we are focusing on, and a lot more to come, and I can't tell too much yet. So you can stay very excited for a lot more to come. If you're interested in any of the platforms, reach out to me. I'm always happy to have a talk, a chat. Now to move on, instead of me talking too much about 25-100 and more in detail or about myself, I thought I asked Nicole Anderson, our MC, to ask me a few questions that I do get from time to time, and hope to cover most of your questions and inspire you a little.
Hi, Leander. Great to be with you here at CARE24. So you are youth-focused and youth-oriented. I've heard you speak about this, obviously, quite extensively, but I've also heard you say something quite unusual, and that is you really want to be intergenerational, and you're a strong believer in that. I think for the audience, I think it's really important that you expand on that. What do you mean by that, and how do you envision this happening?
Well, thank you, Nicole, for joining me on this talk. Basically, there are so many issues that need to be solved, and they are solvable in this world. But I do believe that the key is working together within generations. As we have seen the past couple of years or decades even, there's always been a conflict between generations. The younger generations blaming the olders that there's something wrong, that they're not providing the right things, that they messed up. And then there are other people, the older generations or the other part of the opinion, who say that things like issues in the world should be let alone with the people who really have the experience, who are specialists and things like that. Now, fact is, we do live on this earth all together, and this is the only home that we do have. So what that means is we do sit in the same boat and need to work together. Now, we need to use the youth's intuition and inspiration and motivation, and use also the expertise and the whole experience and knowledge of the older generations. And that is exactly what we do also at 25-100. It is the key to our whole business. We always integrate different generations, different opinions, different views on things. And we do realize that this is the key to success, and we hope to inspire a lot of people to do the same.
I've also heard you talk about the fact that it's your belief that youth do want to be more entrepreneurial, and there's certainly a move from the younger generations to think about an entrepreneurial career as first and foremost. Can you give me your own personal experiences in terms of being entrepreneurial and your vision for entrepreneurship?
Look, young people these days have a lot of access to knowledge through our internet, through our digitalization of the world. And that means also a lot of things that you've never heard of, you will probably hear of them. So you are aware of a lot of more problems than you were before, which means there are more people trying to solve things. So there is a big motivation to actually solve different things. And young people also see through media a lot of people who are successful in what they're doing, and those people are their role models, so they want to do the same. So I believe that there is the demand for youth entrepreneurship a lot, but I also do realize that every person has a plan A and a plan B. most of the times. And it is very, very astonishing or sad that most people do go with plan B though, because plan A is just the dream. And this is exactly what we want to do. We want to enable people to go with plan A and follow their dream and make it actually happen. And we need to create that environment for people to really do that. And there are amazing things already happening in the world. But I think we need to work together because we're all over the world, bits and pieces. And now we bring them together and empower youth to become the next social entrepreneur.
Have you ever felt as a young person that you haven't been taken seriously enough by other generations? What have been your personal experiences in terms of any biases, for example?
Well, this is exactly what I'm fighting for, and also with 25-100, that is our vision, to be able to integrate youth as a respectable and also seriously taken part of society. Now, when I was 14, 15, 16, I was really taken serious by the people around me because I was living in this bubble. And I really cannot complain, and I'm super, super grateful for all the support I've gotten. But slowly but surely getting into the business world, there are moments, let's say, that where you are being let down by people who you've worked with very closely, and always hoped for something bigger, and then last second they drop you because they see a better opportunity somewhere else. That might be because of financial reasons or whatever else. But overall, I believe there is still a need for youth to be more taken seriously. And personally, this is what I'm fighting for. And this is what we stand for and want to integrate into also the business world, of course. But I also do understand older generations. Sometimes it is hard to trust someone, let's say, who is just coming into something very newly, right? And especially when you as an older gen have a backpack of 50 years of experience and you know exactly how it works. But one thing that we need to realize though, and this is again this intergenerational part, both sides need to take a step towards each other and work together, because the times are changing, things are changing. We live in a digital world, we live in a world of innovations, and things have never developed that fast like now. So even older generations need to adjust and understand new ways of how to think and how to do certain processes. And that is only in the way to work together within generations.
So how do you keep going? I mean, you've got a very big vision, but what are the daily tricks? You know, what are the tactics you adopt to keep your motivation going for 25-100? I'm sure you have down days, but what is really your kind of core driver to bring this vision to reality?
Well, next to the big vision and motivation to do something so big, it is the little things that make me motivated every day, especially the people that I work with, the people I meet. It is always such an honor to be able to participate in events like this, or to go meet people who have so much experience where I can learn from. But also, of course, my team is super, super valuable to me and is the key factor number one to any business, I believe. And we work with some really, really amazing people who've been there from day one. We've always started the whole company actually within a lot of different people who've been coming from different backgrounds, from different generations. And there again, the intergenerational thing, right? And that is exactly what makes me so happy. And knowing that I do it also a little different, not going necessarily the usual way of education, motivates me too, because I do want to show the world that it is also possible in a different way. But I don't want to pretend that it is all sunshine and everything is only happy and good. It is also, there are days that are really down, things that don't go well, things that are not planned through, that you know that it is your fault for. And there are different tools that I use personally, but also within the team. One of them being a tapping for emotional balance, or taking just a break in between, taking a nap even, right? There are just different tools that we use through our well-being department in our company, which is one of the factors that are super important for people in the world, which is something that we use inside our company, but at some point also really want to put to the outside. There's a lot of mental work to be done, a lot of physical work to be done, and that's how we stay motivated and go on day by day.
And if you take your vision, where do you imagine you'll take this business, which is always a very difficult question, especially in our crazy world where nothing is almost predictable. But if you could have a crystal ball, where would you say 25-100 would be in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball, but I think my vision is very clear. Our vision is very clear. We do want to become the largest youth empowerment platform. So let's say in 5 years for our online platform, we have a few million users. Our studio is producing content like hell. And our consultancy is the to-go place when you want to know things about the youth, innovation, and other technologies, and is located in the hotspots of the world. And then last but not least, we have our campus ready where you can also come visit, of course, and educate yourself, learn together with other people, and then do something to change the world.
And given everything you've said, what would be your lasting words, certainly for this virtual 24-hour platform, for any budding entrepreneur? What would be your words of wisdom, given the fact that you've got such an ambitious vision, you are highly entrepreneurial, you're executing on your vision, and you really are here to empower others to be far more entrepreneurial and to join your community?
I'm all about social entrepreneurship. So what that means is you, as a young entrepreneur who wants to also be a social entrepreneur, you have to be ready to share, to be fair, and to not take away things from others. Because always know that if you are an entrepreneur who is always about me, you are going to take something away from someone else. And I think we do live in a world right now, and we do realize that also a lot, that we do need to follow the new entrepreneur, because we do need more love, we do need more peace. And if we have that, wouldn't that be great to have more of a happy society instead of something that is always more competitive and always trying to take away from someone else? Let's do this together and always be ready to share. Peace, love.
Our next speaker is Millie Farrakhan, and she is passionate about finding ways to positively impact the everyday lives of people like you and me and the planet by deploying creative solutions. She has been doing this by the seamless integration of technology into our lives that can shape the future of our interactions with each other and our surroundings. She has a wealth of experience to share with us now. In fact, I understand that for the past 2 decades, Millie has been one of the only lasting voices on the planet related to the value and possibilities of creating smart fabric and e-textiles. Millie, the virtual stage is all yours.
Thank you for having me at this incredible event today. Did you know that it takes 400 steps to assemble an iPhone, and 350 iPhones are made every minute? Now that's impressive. But how about a traditional Turkish rug that is hand-woven? It takes 1.5 million hand-tied knots and anywhere between 2 months to a few years to weave one of these rugs. The world of traditional crafts and digital gadgets are so far apart. Hi, my name is Millie and I'm a textile maker. And today I'd like to share with you how I set out on a journey to reimagine the world of craft and gadgets and try to build a bridge between them. I fell in love with textiles as a young girl watching my grandmother make lace. And growing up in India, I was deeply influenced by the rich traditional textile craft and heritage that I found all around me. Inspired by these textiles, the craftsmen who made them and the communities around them, I decided to become a textile maker myself. So I went off to college, and in 2001 I graduated with a degree in textile design, and I was all set to start my career. But things didn't quite go according to plan. That summer, I came across a book called Textiles, and this book turned my world upside down about everything I knew and understood about textiles. It introduced me to a field called smart textiles, where textiles could interact with you. It could sense and collect information and communicate with devices. It was textiles that could light up and textiles that could measure your heart rate. All this sounded like things out of a sci-fi movie, but this was a field that was evolving at the intersection of textiles, electronics, and software. Up until then, as a textile maker, I felt my toolbox involved materials like threads, cotton, silk, wool. I had tools such as the weaving loom and the knitting machine, all the colors that I wanted to work with. But from that day, I realized materials such as light and movement, sound and time could also be materials that could be part of my toolbox as a textile maker. And I began to reimagine what a piece of fabric could become. I was so fascinated by all that was possible with smart textiles that I decided to go and study more about them. But the only problem was that there were no schools or colleges that taught you about smart textiles. It was such a new field. There were a few people in pockets around the world doing research, but that was about it. There was nobody in India I could find doing this work. So I quickly realized that I was going to have to figure this out on my own. But how? I mean, where do I start? I don't understand technology. I don't know much about electronics. I mean, that's for the smart people, and I wasn't one of them. But I decided to face my fear by bringing electronics into my safe space of textiles and experimenting with it in a way that I felt comfortable using my tools and techniques. Initially, I bought a couple of books to teach me how to put together electronic circuits. Please remember that these were pre-YouTube tutorial days, so I did have to try and learn everything on my own. But after blowing up a whole lot of LED bulbs and short-circuiting all kinds of electronic components, I slowly began to weave and embroider circuits that actually worked. Suddenly, my world of textiles was getting bigger and more exciting as I made electronics soft and textiles smart. There was no real career path that one had for smart textiles back in the days. Still not a clear career path today even. But with this new knowledge that I had about smart materials and my passion for traditional craft, I set out on my journey as a textile maker to see where this would lead me. I never quite realized how difficult and lonely my journey was going to be. When you set out to follow your passion, to reimagine the world and see it differently from those around you, it is initially really hard to find people who get you, who understand you and support you, and even more rare to find people who will join you in this journey. But when you're driven by passion and people see your perseverance and your determination, and when they see how your small steps are leading to interesting ideas and interesting doors opening, they begin to take note, and slowly they will believe in your vision and support you. Let your vision be your North Star, and let your passion fuel your journey. Traditional craft around the world are dying out, and along with it, the rich wealth of knowledge about materials and making. This greatly saddened me, knowing that knowledge that we had accumulated over generations was getting wiped out, and along with it, the livelihood of so many craft communities. I wondered how these rich traditions and rich knowledge could be made relevant for contemporary times. How could craft survive in this technology-heavy world? We usually consider digital gadgets as technology of the future and craft as technology of the past. How could we bring these two, past and future, together, and what could they learn from each other? I began to wonder what kind of products we could make if we combine the qualities of gadgets and crafts. Mark Weiser, considered the father of ubiquitous technology, said that the most profound technologies are those that disappear. They weave themselves into the fabric of our everyday lives until they're indistinguishable from it. This became a very inspiring mantra for me as I started to create new products. As part of my research, I wanted to find answers to these questions, so I decided to conduct workshops for people with diverse skills and backgrounds to engage with smart textiles. I thought that if there is no community around me, I was going to create this community. I was going to share my excitement with others and bring them together to build this field up. I hosted workshops where we brought together people from various different interesting backgrounds. Everyone from craftsmen who were from rural parts of India all the way to Sami craftsmen living within the Arctic Circle. We had software and electrical engineers, artists and dancers, musicians, lace makers, weavers, embroiderers, an incredible range of people with such diverse skill and knowledge. We even had Steve Mann, who's one of the world's first cyborg, attend one of these workshops. Together, we began to see how the world of electronics and the world of crafts could come together. We had weavers learning to code and engineers who were embroidering. These workshops became dynamic spaces where opposite worlds collided, and it became charged with creative bursts of ideas and innovative artifacts. One of the workshops that I held was a collaboration between the Zardozi craftsmen in India along with a group of electrical engineering students. Zardozi is a metallic thread that is embroidered onto textiles for its decorative purposes. And traditionally, these metallic threads were pure gold and silver. And this is a craft that these craftsmen had been practicing for over 25-30 years. And again, a craft that their family, the generations in their family had been practicing. During the course of the workshop, these very two different groups of people, the craftsmen and the engineers, came together. Initially, it was awkward. They weren't sure where to start or what to do. But slowly, once they began to share knowledge and learn from each other, there was magic. By the end of the workshop, together, that they had managed to use this metallic thread, which was used for its decorative purposes until now, for its conductive purposes, and they embroidered speakers. Yes, you heard that right. They made speakers by embroidering conductive threads onto textiles. I'll never forget the look on one of the craftsmen's face as he put that fabric to his ears and he could hear sound. He had been doing this embroidery for decades, and now he saw it with a fresh set of eyes. This workshop had opened a world of possibilities for him, like that book had opened up for me. And as for the engineers in the workshop, they never imagined a switch could be so soft and a circuit could be so beautifully embroidered. Similarly, a software engineer had the opportunity to join us for a workshop in lace making. And I remember a comment he made as he sat in a corner trying to learn how to make lace. He said, "I never knew how complex and how mathematical it was to make lace. And the hardest part is that there is no backspace or undo button. And as a software engineer, I write code, and it's so easy for me to edit code and change and make changes But when I make lace, I realize that with every move I make, I'm committing to it, because once I make a mistake, it's extremely difficult to undo that mistake. By working with his hands to make something physical, he found a new perspective that made him later approach coding like a craftsman would approach his material. These workshops were no longer just about my research. These workshops became platforms for others to reimagine their work, their skills, their materials and tools. It was unlocking new possibilities for each of them in their own ways. Each workshop was building bridges between the past and the future. It showed us that it was possible to close that gap between the world of craft and the world of gadgets. And from this was born the idea of neocraft, or a new craft, a new genre of products that combine the qualities of gadgets with those of traditional crafts, turning products such as textiles and furniture and pottery into interfaces for technology only when we needed it. At other times, they would just disappear into the background. Unfortunately, I don't have too much time to go into more details about neocraft itself, but this is the thought I would like to leave with you today. As a textile maker, I started to reimagine fabrics to become smarter and electronics to become softer and handmade. I reimagined a world where craft, artifacts and gadgets had more in common than not. I invite you to look around you today. There is so much around us that we accept just as they are. Products, politics, the state of the environment. Take one thing around you and reimagine it. For me, it was fabrics, but for you, it could be a skill that you have. It could be something that you're really good at, something you're passionate about, or something really mundane that is lying around you. How can you reimagine this to build a better world? The world seems to be a broken, hopeless, and scary place right now. But I choose to look at it differently. I believe we're given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reimagine the world, to reimagine how we do life. So let's step out and challenge the status quo and reimagine our future. Let's build new bridges across disciplines and industries, ideas, communities and culture. And together, let us create a radically new and meaningful world that we want to live in. Thank you for your time. And if you enjoyed the ideas that I've presented today, I would encourage you to pick up the book by Richard Sennett called The Craftsman, where he talks about how we engage with technology like a craftsman. Thank you, CARE24, for this incredible event and for this opportunity to share my story.
For the next few minutes, I'd like to bring you to high in the Himalayas, to a tiny nation the locals call the land of Thunder Dragon, to the world's first carbon-negative nation. Nestled in between Tibet and India, remote Bhutan, population 750,000, made global news in 2008 when it enshrined happiness in its constitution as the government's highest priority. They created the world's first gross national happiness index and actively manage their country around what they believe are 4 pillars to thriving: sustainable development, environmental protection, cultural preservation, and good governance. We had a chance to speak to Sonam, a manager at travel company Bucket List Bhutan, about his thoughts on thriving. Sonam, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Sonam Jamso and I'm from Bhutan.
What is giving you hope?
Being a Buddhist, we believe that everything is impermanent, so good and bad is a part of life, and this, my religious belief, gives me a hope, and I know for sure that this difficult time will end soon.
What is one positive change you have seen in yourself or your neighborhoods within the last 5 months?
The positive change I have seen within myself and within my surrounding is that we get lots of time. Back in the time, we don't have enough time to spend with our families. We are always busy making our living, going to office, some doing their private business. So we usually spend most of our time in making living and earning for our family. But this time, we get enough time to spend with our families. We can eat together, and we can also do our religious things like prostrating, meditating, chanting prayers. So these are the positive changes I can see within myself and within my surrounding.
What does it mean to thrive, and how have you thrived?
It has always been a part of life, and like in a school, in your workplace, in your family, society. And for me, thriving has always been a process to see a better tomorrow. And during this difficult time, I socialize with my friends and relatives, my families through different kind of social medias. I video call them. I see them keeping the physical distance, and I have always been optimistic and understand the reality of the situation, and able to improvise and respond in new ways and contribute back to the society, which will surely accumulate me merit by helping those in needs and follow the healthcare instruction, such as washing hands, wearing face mask and a shield, and keeping physical distance, and staying at home, and spend the time with my families at home, and on myself, like meditating and praying and doing all those religious things. So that's how I thrive.
It's you, and how?
As of now, in the country, we have only about 200 cases and 0 death. This is all because of, firstly, our beloved King, who is a living God to all the Bhutanese. He is one selfless, caring, and a far-sighted leader who makes sure that every families in the country have enough food during the lockdowns. He give away the basic salary to the people who lost their job. He defer the loans and waive off the interest on any kind of loans, so that the people, they don't go through difficulties on paying EMIs. And also give the medical treatment, make sure that every people gets medical treatment during the lockdown. And not only the people, but also animals, stray dogs, who usually depends on the people in the cities and around the town. So he makes sure that every stray dog are fed well during the time of lockdown. And secondly, our chief abbot, he, along with the monastic body, conduct rituals for the well-being of all the sentient beings around the world. And number 3, Royal Bhutan Police, Royal Bhutan Army, and a day soup. Day soup are the trained volunteers, such as teachers, office goer, businessman, women, guide, driver. So they help and support the people during natural calamities and in the times of emergency. So they also help the people during the lockdown to distribute the foods around the town, around the city, around the village, and also loading and unloading of goods on the truck during such difficult times. So number fourthly, the people people contribute back to the society during such a difficult time where the economy is very low right now. So each and every one of the people around me motivates me during this very difficult time.
Positive advice would you tell to your younger self or others?
Though I'm not in a position to give advice, I would like to suggest everyone that please do follow the healthcare instruction, do's and don'ts during this pandemic. And though the sun might set today, but it will rise again tomorrow, so no worries, good time will come. And stay positive always, and spend a happy time with your families when you get it right now, and stay home, stay safe.
We have to come to one simple understanding. Whatever difficulties we are dealing with, those are lessons we are trying to learn. See, if any of you can come and tell me I have no difficulties, I say then you are a blessed soul. Better enjoy this moment because you are going to be challenged eventually. So this is what we call a breathing period. So breathe through it and go help people with problems then. Because don't just chill out and don't. Because we need to keep learning to become stronger. So the stronger you are, the easier it will be to deal with these challenges. We all have challenges. Life was given to us to learn through challenges. And we will not die until we have completed all challenges, like all lessons of life. And that's how it works. So why some people die earlier? Because they're finished their required challenges. And why some people are living until 100, 120? Because they've not finished their lessons. Or they've not forgiven people, or they've not done their dues. That's why they're still around.
My name's Alan Newey, but first of all, I'd like to thank the CARE24.Global team for having me and inviting me to be involved in this. I couldn't wait to do it. Thank you, Nathan, and a special thank you to all the volunteers that are making this happen, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing today. The one word that I would like to prevent or to say that would help anybody is persevere. Persevere was the key to my recovery and the key to my existence today. And that is true from the bottom of my heart. All I can say is I was involved in workplace accident. I'll run a little bit about my accident right now. I went to work one day in 1999, over 20 years ago. Was doing the same job I've been doing for years. Well, something went wrong. There was a big bang, and I had my right arm torn off, my chest torn in half. And I didn't even know the accident happened. It happened so fast. What happened then was the world changed. They got me into the ambulance, people were affected, family, friends, myself, of course. They got me to the hospital. 7 operations. Give me 2 hours to live. Now, everybody's going through the negative of all, mothers of all negatives. But I can tell you what, I got a great positive out of this. And you know what that is? I'm actually sitting here right now. Perseverance caused that. I didn't listen to anybody when they said it. You were in big trouble. I kept saying to myself, I am going to get through this. And I did. And I got through it with the help of my family. And it's the hardest thing to say. Because when you talk about your family, you get choked up. But without the positivity of my family, especially my wife, Kathy, I wouldn't be here. Simple as that. You thought the hardest thing would have been this accident, but it wasn't. It was people from government agencies. It was case managers. And I went through 12 of them. Those case managers told me, oh, you're no good anymore. Get the pension. Who wants the pension? I want to live my life. 12 case managers. I lost 8 years in that system. 8 years. 13th case manager come along, whose lady was named Marie. And I can tell you now, without that lady, I wouldn't be here. Because she taught me something. There is light at the end of the tunnel. She told me to persevere. She asked my name and not my case manager. She asked me and treated me as a human being and not a number. After meeting this person, she got me into school. I got re-educated. I started my own company. I work with Australia's biggest companies and smallest companies and everybody in between. All this happened because I met that one positive person. The previous 12 were all negative. And I say this from the bottom of my heart. If you need help, get a positive person because they are the ones that will help you go forward. The negative ones, toss them out the door. And I'm only saying that nicely because, you know, videos going all over the world. Toss them out the door and get a positive person, sorry. The positive people will help you succeed. That positive person who opened that first door to the light, to go through that tunnel, got me into school. Something else happened because we became so positive. A teacher asked me to do a presentation on my accident. I wouldn't do it. They persevered on me, but they could see something that I couldn't. I did this presentation. This was 8 years down the track, remember. I felt so good after that presentation. The feedback was so good, it just lightened my load. It opened another door to do another presentation, which opened another door, and so on and so on. Then I started working for big companies, small companies, opening my own company. If I'd listened to those negative people, I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be doing this at all. The inner voice inside me was telling me, you're better than this. The 12 case managers said I wasn't. When you go forward with them for 8 years, you start not listening to your little inner voice. That 13th case manager opened that voice again. She helped me build a positive team around me. Lecturers, people at school, positive people in the field of medicine. Okay, on the back wall, you can see behind me, my hand is on charge. Pure and simple. I have my little arm here now. There's a little weight on the end. What we're doing there is building the strength of the muscle. And that became from a positive, very positive team of people from Motion Control who actually love what they do. And all I want to do is help people. They help me rebuild my right side. Without them, I wouldn't be doing half the things I do. The positive team was my predestined team, doctors, family, friends, work colleagues, the positive ones. There also was a lot of negative ones. I learned very, very quickly after 8 years, mind you, so I did go, it was slow at the start, you know, but I got rid of them. I concentrated on the positive. They helped me move forward. And now I go everywhere. I travel the country. I do many, many things in prevention. So people don't have to go through what I did and what my family did. You can do it. If you're out there and you have a problem and the people around you are negative, find that one positive person. It could be anybody. That one positive person, I can tell you now, will help you change your life. The inner voice inside you, you listen to, because you're always better, always. That little voice inside me got drowned out, got reawakened. When I got reawakened, I now do things and I help people find that light, to go down that tunnel, to push through the negative barriers. And don't get me wrong, there will be negative barriers and there's going to be times when you think, I can't do this anymore. The times got so dark for me on the negative side of things, I thought I shouldn't be around anymore. It would be better for my family. that gets into your head. My better half, Kathy, said, you get that out of your head. You are here for a purpose. Live your life with me, and we are going to move forward together. We've now been together over 26 years. I cannot do a thing without her. Hopefully she can't do a thing without me. But we move forward together. She's positive. I'm now a very positive person. All I want you to do is to take from this is don't go down the negative path if possible. Find that positive person, because I want you to fast track it. I don't want you to wait 8 years like I did to find the positive side. Very simple. If you find your positive side quicker, you'll be back in life, you'll be enjoying yourself, you'll be, putting food on the family table. The one thing that got me very, very depressed and into that state was I wasn't putting food on the family table. I thought I was not earning my keep. I wasn't the breadwinner anymore. But you know what? That shouldn't have been come into the thought. I didn't need to be the breadwinner. We needed to succeed through my accident, come out the other side a lot quicker, be very, very positive, and that's what it took. And all that other stuff just followed. I shouldn't have worried about it. That all just followed. People I've met over time, very depressed people, I'm glad to say, are now positive people. You don't get to everybody, but you can try. On my side of things, I love life. I love travel. Well, I know we have COVID at the moment, and we're actually in lockdown where I am. We can't go out after 8 o'clock at night. And we have to stay indoors because it's pretty bad around, in where I am. But you know what? I keep saying to the people I talk to, there's light at the end of the tunnel. We're doing the hard yards now to get to the end of that tunnel. Once we're at the end of that tunnel, we will return to normal life, no matter how long it takes. We will get there. And that was the same with my accident. It took a long time. But once we passed it, it was there. It was there and it was done. But all I like to say to everybody out there is please keep fighting. Eventually you will get to the end of the tunnel. You'll get there. I can guarantee it. I did. And it took me years. Please don't go to the negative side. A new world opens when you go positive and you walk through that door. It was hard for me to do that, but I did. Walk through that door and listen to that voice inside you. Listen to the positive people, not negative. Listen to that voice inside you. Push forward. I know you can do it. I did it. I've seen others do it. So please live your life long, prosperous, and prosperous is not money. Prosperous is just being happy with yourself. Enjoy your life. I'm Alan Newey from Chat Safety. God bless everyone. Have a great day. Bye.
Have you ever had something happen where you sort of felt like, why did that happen to me? A bit of a victim? They come in all shapes and sizes and they leave you feeling poorly about yourself. That happened to me. Several years ago, we moved from Los Angeles to Seattle, Washington. Seattle is known as the Emerald City. Although when we moved there, I really couldn't understand where that nickname came from. The way I saw it, if they were going to compare themselves to some part of The Wizard of Oz, they probably should have compared themselves to the earlier part of the movie where everything was in gray. Because that's how it was for me. The skies were gray. The creek reflecting the skies were gray. The green of the plants and everything, yeah, they were green, but they were also not as sunny and beautiful as they could be under a blue sky. For me, it was a little bit hard to take all in because I'm being from Los Angeles. I'm used to sun practically 24/7. On a particular day in October, we had our mother come and stay with us for a while. My son was running around playing. He was 4 years old, precocious, just a lot of fun. And my mother and I were having a cup of coffee in the dining room. It didn't take very long before my mother was doing what she always did whenever we had a conversation about anything. It always came back to her saying, "I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? I'm sorry." I can't tell you how many times she was apologizing to me. And what was she apologizing for? When I was a little girl, from the time I was a baby, as far back as I can remember, until I was about 14 years old, my grandmother brought me up. And my grandmother was some kind of a sicko. She was physically and mentally abusive towards me, strongly abusive. Some of you may be able to imagine what I'm talking about. For the rest of you, you don't really want to go there. Well, it just so happens that my mother was busy apologizing yet again. And yet again, I was telling her, "Don't worry about it, Mom. I forgive you." And even though I did forgive her, one thing for sure, I couldn't understand why that happened to me. Of all the people in the world, this sweet little wonderful girl, why did that happen to me? And the whole reason why my mother began apologizing was when I came to her and just basically theorized that she had to have known about the abuse. It wasn't accidental. And she admitted, yes, she knew about the abuse. And I'd ask her, "Why did you let that go on then? How could you do that to a sweet little girl?" And she never really had a response for that. Water under the bridge, I guess. Anyway, after we finished having that conversation, I said to her that Rory and I were going to go to the market and pick up a few things. Jeremy and I were going to go to the market and pick up a few things. Jeremy and I got into the car, and I couldn't help but notice that as gray as everything had been for days and days and days, it was now even grayer. This kind of deep, ominous gray, which you just look at the sky and it's in layers and layers of different kinds of gray. The water, of course, was still gray. My car was still gray. And Jeremy was an unusual kind of quiet in the back seat. "Hey, sweetie, what's going on?" "Mommy, I want to ask you a question. Is your grandmother still alive?" "No, sweetheart, she died a few years ago." "Ooh, I wish she was still alive. I would kill her." I could not imagine hearing my son saying something like that. This was a super easy, happy-go-lucky kind of guy. Him speaking like that was just not him. I pulled the car over right away. I decided that I would go to the back seat and try and talk to him, see if I could make him feel better. When I got into the back seat, I noticed just how tight his hands were clenched. He was really angry. And I looked at him and I said, "Honey, you know, maybe the reason why I went through all of that is so that I could be the best mom I could possibly be for you." His hands released just a little bit. And I said, "If I had to do that in order to be a great mom, I'm perfectly okay with it. So you need to be okay with it too." "Really, Mommy?" "Really, Jeremy." And just like that, he calmed down. And the next thing that happened was mind-blowing, but such a lesson. All of a sudden, after days and days of this ridiculous gray, the skies literally opened up, and there was a blue sky and a sun reflecting down upon everything. It was almost as if the universe was saying, "Good for you. You got it." And in that moment, it changed my perspective about everything. I decided that moving forward, the way that it would work for me was very different. The way that it would work for me is that when something bad happened, And inevitably it does. I would spend as little time wondering why me, and most of my time trying to figure out how do I do something with this information that will make me a better person or somehow make the world a little bit better. It changed everything for me to go from being a victim to being a victor. How about for you? Could it be different for you too? The only suggestion that I have for you is remember, you've come to live the story of your life. You're the hero of that story. Please be sure to be the victor, not the victim. Everything you have been through has brought you where you are. Everything you are will take you where you're going.
Well, there's now a new game in town. I go for my early morning walks as night is turning into day, so visibility is a little bit restricted. I walked past the lady this morning and I love saying good morning. She responded with, "Good morning, Peter." But I have no idea who she was. She was wearing a beanie, glasses and a mask. And I so want to know who she is so I can reciprocate tomorrow. We don't always get to choose what happens to us, do we? But we do get to choose our response. And my response is, I want to know her name. Got to find that out. Easy to do, easy not to do. I'm Peter Turin. It's my choice.
It's a pleasure to join all of you for CARE24.Global today. I wish I could say the topic I will cover, which has dominated my professional life for the last 20 years, was equally pleasurable, but it is not. Let me begin with a simple and terrible fact. There are more slaves today than at any point in human history. But for that to mean anything, slavery has to mean something. Merriam-Webster defines the term as synonymous with drudgery or toil. But in reality, slaves are those forced to work for no pay beyond subsistence under threat of violence to them or their families. These are people that cannot walk away from their work without severe consequences. And by that definition, there are as many as 45 million slaves in the world today. According to the International Labor Organization, most are in some form of debt bondage, compelled to work to pay off loans that in some cases their ancestors originally took for what would today amount to a few dollars. Some work in the sex trade, but a clear majority do not. And yet, statistics don't tell anything close to the whole story. Many times, the worst people have the best quotes, and Joseph Stalin is supposed to have said, "The death of 1,000,000 men is a statistic. The death of one man is a tragedy." In my work, beginning as a journalist and author of a book called A Crime So Monstrous, I sought to allow slaves, survivors, liberators, and yes, even traffickers, to bear witness through me, to tell their stories to those who might make a difference. Today, I hope that through me, their voices can reach you. I want to tell you about a man we'll call Ganu. I have changed his name because, as far as I know, he's still in jeopardy. Ganu was born into slavery, compelled to pay off a debt that his grandfather had incurred for the bride price of his mother. The original loan, for which Ganu and his entire family now toiled in an Indian rock quarry, was 75 cents. From before dawn until dusk every day, Ganu's family would break rocks with pikes and mortars and further pulverize those rocks down into sand, silica sand, which is used in the manufacture of glass. Now, there's only one way in the modern world that you turn profit off of handmade sand, as Ganu's master, the quarry contractor, also an alleged murderer, did, and that is through slavery. When I asked Ganu why he didn't just run away, hitch a train to Delhi, and pull a rickshaw, he said, "Where would I go? How would I eat?" For him, slavery was no mere concept. Slavery was his world, and the quarry contractor was God in that world. He was the taker of life, but he was also the giver of sustenance. Throughout history, when slavery has been abolished by fiat, but not followed up with comprehensive programs to empower survivors, the effects are grim. One only has to look at the violence that sears America today to know that this is true. But I have hope, and so should you. Through my work, I had the privilege to meet extraordinary survivors who have become courageous leaders in the fight to end the crime once and for all. In Indonesia, I met a young man, we'll call him Yusril. Yusril caught fish in violent conditions under menace from debt-holding traffickers on Korean foreign charter vessels. Those ships were then trawling the waters of New Zealand's exclusive economic zone. While others on his vessel had been cowed into silence, Yusril courageously told me his story. When I asked him why he took the risk, he pointed to his heart. He said, "Dignity." He had impact, precisely because all of you listening to this have power. When his story ran in Bloomberg Businessweek, the public response was significant, as the fish he caught wound up on American tables. Markets moved, and a few months later, New Zealand's parliament changed the code so that any vessels fishing its waters now have to follow its labor laws. Why the change? Because speaking truth to power works. I want to talk to you about a couple of ways to get involved in this fight, which I believe we can win in our lifetime. First of all, stay active and make sure that the hard work that has already been done to pass anti-slavery laws, to make slavery illegal in every country on earth, is not in vain. Critically, make sure that those that get out of slavery are given the opportunity not only to thrive, but to grow, to expand their lives. One organization that helps ensure that emancipation is more than a word is the Human Trafficking Legal Center. They are on the web at htlegalcenter.org. The center enlists the world's best litigators to make sure that survivors receive reparations, real reparations, for harm done. To date, the center has won over $45 million in judgments for survivors. Those survivors, in turn, use those funds to pursue their education, to buy homes, to dream, to live freely. Next, we have to really actively listen to survivors in their own voices. An excellent organization that works to help elevate those essential spokespeople is Survivor Alliance, on the web at survivoralliance.org. Survivor Alliance puts survivors rightly in the leadership of the anti-slavery movement. Critically, it also helps them find pathways to employment in a broad range of fields. Finally, understand that you make moral decisions which can prolong global slavery or speed its demise every day. Those decisions are called purchases. And what you buy, what you consume, can make a big difference. My own investigative organization, Transparentum, on the web at transparentum.com, works to bring hard truths about issues such as forced and child labor to those with the power to drive change. First, we tell brands and retailers what we have found in their suppliers. Then, we tell others, including investors, regulators, and journalists. But our power to drive change is minute compared to the power of the collective you. When you buy a t-shirt, check if the brand discloses its suppliers and has a code of conduct that prohibits those suppliers from using workers that have paid for their own jobs. Ask the brands if they demand and verify their suppliers provide safe working conditions. that those that make the stuff you are buying have control over their own identity documents. Ask if the workers who harvested the food that you can eat can walk away from their jobs if they want to do so. Ultimately, slavery is a crime that we not only can, but must end in our lifetimes. Learning about it is the first step, but it can't be the last step. In April 1861, a few days before the first shots of the American Civil War were fired at Fort Sumter, the great philosopher Henry David Thoreau, then torn between pacifism and abolitionism, wrote to his friend. This friend had been reading reports of the rumbling disunion in the New York Herald Tribune. If you know of it, Thoreau wrote, you are particeps criminis. You're a partner in the crime. What business have you, if you are an angel of light, to be pondering over the deeds of darkness? Now, he meant that as a warning. I took it, and I hope all of you will take it as a call to arms. I look forward to seeing you in the fight. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Smuk. I am a student at Babson College, actually in my dorm room right now, in my last year. And across Babson, I've had the pleasure of working on many different things, ranging from sort of working for a variety of startups. I've interned for several across my time at Babson, and I also was fortunate enough to run the student entrepreneurship community during my time here. And that was as I was president. I launched our external partnerships arm, and I also organized Babson's biggest pitch competition ever, giving away around $100,000 to the winner. And we facilitated almost $500,000 in investment during that time. So it was an incredible opportunity. I've also run a global nonprofit for a year. I also founded a startup that grew to 2,600 kids on the platform when I was in high school. So I had the pleasure of working on some really interesting things while I've been a student. And that's actually the thing that kind of connects all the work that I do. It's really the fact that I'm a student and the fact that I mastered how to leverage the student card. And this is something that I had to learn, practice, learn, and kind of poke holes at. But once I was able to get the hang of it and master it, it opened so many doors for me. And I want to help you guys go and avoid the mistakes and the learnings that I had to go through in order to actually get to the point where you're leveraging and you're using this to open doors for yourself. Because you can. It's super simple, really, and it's not anything complicated. The student card is really just the using the fact that you're a student to create and enhance opportunities for yourself. So I've been lucky enough to leverage it and use it in so many different instances. And I want to give you guys a few tangible tips to avoid not using it before it gets wasted. That's what most people realize, is that after you're out of college, it's gone. There's no student card available anymore. Because you're out of college, you're in the workforce now, so you're not technically a student. And so I want to give you guys really 3 different things that I have used my student card for, and some tangible ways to actually go about that. One is to actually go out and reach out to people, right? Using the fact that you're a student is insane. It opens so many doors, resources, and most of all, people. And that's the first thing I really wanted to focus on, because my network and my mentors have expanded tremendously because I've just been one to just go out and find people to chat with, right? My biggest saying that I love is that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And I absolutely love this because it's all about just going for it, right? Even if it's a no, it does not matter. Just go ask, because the worst that could happen is that it's a no, right? And I don't think that's really that bad, because I think it's good for people like us, and students, young professionals, to learn to deal with rejection. We're not going to get everything we want in life, right? So it's good to kind of build that muscle and be okay with rejection as early as possible. So, you can use tools like Rocket Reach, Norbert, or Hunter.io to actually find email addresses of people you respect and actually shoot them an email. Be concise, be clear, be short. Basically, talk a little bit about, something you respect about them, them, their work, and then basically, talk about how you're a student at college or high school, and you'd love to find some time to connect with them. You'd be surprised how many might reach out because they love to give back to the next generation, and that's you. That's who's listening. You're the next generation, and they want to give back to you. They want outlets to do that. You just have to give them some. The second thing is really to go out and find student discounts, right? So if you're working on a venture, if you're working on an idea, there's so many places that will give you discounts just because you're a student, right? If you want stickers, I believe Sticker Mule has a discount. If you want, forums and stuff, I believe Typeform has a discount. And then, if you're a student entrepreneur, there's a whole set of discounts that get unlocked as well. I believe Airtable has a program, AWS has programs for stuff like that. So leverage that as much as possible. And the third thing is really find opportunities and places for your projects and initiatives to shine, right? So there's so many outlets for students. There's so many, there's so many competitions for students specifically, and do your research to actually find those things. The best advice I have for things like that is to join communities of other kind of students that are working and thinking about these ideas. So the best one I recommend is one called Accelerator. That's an awesome one. And I also recommend intern.club. I'm not too sure if they're still active. Those are some great ones. And then sort of Next Gen Online Community. That's a great one for students and young professionals. Because opportunities specific to you guys are being posted all the time. It's up to you to go out and get them. So that's sort of the advice that I want to live and what I want to focus on, talk on, because I really think the student card is amazing. It's super valuable, and it can be incredibly valuable for someone like you if you take the time to actually master it and go forward with it. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to be of help. Just feel free to reach out to me, and I hope this was useful. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Phil Arte, co-founder of Chalk Notes. I'm here living in Hershey, Pennsylvania, the sweetest place on earth. Within the last 5 months, it's been really great to see people adapt by learning new technologies to deal with this pandemic. Whether it's going a happy hour on Google Meet, or birthdays on Zoom, or concerts on YouTube, or teachers learning new technologies, it's been really fascinating and fantastic to see people kind of adapt to this new world. Also, with all this added screen time, because we're using all of this, it's been also amazing to see people like taking breaks and stepping outside of their houses and exploring their neighborhoods and getting to know their neighbors. It's been really fantastic to see that. These positive changes are really what encouraged me to build Chalk Notes. We've been kind of fatigued from all of this screen time, and now with everyone wanting to get outside and discover more, it's been really an inspiration for me. What's been really giving me hope is the scientists and all the other people working hard at this breakneck speed to make our world safer. And also the majority of us, doing our part to keep each other safe. It's been really fantastic. I see the glass half full. I don't see the rest of us that are, getting all the headlines. So who motivates me has been my daughter being able to roll with the punches. She's only 3 years old, but being able to adapt and learn on a screen. And this kind of new world and way of learning, and it's not natural for any of us. Also is my wife. Now with the homeschooling happening, she's also finishing a dissertation, she's got a blog going, she's doing a fellowship, and she is TAing students at the master's level. It's been really, really inspirational to kind of see her thrive in this new world and be able to deal with it. Positive advice I'd tell my younger self, education is a young person's currency. You should take every advantage that you can of the time that you're young and when you don't have to things like rent and bills. You really, it's going to pay you back dividends the more you put into your education. Also, time is an important and valuable thing. Money comes and goes, but time is something you never get back. And you really should cherish every moment and really value it and be very careful about how you spend it and who you spend it with. It's extremely valuable. It just doesn't come back. And finally, experience is life, and life is experience. You want to get as many life experiences into your life as possible. It will make it it'll just make you that much more empathetic for others, and be able to let you have a more fulfilled life. Travel's a great way to find life experiences, but also find things in your backyard, in your neighborhood. Just experience more and more as you possibly can, because that's really going to enrich your life. For me personally, I actually started a new company in this pandemic time. It's crazy, but I wanted to help people get outside and be safe and connect better, even though they were apart. I was inspired by school children. I found it really touching that they were able to connect with one another through notes of chalk. It's really this human connection that that is really important for us to thrive. And that I just wanted people to be able to do that, get outside in the fresh air, safely connect with one another, so that they could still connect while still apart and thrive in any kind of environment, really. So I think that's really the key to thriving, is humans connecting. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks for letting me share my ideas, my thoughts. I appreciate it. Hopefully our paths cross. If they don't, take care of yourself, stay safe, and have a good conference. Bye-bye.
So if I had to give my younger self just one tip, it would be this: to simply learn to listen to the right voice. You see, we all have two lives. There's, the life that we live, and there's a life that we imagine. And what stands between these two is the voice of fear. It's fear of failure, it's fear of rejection, it's fear of what could go wrong by following a heart. The list goes on and on. But I've found that in my journey, there is something beautiful about learning to listen to the right voice. The voice that's filled with possibility, that's filled with passion. And allowing this voice to lead you into the adventure of life that is waiting for you. And I think that everything that you want in life, purpose, meaning, significance, fulfillment, anything great in your life will come to pass by following the voice that's filled with possibility. So in saying that, I think the most important thing that we all can do is to stop and listen. We need to stop listening to what holds us back and simply listen to whatever that voice of possibility is pulling us towards.
Having lunch with 100 strangers completely changed my life. Once upon a time, I was shy. Really, really shy. I felt frustrated. And then I've got this bright idea. If I could have 100 lunches with 100 strangers, then after that, I should be able to talk to strangers. So that's how I started my journey.
I was really torn when I read the book. I kind of read it and thought, wow, is this more an inspirational book for young people? But then, as a shrewd businessman, I'm thinking, what an education resource.
Our narrative is what we take with us, nothing else. And Kaylee had a great idea to make those stories. 100 of them, one lunch at a time. It's a lot of lessons learned, and you go to university to learn a lot of content for the brain, or you meet 100 people and really learn from the heart.
And the only reason I've been successful in everything is because I action on it. I don't sit there dicking around. I actually get into it and I do something. And that's why I like this young lady, because she actually does something about it. It's inevitable she'll be super successful because she'll actually do something.
If you know people with children, your own children, nieces, nephews, it's probably not a bad book to inspire them to say, hey, you know what, you might think you can only jump this high, but you can actually jump a hell of a lot higher if you want to do something about it.
So Kaylee set herself a mission. She's such a go-getter. So if you would like to support Kaylee in her mission, for $33 and someone will be able to see again.
All right, well, I'll pledge the first 100 because I was the number 100. And then everyone will do something because it's all for a good cause.
I believe
that this book will change a lot of people's lives. Kaylee has put herself out of a comfort zone and really inspired a lot of people, including myself.
And I think this is the sort of thing that hopefully goes viral because it's for a really, really good cause. And the good cause is you and the people. It's help yourself and just get more out of your life.
I think it was really inspirational that Kaylee told her story about how she managed to overcome her shyness by having 100 lunches with strangers.
I just really love the fact that she went and talked to like 100 people, right? And she just brought everyone together because of her. And like, just the fact that she could bring people together and give us the opportunity to go and like, talk to one another and have sort of the same experience that she had with these people. I love that. I love that.
Life begins at the end of your comfort zone, and I think Kaylee did an awesome job showing that. What happens when you really push yourself to the end of your comfort zone?
Although rejection is normal, it's not the end of the world from what Kaylee said, so I'm hoping to take that away and put that into use in my everyday life.
You never know between strangers, if you talk to them, what can come out of it. I think human connection is something that we should always cherish and emphasize.
Something I'm going to take away from tonight is to make sure I always get out of my comfort zone as much as I can.
My 14-year-old Lily, who has never spoken to strangers, now has the business cards from 6 different people and has talked to them about what they do and has just stepped right outside of her comfort zone, and that to me is worth gold.
Just stepping out of my comfort zone a lot, so when I came here, like I was really shy, I didn't want to meet anyone, thought I'd get embarrassed and people would talk, but I've met so many interesting people.
I know I've said the word grateful so many times already tonight, but I'm really, really so grateful and thankful for every one of you that's been part of my journey.
Say hello, meet a stranger today, and what's the worst that can happen?
100 lunches, 100 lunches. 100 lunches, 100 lunches. 100 lunches, 100 lunches. Lunches, lunches, lunches. Hey, Jude. There you go.
Our next speaker is one of the most exciting presenters I have seen in a long time. Not only that, he is an MC for a living. So he has stories upon stories upon stories. And I believe the message he's going to share with you right now is one of the most simplest messages on the planet. Dan, the virtual stage is yours.
CARE24.Global Conference, a big hello to you wherever in the world you're watching from. My name is Dan Ram, and it's a joy and honor to spend the next couple minutes with you. I really only have 4 words to tell you, but it's pertinent to the pandemic. We are in a period of crisis. I didn't have to tell you that. You knew that already. But I want to tell you about a specific crisis in my life. In fact, I'll tell you about 3 crises. 1, a real survival mode when I was in the pit of Africa. 2, coming out of a recession with all the hopes and dreams of a young person that thought they could take over the world. And 3, right now, during this pandemic. This is a story about adapting. This is a story about reinventing. This is a story about how to deal with transition. Because that is the need of the hour. That is the call on your life, is to possibly let go of what was and engage with what is in order to position for what will be. All right? So let's begin. I should wipe the smile off my face because actually it's a pretty serious story. This is a story. I don't know why I'm giggling, because I almost died. And now you're going to hear about it. I was 16, a mere teenager, on a casual school trip with my friends, living in a country called Zimbabwe, when all of a sudden, with no advance warning or knowledge, I found myself staring a ferocious beast. A lockdown, its eyes into my eyes, it sizing me up. Every vein, every muscle poised for an attack. Its teeth drooling, its lips quivering in anticipation for its next meal. I was only 16, a mere teenager, when I found myself staring down the mighty, ferocious king of the jungle, a lion. A wild, untamable lion, one that I couldn't reason with, one I couldn't justify with, just pure survival. So what were my options? I looked around. There were trees, but I can't outclimb a lion. There was water, but you can't outswim a lion. There was land, but you can't outrun a lion. And even though I work out daily, you can't outfight a lion. Crisis. One where it felt like everything was lost and where I had no options. And yet, you gotta figure things out. You can't just lay down and give up. And so for some of you that feel like maybe you're at the end of the rope, maybe you're at the bottom of a pit, maybe life has dealt you the worst card possible during this pandemic, I want to give you a message of hope. 4 words. Start now, start simple. Start now, start simple. So I'm going to tell you about 2 more crises and how this simple philosophy has helped me adapt and reinvent when it seemed like all hope was lost. So the first one was about 10 years ago, actually. Let me rewind. You need to know this about me, because I know we've just met. I work really hard at what I do. I'm very proud of my efforts and my accomplishments, and I don't take anything for granted. Even in school, in addition to being a great student, I was the top of my class. I volunteered tremendously in school and out of school. I was the captain of the badminton team and the tennis team. I was the head of the National Honor Society. All of my efforts in school was recognized by 3 U.S. presidents. Bill Clinton and George Bush sent certificates over to commend me for my work. That led to going into a top university. I went to Yale University, got an economics degree. I then worked for the UN and worked for KPMG. And then I got an MBA from Trinity College. I'm saying all of this not to boast, but to tell you, I work hard, and I maybe rightfully felt that I deserved better. But the reality is 10 years ago, we were in a recession, right? Especially in the US and in Ireland, where I was living at that point, we were in a severe recession. So I had graduated at it was ill-timed, to say the least. And I tried my best. I applied for jobs, but all I kept hearing was no. I applied for jobs that I thought I deserved. All I heard was no. I applied for jobs that were a notch below what I thought I deserved. All I heard was no. I applied for jobs in other verticals and markets. All I heard was no. I applied for jobs that, honestly, I didn't even want, that I just thought I would get. Even those ones, all I heard was no. I was fed up with hearing no. Because it wasn't just a period of a week, or a month, or a quarter, or a year. It was 2 years of being unemployed. And don't forget, this is the guy who had worked hard. I think rightfully thought I deserved a job. I mean, it was my first kind of big foray into the world, and everyone in college was like, the world's your oyster, you can do whatever you want. I don't even know if that's a phrase, but whatever. So I honestly felt that I deserved better. But this is the fact of reality. I know there are people right now in the pandemic, I know there are people right now who are watching that go, I deserve better. I was about to get a promotion. I was about to marry the love of my life. I was about to reconnect with my family. I was about to do this. I was about to do that. I had plans. I had dreams. And life deals you a terrible card called COVID-19. Shuts down the whole world. I understand. So this is what I did. I resolved that whoever called me for whatever opportunity, I was not going to test it. I was not going to try it. I was not going to value it. I was not going to figure out if it's significant or not, if I deserved it or not, if it matched my ego. I was just going to say yes. I was going to give myself the first yes. So the next call that came in was someone from just my own network, a friend, a school teacher, and she said, Dan, I've been working with these girls for 24 hours. They have a business idea. Could you come in and pretend to be an investor to them? And even though I have a master's degree in business administration, even though, honestly, I didn't have time to be volunteering because I needed a job, I said yes. And I had no idea how that was going to change my life. Because even though I wasn't fully qualified, even though I'd never been an investor, because to be an investor, you need money. Guess what unemployed people don't have? Money. I still said yes, and I Googled Shark Tank, Dragon's Den, shows like that have real investors that assess ideas. I saw what do they wear, saw what questions do they ask, and I went in as the most prepared fake investor that I could be to a bunch of 12-year-old girls. I think I did a good job because that evening I got a phone call. An inquisitive father who said, Dan, I've never heard of you before. don't know where you popped it from, but whatever you did today, my little girl thinks she can be an entrepreneur. So thank you. Could you do this for my staff? I asked him where he worked, and he said he was the head of a PR agency, a big one in Ireland. And he said, could you come in and motivate my staff? And in the back of my mind, I'm going, hold up a second. Do you know that you're asking an unemployed person, who in many ways has lost hope, to motivate people who have jobs, who should have hope? Does this make sense? The irony in it? But I had resolved I was going to say yes. I was not going to test or try or value it. I was just going to say yes. And so I did. I said yes, and I Googled, how do you motivate people who already have jobs? And I went in and motivated the heck out of those employees, because about a week or two later, one of the sub-departments said, Dan, we have a sweet opportunity. A leading magazine, a newspaper actually, in Ireland, has asked us to predict the future of Ireland. We're in a recession, and they want someone to write about the future of Ireland. What are the possibilities of Ireland? And you have such a positive, energetic side to you. We want to know if you would be willing to author this. I was thinking to myself, me? A foreigner? An outsider? Someone who didn't have a job for 2 years? You want me to predict the future of Ireland? But I said yes, and I researched. I worked hard at it. I worked really hard at it, and I penned down my best ideas for the future of Ireland. And nothing prepared me for the next phone call. Because a real investor from the real Dragon's Den called me and said, Dan, never heard of you before, but I love your vision for this country. Would you be willing to come in and present your ideas, not just to the Parliament, but to be part of an advisory committee? I can pick 7 people to advise the national government of Ireland on the entrepreneurship policy. Would you be willing? What? I was gobsmacked. What an incredible opportunity. What? I was totally unprepared for this. But the same guy that said yes to a bunch of 12-year-old girls, the same guy that was saying yes to the Prime Minister of Ireland. And I worked hard at it, month after month, researching, studying, surveying. I was one of 7 advisors to put together what eventually became the national policy of entrepreneurship, influencing millions of people and billions in GDP. But it all started with a simple word, yes. Yes is what breaks down the, I can't do that. Yes is what breaks down the, that's beneath me. Yes is what breaks down the, I don't even know what that's about. Yes is what unleashes you to find new sides to who you are. Yes is what breaks down the barriers, the obstacles to going from passive to active. Yes is what I think will change your life and your perspective right in the pandemic. Sure, the old job might be gone, but there's a new one around the corner. Sure, the old opportunities and possibilities may be gone, but there are new ones around the corner. Say yes to yourself. That is the power of starting now. Not maybe, not in the future, not when I have the resources, not when I know the right people, but right now, yes, right now, and I'll figure it all out along the way. So that's the first thing I want to say. Start now, and that happens by saying yes. The second thing is start simple. Look, you don't need to have all the resources in the world. In fact, let me tell you about the story of right now where I am. I'm against a wall in a studio called D7 Studio in South India, right? So I'm not in any major city in India. I'm actually in a very remote part of India. And when the pandemic hit, I decided to come back to my parents here. I thought it'd be only a few weeks, and just context, my day job is to be a professional MC and speaker. So I travel the world, hosting about 200 events in the last 2 years, about 100 events a year on 4 continents. I've had the great privilege to host people like President Barack Obama, F1 Formula 1 champ Nico Rosberg, billionaire founders like Sir Richard Branson, LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman, Hollywood royalty like Jessica Alba, and some amazing entrepreneurs and change makers around the world. And with the pandemic, traveling was over and physical events was over. In many ways, my career was over. So I came back to India and I thought, let me just wait it out. 2 weeks, we'll be back out on the road again. Didn't happen. And here in India, the pandemic was intense, like full shutdown. You cannot leave your house, no deliveries, so you better know how to cook. You can't even get food delivered to your house. So we had to start simple. I literally started with the camera on my laptop, a 2-year-old laptop, and a lamp that I broke to angle it towards my face to illuminate my face in a dark room, because we were doing it out of my bedroom. And I started with just live streaming a show that I called The Daily Show with Dan Ram. I'd bring on guests, friends, and we would just talk about how do you survive, how do you thrive during a pandemic. Those guests started growing because they started sharing with their friends. And before I knew it, literally within 30 days, I started having Grammy Award winners. I started having billionaire founders yet again. From my bedroom, off a webcam, on a 2-year-old laptop. Just starting simple. Then I invested in a slightly better webcam. Then I invested in a slightly better light. Then I invested in better internet, because a few times the internet dropped. See, these are all the excuses that bar us, that prevent us from moving forward. But you just gotta start simple. And then I Googled, are there any studios in this area that I'm in called Coimbatore in India? And I found a studio here. And our first live event with a client all the way in America was on a wood paneled room with this camera here. Literally a human holding the camera following me around. Starting simple. Then we got a gimbal and a boom so the transitions will be smoother. Then we got better microphones. And now we host events for Fortune 500 companies, some of the biggest tech events in the world, with green screen technology, with virtual reality, with augmented reality, with incredible software that's able to do this in real time. But it all started by starting simple. This is the key to making things happen, is you gotta start with what you have in your hands right now. So I realized that people who are watching, we're all in different places, geographically, psychologically, emotionally, mentally. I, with all due respect, say, I'm a nobody. I am your brother, I'm your uncle, I'm your neighbor. I know most of you probably never heard of me before, but if you took any encouragement from the story, it's that I am like you. And if I, whether it's facing a lion, whether it is graduating in the middle of a recession, or whether it's facing a pandemic right now, if I can reinvent, if I can adapt simply by saying yes to opportunities, simply by using what I have right now, the same is true for you today. So, to the wonderful CARE24.Global participants, audience members, thank you so much for giving your time. I'm going to leave you with these 4 words. Start now, start simple. And here's my commitment to you. We may not know each other, but I invite you to get in touch with me. I personally respond to every single person, so whether it is an email or social media, I'm very active on social media. I post daily, I create vlogs behind the scenes and all kind of access to different events and people that I'm working with. And also on Instagram, if you know Instagram stories and Facebook stories. I create tons of content almost every couple hours, just showcasing my life. I want to open my life and my resources to you to help you start now, start simple. So just follow me at I am Dan Ram. I am Dan Ram, or check out my website, iamdanram.com, or email me, team@iamdanram.com. I'll open all these to you and an invitation to say, get in touch. I'd love to be part of your life. Let's help each other start now, start simple, so we can change our lives. Pandemic or not, let's make this the best life possible. Thank you so much.
Next up is Nicole Anderson, Managing Partner, Red Sand Ventures. Nicole is a multiple fintech entrepreneur, venture builder, and investor in opportunities which are environmentally sustainable, disruptive, and profitable to shape a greener financial future. Nicole, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Care24. My name is Nicole Anderson, and I'm thrilled to be here as part of this shaping, forming global community focused on a hopeful future, a future where all is possible, a future where we can all muscle through, not only for survival, but to thrive and to create a new future, one that is full of hope. I am here to talk to you about the story of reinvention, and I think this is a theme that is perfectly matched to the world that we're living in right now. We are all experiencing this massive global reboot. And I, for one, am quite thrilled by that. I think there is evidence everywhere, everywhere we look, and there has been for some time, that our world order has needed a change, whether that be our social structures, our political structures, the way in which our financial communities have worked, the way in which we as individuals have had to live and work. There's been an incredible amount of strain, and let us not forget the way in which our lives have impacted our environment. So here we are, witnessing history in the making. So back to the story of reinvention. I live in the UK, in a very, very beautiful part of the UK called the Surrey Hills. If you ever have an opportunity to visit, please do. It's a quintessential part of the English countryside, and I feel very, very fortunate. But I didn't always have this fortune. I grew up in South Africa to parents. One was South African and the other was Portuguese. My father came from a small Portuguese colony on the eastern side of the country, of the continent, called Mozambique. My father was a political journalist and spent a huge amount of time away from home. And so I grew up as an only child predominantly. And because of the nature of him as an individual, he was incredibly transparent. And I grew up understanding some fundamental things. I grew up understanding from a very early age how divisive human nature could be. Many of you who have experienced some form of migration, some form of interruption of life because of people having to leave their countries for work will understand some of what I'm saying. But in Africa, migration is very common. And certainly in the early part of the 70s, where I was very young, there were a number of quite serious conflicts. And I was exposed to that. I was exposed to also apartheid South Africa, and really not understanding all of it was assumed by, racial division. So that thankfully gave me an opportunity to actually think about how I would use my formative years, specifically when I reached university, to make a difference. And one of those was actually to muscle through. I had very little money. In fact, I had no money from the ability to afford my parents to afford a salubrious education. I was funded by bursaries, but I worked incredibly hard. And the one area I focused on was technology. I was drawn even back then to how technology seemed to be this ally, this mechanism to create opportunity, to cross border, to make things much more efficient for people. It was an accessible talent pool. It was an accessible skill. And it was one symbol for me of how almost anyone could create value and actually form a career. And I've actually never left technology as a career. So my early years were fun. I managed to be quite successful in a corporate career and also move countries. And that was also almost my second opportunity for reinvention. So coming to the UK, transposing myself into a very, very different world, even though we spoke the same language, well, kind of, meant that I had to really muscle through and establish myself from the ground up. I knew no one. I came into this world very much on my own steam. But what a fantastic opportunity to kind of learn a different culture and learn a system that, although was alien at the time, made for good fostering skills, which have really been a benefit to me long term. And I became, I think, fairly successful at what I did. My speciality of technology morphed into where technology met financial services. Again, something that I never thought I would ever consider possible. Financial services and technology was not really a commonplace game for a female, and especially the layer that I found myself being superimposed into, which was the very arrowhead of that, which is a career in innovation. But I took to it like a duck to water and found myself absolutely obsessed with the way in which finance could be rewritten. And I went back to my roots in Africa and looked at how reinvention, the story of reinvention for financial technology, could find its roots in Africa, a place where actually there was very little opportunity for people to have a bank account, get credit, own a property without saving for almost a lifetime or having that passed on to them, where the violation of land was a common thing. And today, if I look back on that journey, Africa is actually highly symbolic in terms of this particular area of financial inclusion. Many examples of Africa leading the way in the formative ideas of financial inclusion. I also then thought, well, I'm going to leave corporate life and think about reinventing myself at the tender age of 40 as an entrepreneur. And I have spent an incredible decade actually on a conveyor belt of reinvention, because essentially I made a career out of generating ideas, building technology companies, formative technology companies in this area, providing new concepts and startup concepts to the financial community of how they could provide better products and better services for people like you and me. And again, the reinvention story continues. A short 2 years ago, I managed to get some exposure to the art of the possible in terms of climate change and sustainability and what that would mean for the financial community in the future. And I think for now, certainly, this is such an incredibly important topic, and I think you'll hear many a speaker in this format and in this forum talk about sustainability. But one of the key drivers for change, given the amount of change that needs to be taken by 2030, which is the deadline according to the Paris Agreement, for which we have to keep our emissions to a certain level so that our global temperatures on average do not exceed 2 degrees, is immense. Trillions, something between 30 and 60 trillion dollars has to be spent in order to foster change, the transition of industries, the transition of the way in which we live and consume, and of course the rebirth of new industries. And so that reinvention opportunity comes into play again, and I want to be right at the front of that. I think this is my personal story, and my husband calls me a little bit of a chameleon, and I see that as something of a gift, I guess, the ability to actually morph myself just ahead of the pack, to think about what's coming and guide the way and provide a roadmap. But I love it, and I hope my little story imparts some vision for you of hope. We all have a need, I think, a real need to take hold and take solace from this opportunity, the fact that we as a globe are facing the biggest reinvention need and requirement that anyone in humanity has ever faced, but it is doable. And if we just take the first step, that reinvention journey begins. And the next step creates the momentum. And the next step means that others will look over their shoulders and take solace and confidence from your work. So keep going, and please do reach out. You can find me on this webpage, CARE24.Global webpage. You can find me on LinkedIn, Nicole Anderson, and I'd love to hear your stories. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity, and all my warmest wishes to you all. Goodbye.